Be great, and the first time on the permanent road course as well here at Barber. You know, one thing about this course is it's really difficult. It's like a roller coaster out there. We keep saying that, but just the width of the racetrack and the high speed that's here, it makes it very difficult to pass. And to really get comfortable with this racetrack, and I think we see it with some of these guys, but they did have a test here. A lot of guys came and tested, and I was surprised, but the times were within 1 second within the whole field as of practice yesterday. So anxious to see what qualifying brings today.
One practice session yesterday. It was a 45-minute session. Shelby Blackstock was the fastest of the 15 cars. Garth Rickards also showed some speed. Zachary Clayman DeMello, they were second and third. Kyle Kaiser, Colton Herta has showed some real race speed. They were fourth and fifth. But again, this qualifying session going to be very interesting. Qualifying in the Indy Lights Series, oh so important. Just getting underway here in Barber Motorsports Park for this 30-minute qualifying session. Let's say good morning down on pit lane to Rob Howden.
Hey, Nick Gilman, good morning to you, my friend. Significantly different conditions that we had yesterday afternoon for that 45-minute practice session that you mentioned. About 20 degrees cooler in terms of ambient and in terms of the racetrack. We were over 100 degrees on the racetrack yesterday, almost 110 during that session. The actual track temperature right now, just 85 degrees, 68 degrees here on trackside ambient temperature, but the humidity is still up as it is. Not surprising, as we always get that down here in Alabama. But a lot cooler here this morning, Nick, than it was yesterday afternoon.
All right, driver, let's talk about those conditions, because this three-day race weekend, it really feels like we're getting three completely different days. Yesterday, it was dry and it was hot. Today, as Rob talks about, the temperature may not nearly be as high, but the humidity level is up. And then tonight, we expect overnight showers and temperatures 20 degrees cooler than what we've seen this weekend. Big challenge, I would assume, for these drivers.
It's a challenge for everybody at this facility, including us. Do we wear a coat or we don't, right? But you're right. So the cooler conditions really help you with engines. The cooler air, heavier air makes more power and also gives you more downforce, but it will slow you down a little bit down the straightaways just because of the drag that these race cars have. So you have to get the balance, how much grip you want or how much downforce you want, how much you feel you should lay the wings back, how much, it's a lot that goes with it. But then tomorrow when it gets colder, these guys got to be careful on cold tires. They're used to going out there right now, and you really kind of get right with it. The tires come up to temperature quick, but as the temperature's cool, you got to be careful when you go out on the track for the first time.
Both qualifying sessions this weekend are on the mornings of their respected races. So this qualifying session is for this afternoon's race number 1. Tomorrow morning, we'll qualifying for race number 2, which will be later on Sunday. Got another pit reporter down on pit lane. Happy to have Ryan Marine joining us this weekend as well. Ryan, good morning.
Hey, good morning to you guys as well. And on the subject of changing conditions, that was something very much at the front of the mind of one Kyle Kaiser when I spoke to him after he got out of the car in practice yesterday. They were leading the timesheets at the time, elected to get out with about 20 minutes left in that session because he told me, quite frankly, there's nothing more we can learn. We've got a good car. We know conditions are going to be different by the time we get to qualifying, as well as by the time we get to the race itself. So they were happy to sit on their laurels and rest there because they knew the conditions were changing. They felt like they had checked all the boxes they could as far as learning in that practice session was concerned. They still ended up fourth. A couple of teams bolted on fresh tires late in the practice to leap ahead of them in the time charts, but this is the guy who won a couple of races in the series last year and definitely has his sights set on bigger things in his third year in the Indy Lights presented by Cooper Tires. We'll head back up pit road to Rob Howden.
Yeah, Ryan, when you and I did our pit walk to start off this session, you noticed that Shelby Blackstock was the only driver who actually did not have a new sticker Cooper Tires on the car. We talked about this in yesterday afternoon's session. Only 3 drivers decided to put new Coopers on at the end. They used that carryover set from St. Petersburg instead just to kind of get a feel for this racetrack. And, of course, Shelby Blackstock was one of them. He was at the very top of the charts on that sticker tire set trying to find the balance on that car. Indeed, they decided to start on those same tires that they ran yesterday afternoon, but even more information for Shelby is the fact that they elected to make an engine change last night. They found something that they didn't like going through the data, so a new engine for Shelby Blackstock. He's already come into pit lane, not surprisingly. An installation lap. They pulled the rear cowl off of that car. Everybody had a good look at it. Everything was good. They gave him the thumbs up, and he's refired that Mazda-powered Dallara IL50 that he heads back out onto the racetrack. And again, just 3 drivers using their first set of Cooper stickers yesterday afternoon. Nick Yeoman, it was Shelby Blackstock, Zach Clayman DeMello, and Garth Rickards. Those were the 3 drivers. They, not surprisingly, were at the very top of the charts at the end of the session, but they went to that first set of new Coopers yesterday afternoon.
Davey Hamilton, you just noticed we got a pair of Andretti Autosport drivers that have gone to the top of the charts. Nico Jamin just took the top spot, but Colton Herta, our points leader, showing some speed early.
Yeah, and let me tell you the difference between yesterday and today already. Yesterday's fastest time, 1 minute, 15 seconds, 0.1. Today, it's a 1:14.4. So it's about 7/10 of a second faster today than they were yesterday, and that has to go with maybe the cooler temperatures, a little more downforce, and these guys on their sticker tires and really getting the most out of the car. So times are dropping for sure.
Had a slide off for a car in turn number 2. Everything clear in that portion of the racetrack. That's a spot, Davey, turns 1, 2, 3, and 4. The part of the racetrack known as the Alabama roller coaster, that massive hill to driver's left for all those fans to watch. That is a tricky part of the racetrack. A lot of elevation change. Loads those drivers' field are really immense.
Yeah, and so what happens then? They're going into turn 1, really super fast left-hander, and you could almost go through there wide open. And I think in IndyCars it's so close, and these Indy lights they're close to the same. Oh, we got one spun out right now too, number 11. That's
Garth Ricard.
Yeah, spun to turn 11 right there. Bad spot. Probably a local yellow will come out to get him going. It looks like it's not refired yet.
Yeah, he's kind of right there at the entrance of the corner.
Oh, there he's got it refired, backing up.
Backing up, coming close to some of the traffic in his way.
Yeah, that's kind of an odd spot to be, especially when you're qualifying.
But, yeah, that is not a good spot to have a car parked. He's rocking that car back and forth, trying to get it restarted. Again, Rob Howden, that's a tough spot. Not a good spot to be sitting your race car there, right there at the entrance of pit lane, actually.
Yeah, Nick, not surprising. It's right coming onto the straightaway down here. They're trying to get him to back up, but there's a bunch of engineers and team managers down here that are screaming at the officials saying they want a full course yellow. Obviously, this is holding up a lot of guys. That's essentially right at the apex coming out of that corner. A really dangerous spot to be in for that Carlin driver, and we'll see what happens, whether they eventually do go full course yellow or if they're able to get him pushed back and underway.
Yeah, we misspoke. Said that was turn 11. That's actually the final corner of the racetrack, the left-hander of turn 17, where those drivers, again, come onto the front straightaway to complete a lap. And Davey Hamilton, we are going to get the red flag as Rickards will finally get that car backed up. But I imagine there are a couple drivers, few hairy moments there coming close through that final corner.
Yeah, that's, final corner. If you had a great lap and all of a sudden you see a car sideways, what a bummer that is because you don't get to complete your lap. Actually, you do because the timeline right now, I think, is back, before 16. But saying that is that, that was an odd spot, too, where he spun. The car was stopped in the apex of the corner. Usually you spin way after a corner, so I don't know if they're going to have a replay for us to see exactly what happened there. But back to turn 1 and 2 in that Alabama roller coaster. Turn 1 is fairly easy, but you can go through there almost wide open, and you got to be careful. We see a lot of guys sliding off that outside groove, and then when you get to turn 2, the car really wants to understeer really bad. But if you get them too free, as we've seen some guys yesterday, you get them a little bit too free, and then you go through there fast, you sometimes spin out, and what's left is a big gravel trap, and it takes you a while to get out of that.
Rob Howden, first red flag of this qualifying session comes with 21 minutes to go.
Yeah, Nick, the entire Andretti team taking full advantage of this red flag here early in this run. They're all going to new rubber again. They started on fresh rubber. They're putting new Coopers on again. So I think they're using this opportunity to realize that time will be winding down. Just 21 minutes remaining, I believe, in the session here now. So again, pardon me, that was 21 minutes remaining in the session, correct. And indeed, all 4 of the Andretti drivers are going to fresh Cooper tires. They're looking further down the line. I don't see a lot of guys going to new rubber, but Andretti seems like to feel that this is the time, Nick. They're going to go on new rubber and try to get another run at it.
20 and a half minutes, and we've got a nice the scoring pylon here at beautiful Barber Motorsports Park. Not only displays the top 10 on the time charts, but will also show that clock ticking down just how much time is left in this qualifying session. Here's how they run so far in qualifying. Most of the field able to get about 5 or 6 laps in. Colton Herta is the fastest so far at a minute 14.210. Nico Jamin, his teammate for Andretti Autosport, currently sits second, just 0.2 of a second behind. Santi Urruti is third. Kyle Kaiser is fourth. Dalton Kellett, another one of those Andretti Autosport drivers, sits in fifth. Rest of the top 10, he's Pato O'Ward, Juan Pedrohita, Aaron Telitz, Nico DePero, and Zachary Clayman DeMello. Ryan Norman is 11th fastest so far. Matthias Leist is 12th. Then you've got Garth Ricard, the reason for this most recent red flag. He's 13th fastest. Shelby Blackstock is 14th. Neil Alberico is 15th. Davey, some of the names we expected, guys like Herta, Urrutia, Kaiser, already showing out here early in qualifying.
Yeah, and how about Herta's time? 14.21, almost a full second faster than the fastest time yesterday. So, wow, between the rubber getting on the track, these guys getting more comfortable, the teams adjusting these cars to work just a little bit better for these drivers. Almost a second's almost unheard of, right, from practice to qualifying, but he's 114.21, where yesterday's fastest time was a 115.1. So very impressive times today.
And of course, this practice session that we saw yesterday was a little bit later in the afternoon. Really the hottest part of the day. Track was awful slick, and as you mentioned, these cooler temperatures, it is humid, but everything primed for speed.
Yeah, without doubt. And as a driver, you love it because you go, times drop and the car's a little bit easier to drive, and they just feel better when it has some heavy air, overcast, and a little bit cooler for sure.
Flagman Tom Hansing has displayed the green flag as we will go qualifying once again now with 18.5 minutes to go in this qualifying session for the Indy Light Series presented by Cooper Tires that will set the field for race number 1 later this afternoon. All these drivers on Cooper Tires, all the engines provided by Mazda. And so far, Dave, even what we saw at St. Petersburg, these race cars, as these teams now, really, get up to speed with working the setups of these race cars. They've been awful competitive, and we've seen these guys be able to mix it up. Got that new push-to-pass system, and ultimately it's made these races fairly entertaining.
It does, for sure. And you got to remember over half the cars in the race are rookies. So these are the guys that want to take it to the next level. And they were trying to prove to themselves and to the teams and to the IndyCar guys, because that's where they want to end up, how good they are, how good they can be, and really want to move up. And so far, man, these guys are really so competitive and so much talent in this series. Probably not throwing back on anybody in the past, but this is probably the most competitive group of guys I think we've seen.
Let's go to pit lane and check in with Ryan Marine.
Hey guys, Rob was talking earlier about on the in the pit lane closer to pit out. Teams, some of them at least, going towards sticker tires. I'm here towards pit in, and the Carlin teams, by and large, going to sticker tires. You heard Neil Alberico pulling out of the pit lane a few moments ago. That's exactly what his team has done, so they're going to go look for some good times here while the getting is good. But I did want to make a quick note on Santi Urrutia, who's currently third on the timesheets. Remember, this is a guy who went into the final race of the season last year with a really good shot at being the Indy Lights champion and came up 2 points shy. Ultimately, that was how close he was to being in IndyCar this season. He makes the switch over to Belardi this season. Got off to a bit of a rough start at St. Pete, did have the one DNF, but certainly trying to rebound. And if he can get a good qualifying effort in here, yes, push to pass does help with the overtaking, but I think starting up at the front of the grid is going to be very beneficial for Aldenfald, and we'll see. I'm sure Urrutia's got that in mind. We'll send it back up to Rob Howden with an update.
Yeah, Ryan, I'm standing here. Actually, just left was Santi Urrutia. He was right here with me here in the Belardi pit. As you said, he obviously had a great run last year, but buoyed, I think, by the support and confidence of Sam Schmidt as well. Of course, Belardi Auto Racing and Schmidt Peterson Motorsports announcing earlier this weekend that they have put together a driver development program. Santi Urrutia, of course, ran for Sam Schmidt last year, and really, Sam, I think, still very concerned that this young driver eventually does get to the Verizon IndyCar Series. They've got the Aero Electronics livery on that car now. It's painted and deckled up exactly the same as James Hinchcliffe's number 5 Verizon IndyCar. So a great program for Santi Urrutia. And to give you the update here, they just did leave the pit lane. As I said, they had the rear cowl off the car of Santi Urrutia. The Belardi guys have been working hard all weekend long trying to get that set up exactly the way they want it. They were not fully happy yesterday. Of course, we talked about the engine change already for Shelby Blackstock, but they were really working on the balance of the race cars, trying to get them the way they wanted them. They were battling a lot of understeer yesterday, and they made adjustments to both Aaron Tielitz and Santi Urrutia here before going back out after that red flag. A major adjustments to the rear of both cars. Let's see if they end up getting the results they wanted and find some more speed here.
15 minutes down, 15 to go here in qualifying session number 1 for the Indy Lights Series presented by Cooper Tires, and we're starting to see some speeds. Davey, first driver that has dipped under a minute 14. It is Kyle Kaiser at a minute 13.859. He puts that Juncos machine at the top of the charts.
How impressive is that? These times are really, really fast, and obviously the conditions are perfect for these kids, and they're laying it down right now. That Kyle Kaiser, who there's rumor of maybe having exciting month in May and trying to work his way into the 500.
Very well could be one of those guys doing, talk about the double, doing Indy and Charlotte. He may be awful busy, as you mentioned. We'll see if an announcement is going to come out from UCOS Racing very shortly. As, of course, they've got an Indy 500 program put together for the team. Haven't announced a driver. A lot of people speculating it might be that talented young Indy Lights driver Kyle Kaiser, who is at the top of the charts right now at a minute 13.859. Matthias Laced has moved to second quick as he is just above a minute 14.100. Colton Herta has been bumped down to third. Pato O'Ward has found some speed for Team Pelfrey. He's jumped up to fourth. And Nico Jamin rounds out the top five. Let's go back to pit lane with Rob Howden.
Yeah, Nick, one of the things we're watching down here is we've talked about the fact that a number of these teams have already put on 2 sets of new sticker Cooper tires. The guys from Velarde still have their second set of stickers ready to go for Santi Urrutia and Aaron Tielitz. But it's interesting to see that Andretti Autosport has a third set out here as well. I want to see if they decide to make that move. And Davey Hamilton, I'll tell you, it's this track. They talk about how much it rubbers up and how it changes depending on the temperature. So, Davey, when you get a chance, let's talk a little bit about this racetrack and to see whether or not they're going to need that rubber. They need to get themselves forward. I know it's going to be tough to pass this racetrack. Maybe track position is something they're going to worry about. Ryan, you're further down pit lane with another update.
Yeah, thank you, Rob. Matthias Lay sitting, he's dropped down the timesheets just a bit. He was up in second a moment ago. He's down to fourth. This might not be a name that folks around here are familiar with. He's not been a fixture on the Mazda Road to Indy to this point. He made his debut at St. Petersburg, but the Brazilian comes in with quite a good pedigree, was the champion of British Formula 3 back in 2016, so just a season ago, won 4 races in that championship, which is a pretty prestigious one on the European side of the open wheel ladder system. Interestingly enough, he actually raced against Colton Herta 6 times in that championship last year. Colton racing in a handful of events, so a little bit of familiarity there, but he's learning everything this season. Had a St. Petersburg weekend to forget, but showing a little bit of pace here for Carlin Racing on the first permanent road course of the season at Barber Motorsports Park.
David, that's one of the cool things about this series. We always see a lot of turnover. I mean, it's a developmental series. Guys want to reach the IndyCar series. You usually don't want to spend more than 3 or 4 years in Indy Lights. That's one of the cool things. We get to know and learn about these new drivers every year. There's always a talented crop of newcomers, and boy, it's awful fun to see the amount of talent all over the world that come to the United States to race in Indy Lights.
Well, that's part of our series, right? We want the best drivers in the world to compete in the Elite Series, which is the IndyCar Series. And they have to come through this system. Not always. We've seen some guys come straight over, go into IndyCar, but this, like Lotion, for example, he had some good experience, came IndyCar, looked good, but this is a great series to really learn these tracks, learn the teams, and kind of get your feet wet. And I think Carlin was a really good, coming from Formula One over, they didn't go right to IndyCar. They came here first, and now they're working their way up.
Let's go back to pit lane now with 11 and a half minutes. Everyone now chasing Nico Jamin. He's dipped under a minute 14 down to a minute 13.576. Rob Howden, those times continue to fall.
Yeah, and Nick, they're back into pit lane again for fresh rubber. I think the track position is going to be very important here, and these guys are obviously going at it. Fresh rubber again for Nico Jamin. He'll come into pit lane, as you said, from P1. I'm not seeing a lot of adjustments. They're just going to put new rubber on the car right now for Jamin. Same goes for the drivers up here in the Velarde Auto Racing crew. Aaron Tielitz putting his second set of tires on. Blackstock in as well to get his second set. We're expecting to see Santi Urrutia in here as well, though, but Nick being told that here they're having some radio trouble. Santi can't hear them calling him in, and they want to get him in here ASAP because he needs some new rubber as well.
That's tough. Davey, you can do without radio communication during the race for these lights races because there's not a lot of pit stops. It's just flat out and go. For qualifying, when you're trying to maximize track time and get that sweet spot on those Cooper tires, that's a big hit for Santi Urrutia.
Yeah, it sure is. And the way they qualify today over in the past is so much different. It gives these guys really kind of an opportunity to maybe not get that perfect lap and give them a chance to continue to go. Back in the day, we all had to you got one chance.
Yeah.
You went out one at a time. A lot of times, you had 2 laps to get it done, and that was it. So these guys having a chance to put new tires on and change the cars, pretty unique. And I think it gets the field a little bit tighter, but it's not as much pressure on these drivers to qualify like this over days have passed.
10 minutes to go, Rob Howden. It looks like, according to our timing and scoring, we only got 2 cars on the racetrack. Looks like Juan Pedro Hita and maybe Colton Herta, who Colton Herta now making his way back onto pit lane. This racetrack, for the most part, has gone silent.
No doubt about it, Nick. This pit lane is full of guys, and I talked about the fact that Santi was having radio trouble. Well, Davey and Nick, it was old school. Tim Neff jumping off the computer, diving into the cockpit as soon as Santi got here, because he obviously wasn't able to get any input on the race car, so he had to jump in, get his head and his ear into Santi's helmet, then get the feedback, then try to decide what they're doing. So a little bit of anxious action down here for Santi Urruti and Tim Neff as they're going old school. No radio. That's got to be mouth to ear to find out exactly what to do to the race car.
Tim Neff's a guy that's been around the Indy Lights Series for a long time, won some championships with Sam Schmidt's organization, so he knows what he wants to tell those drivers when they come down pit lane.
Yeah, Tim's one of the best. He was actually my engineer for a couple years in IndyCar, and actually when I was my accident in Texas in 2001, he was my engineer. So, as you say, Neff, been around a long, long time. He's won more Indy Lights championships as an engineer than any other person. So he was with Schmidt all those years. He's changed up to Bilardi now, but he still has the Schmidt colors. They went back to the gold with arrow inside that car. So great guy, and you always got to watch out. Whoever's driving for him is going to be in contention.
Yeah, that, of course, a part of that driver development program that was announced heading into this race weekend, that Sam Schmidt and Brian Bilardi's organizations kind of partnering up to provide some support for Santi Urrutia. Sam Schmidt really likes that driver, the driver from Uruguay that drove for him a year ago and very nearly won the championship. I think Sam really would like to get him to the Verizon IndyCar Series. 8 minutes to go here in qualifying. As we said, not a lot of takers out of the racetrack right now. Juan Pedro Hita is out there, as is Shelby Blackstock in the Bilardi Auto Racing number 51. Ryan Norman in the number 48 for Andretti Autosport is out there, but most of the field sits on pit lane. Here's how they sit as they race now in terms of the qualifying speeds. This certainly going to change, though, here in the last 8 minutes. Nico Jamin is the fastest so far. He'd be the provisional pole sitter as they sit with a quick lap at a minute 13.576. His teammate Colton Herta is currently second. Kyle Kaiser is third. Neil Albarico is fourth. Matthias Lace sits in fifth. Santi Urrutia, with those radio problems, is going back onto the racetrack. He is sixth fastest. Pato O'Ward is seventh. Zachary Claimademelo is eighth. Dalton Kellett ninth. Ryan Norman is 10th. Juan Pedro Hita 11th. Shelby Blackstock is 12th. 13th is Nico DePero. 14th is Aaron Telis. That's a bit of a surprise so far. One of our winners at St. Petersburg, struggling to find speed. And then Garth Ricard sits in the 15th position. Davey, of course, but the pole sitters won both races at St. Petersburg. That's not to say that if you're starting in the first couple rows, you can't still win. But, boy, qualifying here at Barber Motorsports Park, especially at the start of the race when you've got that elevation change, the hard left-hander into turn number one, I think if you're starting up front to avoid some of that carnage that we usually see, it's got to be super beneficial.
Yeah, one thing with the Mazda Indy Lights Series is track qualifying is so important, more important than probably any other series, because of you do not make pit stops. So anytime you don't make pit stops, it takes all the strategy out of it. You still have to take care of your tires because there are no pit stops. But man, track position is so important. As we talked earlier about these guys putting on fresh tires for qualifying, and what's the gamble going to be when it comes race time? Well, I'd rather go out in race time and have a set of tires that has 2 or 3, 4 laps on it that I qualified on to get a better starting position than worry about if they're going to be quite as fast towards the end of the race.
Pit lane clearing out, most of the field heading back onto the racetrack now with just 6 minutes to go. You factor in, one warm-up pit exit lap. Honestly, Davey, with lap times around a minute 13, you're maybe going to get 3 or 4 opportunities to turn quick laps here at Barber Motorsports Park. Again, as we have clicked under 6 minutes to go in qualifying round number 1 for the Indy Lights Series presented by Cooper Tires. Again, a doubleheader weekend for the Indy Lights Series. I really like, Davey, these doubleheader weekends. A lot of opportunity for these drivers to get out of the race and score a lot of points.
Well, I think that's key. I really like it as well. It gives them guys more track time. They're already here. The teams are already here. It's 2 races in 1 weekend, and it just really makes sense to make the championship a little bit closer and to give you guys a second try at these tracks. They need to really learn each and every track for when they do move out. They really have that comfort zone, and so getting twice the laps on these facilities I think is important.
Just saw the Carlin driver of Garth Ricard's move out of the way through turn 17 for Colton Herta, doing a respectful thing as Herta is on his first flyer now, as all these teams have They've opted to put on new sets of Cooper tires, maximize that track time, the rubber that's been laid down for the first 25 minutes of this qualifying session, and chase after a big lap. So far, we've got 4 drivers under a minute 14. Those are Nico Jamin, Colton Herta, Kyle Kaiser, and Neil Alberico. But certainly some very talented drivers throughout the field, like Matthias Lace, who sits in 5th. Santi Urrutia is in 6th. And again, Davey, these lap times just so much faster than what we saw yesterday. Nobody was able to get in under a minute 15 yesterday, and we've got 4 under a minute 14 today.
I mean, so much quicker. I mean, we could see 2 or 3, maybe 4 tenths faster from practice to qualifying. But wow, a second and a half is pretty impressive, and a lot of these cars are doing it. But as you said, 3 guys really impressive in that 1:13-second bracket. And I was expecting to see, with 4 minutes to go and new rubber on some of these cars, some guys to continue to drop that time. But right now they're just kind of holding their own.
And, of course, not only do you have that one lap exiting pit lane where you've got to get up to speed and get a little heat in those tires, but at the same time, Davey, how big is spacing on these road and street circuits? We got 15 cars now as this Indy Lights field continues to grow. The larger the field gets, the more crowded the racetrack gets, and, of course, that can slow down your lap times.
The key thing, that's so key, is to be able to have proper gap between you and the guy in front of you or behind you, just so that you're not feeling pressured by somebody behind you, or you're not getting dirty air or catching up and having to slow down for somebody in front of you. With 15 cars, they should be able to, and I really look at the track right now and the layout, they're pretty much spread out really good right now, and I think that has to do with, really kind of taking care of each other and making sure you're gapped out.
They have done a nice job so far. We've got a 5th driver that has now dipped under a minute 14. That is Dalton Kellett. So make it 3 Andretti Autosport drivers in the top 4 as of right now, with Jamin, the provisional pole sitter, Colton Herta sitting in 2nd, Dalton Kellett sitting in 3rd. So that's an impressive run for Dalton Kellett in his 2nd year for the Indy Lights Series. The other 2 drivers that are making up the top 5, it's Kyle Kaiser in 3rd, Neil Alberico, who has been bumped down to 5th. Davey, it was a disappointing weekend in Long Beach for Andretti Autosport's IndyCar program, but so far they're showing some speed as Jamin sets another fast lap.
How about Eureka?
Jamin goes faster to a minute 13.405, and just as you mentioned, Santi Urrutia jumps to 2nd quick at a minute 13.455.
Oh, Kaiser's at the top right now, so man, he's at 1:13.285. Wow, how impressive a time is that for Kyle Kaiser going P1 right now.
We're going to see anyone go sub-minute 13? I mean, we're knocking on the door.
I was surprised that they got this low in the almost 2 seconds faster now than yesterday's practice, so that's really unheard of. Going any faster, we'll soon find out.
So it's Kaiser, Jamin, Urrutia, Alberico, and Laced. How about our 2 winners, the top 2 in points? Colton Herta sits in 7th. Aaron Telitz sits in 13th. Herta just got bumped down to the 8th position as Pato O'Ward, the Spanish driver that has jumped up to the 5th position for Team Pelfrey. So it's Kaiser, Jamin, Urrutia, Alberico, and Pato O'Ward. And Davey, as I look on the racetrack, drivers have done a nice job spacing it out. We're also starting to see a lot of dust kicked up at the exits of corner and a lot of brake lock up. These drivers are pushing.
It's time to push, right? And Kaiser, that team has really put together a good program. And being a 2nd year for Kyle, he's really, I think, getting comfortable with these cars. And I didn't expect him to be P1, I'll be honest with you, but wow, what a job that he's doing right now.
We are under a minute and a half to go left in this qualifying session. A lot of these drivers are going to be seeing their final lap out on the racetrack. See somebody kick up some dust.
Turn 17. We got 1 off. He went completely off. He gathered it back up. Looks like it.
That's Zachary Clayman DeMello.
Clayman DeMello, yeah.
And he held up, it looks like, one of the Yukos drivers that is going to be a throwaway lap there. So both of those drivers going to catch a bad break. But it is Kyle Kaiser still at the top of the charts, under 60 seconds to go. Davey, this is really last opportunity, last-ditch effort for all these drivers.
Yeah, we'll see who. A lot of them, that it's 41 seconds. They still have anybody that goes by that timeline can still complete it because the timeline is over. I think I can turn 14 if I recall. I'm not sure exactly where they put it on this track, but they can complete another good lap right here.
Everybody filing out their final laps here at Barber Motorsports Park, this ultra-technical permanent road course here in Leeds, Alabama. It is just a picturesque gem of a racetrack down here in the Deep South, and so far it's put on some great racing over the years, not just in the Verizon IndyCar Series, but in the Indy Lights Series presented by Cooper Tires. Still waiting to see if anybody has anything for Kyle Kaiser. Nico Jamin has gone even faster, just turned his quickest lap at a minute 13.36, but that was not fast enough to knock Kaiser off of the pole. Neil Albarico has finished his qualifying run. He will do no better than fourth at a minute 13.55. Zachary Claman-DeMello, the driver that went off course, he has completed his qualifying run, as is Nico DePero, the driver that was held up. Aaron Telitz has crossed the start-finish line, the timing line. He'll do no better than 13th. That is a big surprise, but we're waiting to see if anybody has anything for Kyle Kaiser. Jamin will not be able to do it. He's already on pit lane. Albarico is already on pit lane. It might be Santi Urrutia, maybe Colton Herta. We're still seeing Herta buried all the way down there in the 8th position, but regardless, if anyone can knock off Kyle Kaiser, it's going to be a big effort.
Jumps to second, almost.
Herta goes all the way to second at a minute 13.315. That's not enough, though, to knock Kaiser off the pole. Most of these drivers coming across the start-finish line, we just saw one of the Carlin machines. That was the 11 of Garth Ricard's. He has completed his qualifying run. And Davey
the last one's Norman's going to cross.
Yeah, and Urrutia just came across the line for the final time as well. So it's going to be Kyle Kaiser, the driver for Juncos Racing, is going to grab the pole for race number 1 here at Barber Motorsports Park. Colton Herta jumps up to second on his final lap, cannot grab the pole, but is still going to have a great starting spot as he'll start second as our points leader. Nico Jamin, his Andretti Autosport teammate, looking for a bounce-back weekend after St. Pete. He's going to start third. Santi Urrutia, with the radio issues, still very fast. He's going to start fourth. Neil Albarico ends up fifth. Pato O'Ward will join him to his outside in row number 3 with the 6th qualifying position. Row 4 is going to see Matthias Lace and Dalton Kellett. Row 5 will see Zachary Claman-DeMello and Juan Pedrahita. Shelby Blackstock was 11th fastest in qualifying. Nico DePero was 12th. Aaron Telitz, the first winner of the season to kick off the year at St. Petersburg, his work is cut out for him. He enters this weekend second in points, just 10 markers behind Colton Herta. He's going to start 13th. Ryan Norman will start 14th. Garth Ricard's the last driver, 15th out of 15 drivers, as qualifying has come to an end here at Barber Motorsports Park. There is an incident being looked at by race control involving Santi Urrutia and Ryan Norman. We'll let you know if that affects the qualifying order at all. But, Davey, that's a big qualifying effort from Kyle Kaiser, a driver now in his 3rd year with the Indy Lights Series, expects to be a championship contender. Let's hear from him, our pole sitter, here at Barber Motorsports Park.
Kyle Kaiser, impressive run there in qualifying, and I think we all know how important track position is here. For you to get that done, give me your thoughts on getting the pole for race 1.
That was definitely our goal coming into this weekend. We pushed really hard. Ernie gave me a great car. I couldn't be more thankful for the team putting on all the effort. This is exactly what we were shooting for. It's super hard to pass here, so we're going to be focused on getting a good start and trying to lead the whole thing.
It really was a dynamic session. Everybody throwing tires on. I think most teams put on 3 sets of tires. What were your thoughts on that?
Yeah, we did too, and everybody knows how important track position is here. So I think everybody's doing whatever it took to get to the front. It was super tight, super competitive, and I'm just glad we're at the front.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Nick Yeoman, a great run there for Kyle Kaiser. You can hear it in his voice. He knows how important it is to be on pole position here at Barber Motorsports Park.
Kyle Kaiser, your pole sitter. Let's hear from the driver who will start to his outside when we drop the green flag. Ryan Marine is standing by with Colton Herta.
Colton put in a really impressive last lap to get out to the outside of the front row with that qualifying effort there. Where did that lap come from? What did you find?
It's just about consistency. We did about 4 or 5 laps, and I messed up. The tires kept getting better and better, so I cooled down, and then I had one more go at it, and it was good enough for P2.
Colton, you won from the pole in race number 2 at St. Pete. You got up to the podium from further back, though, in race 1. I know you could pass cars, but I'm sure you like this view a little bit better at the start, right?
Yeah, for sure. We can get a good jump on the start, maybe make some moves. And, you never know. It's a bit tough to pass here, but, with the push to pass and the Cooper tires, it should be a bit easier.
Great job. Back to you guys.
Great job by Ryan Marine and Rob Howden down on pit lane. They're going to be busy as well. Here's a look at the rest of the schedule here on the Advanced Auto Parts IndyCar Radio Network. We've got an MX5 race coming up here at 10 o'clock Central Time. Verizon IndyCar Series will be back on track at 11 o'clock, and then for the Indy Lights Series, that first race at 2 o'clock Central, 3 o'clock Eastern. Davey Hamilton will join me in the booth. We'll have Michael Young up on the roof. Jake Query will be out on the course. Ryan Marine and Rob Howden will be down on pit lane. That's going to do it. Again, just getting this day started here in Leeds, Alabama. Congratulations, Kyle Kaiser, the pole sitter for race number 1 from Barber Motorsports Park.
This is the Verizon IndyCar Series on the Advance Auto Parts IndyCar Radio Network.
A.J. Foyt down the main straightaway. The checkered flag is out. A.J.'s hand in the air. He is the winner. A.J. Foyt at Indianapolis has won his 4th 500-mile race. A.J. Foyt, our winner. The flag will fly now for
America's First now offers business services. If you need a loan, line of credit, checking account, or credit cards for your business, America's First has a solution for you. America's First is here to help your business grow and prosper. Speak to our friendly staff in your local branch or visit amerifirst.org for more information. America's First Business Services, small business, big solutions, available to qualifying businesses only. Some restrictions apply. America's First Federal Credit Union is federally insured by NCUA. Alabama is known for delicious food, from finger-licking barbecue to James Beard award-winning fine dining. The choices are infinite. What will you eat next? Maybe the decision's easier with 100 dishes to eat in Alabama before you die. With this mobile app at your fingertips, your next memorable meal is within easy reach. Download the 100 Dishes app or visit ilovealabamafood.com to learn more. Then pack your appetite and hit the road. Well, while we're getting ready, up next, we're going to be getting our first look at the USF2000 Qualifying coming up in just about 10 minutes. But while we're getting ready, if you'd focus your attention on the big screen TVs around the track, we got to take care of some of our sponsors. Well, as you can hear, we're getting ready for our first look at the USF2000, and momentarily we're going to be joined by Rob Houghton and Michael Young, who are going to take us through the qualifying session. These guys know the sport inside and out, and if you're around the track, be sure to tune in to the radio station, the official station here at Barber Motorsports Park of 93.1 FM. Don't forget, folks, to visit all of Barber Motorsports Park attractions by using the complimentary tram service. Trams may be accessed at the following areas: Barber Vintage Motorsports Museum, TNT Fireworks Fan Zone, parking lots A and D, paddock entrance gate 7, and turns 2, 3, 15, and 16. And it's no charge at any time for use of the tram system, so you want to make sure you take advantage of that. And we mentioned in there a lot that the fan zone, TNT fan zone, we've talked about. You want to make sure you head over there and check out everything. But be sure to check out the Barber Vintage Motorsports Museum. They have extended race hours this weekend, today and tomorrow, 8 to 6. Their new expansion is now open to the public, and you have to see it. Plus, this weekend is only one of 4 times a year they open the restoration level to the public. Also, while you're there, be sure to check out all the awesome new merchandise in the Barber Museum store located in the museum. They can fill all your track and museum sportswear needs. You know, the Barber Vintage Motorsports Museum has the world's largest motorcycle collection, and the museum also has the world's greatest Lotus collection, and it's all right here in Birmingham. If you can't make it to the museum, we'll stop by the museum merchandise trailer in the fan zone for all your track and museum t-shirt and souvenir needs. By the way, buy your tickets for next month's historic car event, the 3rd annual Barber Historics. Barber Historics is May 19th, 20th, and 21st. Enjoy museum-quality race cars from the early days of the sport through the 1980s. There will be on-track racing, a swap meet for collectors, car parts and memorabilia, an art event, car shows, car corrals, a barbecue, and much more. And tickets start at only $10. Now, if you can't make that event and the historics, well, the 13th annual Barber Vintage Festival is October 6th, 7th, and 8th, and it's one of the most amazing weekends, filled with vintage motorcycle racing and other motorcycle events like the Wall of Death, stunt shows, and more. Tickets go on sale in June. Well, the caution flag's up, and we're going to be getting ready to go to Rob and Michael in just a moment. Are you a Barber Museum member? If not, you should be. There's lots of great perks that include special members-only events and even an opportunity to ride in a Porsche around the track. Don't forget, museum members have access to pedestrian bridges this weekend, too. What a view. And if you haven't been over to those bridges, and I haven't told you, those bridges have glass sections in them, so you walk and look through the bridge and look down at the cars going below you. I will tell you, you have to be, they're very fast, and it's hard to see them, but it's still cool. For more information, it's all available at the museum and in the fan zone at the Barber Merchandise Trailer. So head over to the Barber Museum. Again, special hours this weekend. So as the green flag goes up, let's throw it over to Rob Houghton and Michael Young for qualifying for the USF2000.
We'll give a big welcome out to everyone watching live on the Road to Indy app or the roadindy.tv website. Now, those of you may be listening in and watching on IndyCar.com as well. Thrilled to have you all with us. Maybe you're even tuning in on your Xbox. That's a new program that the Mazda Road to Indy crew has put together. You can actually access a special app for the Road to Indy on your Xbox gaming console. We are set to go here. This is qualifying for race number 2. And we have a fantastic group of drivers here this weekend. 24 strong, getting ready to go here in qualifying. And we'll see which drivers take their time heading out into the track to try to make sure they get that open racetrack to play on. It's one of the things you hear about all these young drivers when they complain about traffic. Oh, I was on a flyer. I got my best lap, my fast lap, I got held up. And you always just look at the guy and say, that's your fault. Nobody else's fault, Michael Young. If you're getting held up on your flyer, You need to find the gap on the racetrack. That's a key component. It's one of the things these young kids learn on the first rung of the Mazda Road to Indy, how to handle qualifying, how to make sure you don't get caught in that group where that fast lap flyer may get held up.
And it's always one of those situations, right? It doesn't matter what series you're watching. They all go out at the same time. They all come out in this big pack, and then it takes about 5 minutes of qualifying for everybody to get themselves sorted out. And that's the most frustrating thing as well. If you do have a flyer going and you've got somebody that's ahead of you trying to gap himself, you could come up on another car. It's one of those things that you have to learn, and a great aspect of this qualifying for 2017 for the USF2000 series, 2 qualification sessions instead of the one that we did in years past. It really gives these drivers an opportunity to hone their skills even more.
One of the things I will expect to see here, just to tune everyone in here who's at the racetrack, we're probably going to see pit stops somewhere in the middle of this session. The guys will go out on one set of tires. They'll come in. The mechanics will make a bit of an adjustment to the car, and then they'll try to go back out for that second run. Now, interesting, looking here down on pit lane, we talked about the mad rush onto the track. Well, there's 2 cars still sitting down here on the track right now, and it's 2 of the drivers for Newman Walks Racing. Dakota Dickerson, second-year driver, had some great finishes near the end of 2016. He stays on pit lane, as does his teammate, Andre Castro, as well. So, Michael, a couple guys kind of hanging out, just chilling out a little bit here. Potentially a thought of maybe saving tires. I wonder if they decide maybe to just go with one set and try to save the other sets for the races, the 2 races that we'll still have here this week, or rather one. Oh, actually, no, one more race. That's right. Let me correct myself. We already had one race yesterday. We'll discuss that. So, yeah, Michael, maybe someone wanted to save fresh tires for race number 2.
They have sticker Coopers on, so they're ready to go once the team sends them out. Interesting, and I don't know how big of a factor this will be in this qualification session, but this is the first time this race weekend that I remember a cloud blocking the sun from the sky. So conditions, not drastically different. It is warm, but it's a lot cooler here today than it was yesterday for not only qualifications, but for race number 1.
Yeah, I was down on pit lane for the Indy Lights race. Temperatures right now about 75 degrees ambient, but still very humid. Not surprisingly for Alabama, but that humidity is still there. The air is quite heavy, but it is a lot cooler than it was yesterday. And what we normally see, this is what's surprising about the Newman Walks guys sitting down on pit lane, is guys will go out on the tires that maybe they raced with yesterday, or a set they might have practiced on or qualified on, to try to get a feel for the changes they may have made to the race car after the event. With these guys planning to go out here on the sticker tires, maybe it's just that one change. Maybe they believe that they want to have a fresh set of Coopers for that race. So again, Dickerson and Costa still sitting on pit lane. Let's have a look at the lap times, Michael, as they start rolling through here. Kalen Frederick, the young 14-year-old driver who was P2 yesterday behind Oliver Askew, now currently running P1, a 125.582. Let's not jump the gun. Long way to go in this session. It is a 20-minute session, a shorter session. Frederick goes P1 again. Another quick lap, 24.9 rather. 24.5 is Oliver Askew. So the driver who won yesterday and was on pole goes to P1. Let's give you a quick fast 5. Askew P1, Frederick second, McGinnis now third, Isla Agron in fourth, and Parker Thompson fifth. Continuing to the top 10, it's Luke Gavin, Calvin Ming, Renus VK, a podium finisher yesterday, now eighth. It is Sowry in ninth and De La Vera in 10th. So just the early going here, Michael, everybody kind of settling in.
123.57.15 was the pole lap yesterday. Oliver Askew about a second off that right now, 24.56.66. And again, 15 minutes remaining in this qualification session. Newman Walks cars making their way out on the circuit now. Brand new sticker Coopers on those machines as they set to make their first marks on this beautiful facility, the Barber Motorsports Park. 17 turns, so many great vantage points, and we comment about it each and every time we come here, Rob. It's such a wonderful facility, and you know, we see so many different road courses throughout the series, not only the street courses, but the traditional, the road course, whether it be Road America or Watkins Glen or out in Sonoma. This truly one of those special places when you come to, not only for the racers, and I know it's such meticulously kept, but just a beautiful racing surface, a beautiful race course for the fans to watch, and I know for the drivers as well to compete on.
And we said as well for the young rookie drivers, it offers them a little more forgiveness, let's put it that way. We started the season off at the Grand Prix of St. Petersburg. Of course, that track lined with concrete walls. It is a temporary circuit. really tough on the young rookies in the series because you expect them to make mistakes. Anybody trying to learn, pushing the envelope, you're going to make mistakes. But then again, when you make a mistake at St. Petersburg, it hurts. It costs money. And when you get to a track like this, I think everybody has a collective sigh of relief that there's a little more room. The drivers are able to maybe run off here and there. And we saw that yesterday. We had very little action in terms of drivers getting damaged, cars damaged. So exactly what we wanted to see here at Barber Motorsports Park. It's a beautiful facility, but also a little more cushion for the young drivers.
I was wondering if we could maybe get to that lap time yesterday, that pole-winning lap time of Oliver Askew. He was at a 1:23. What did I say? 1:23.57.
That was actually his fast lap in race number 1. Still a great run. A great.
Oh yeah,
run
I'm
for
sorry.
him.
That was actually the finishing run.
Qualifying lap very similar to 1:23.
The 57. Yep. So I was looking at the starting lineup from yesterday, and that's where he was, 1:23, 57.15. So about a half a second off of that right now. And as we said, it has just cooled down a little bit. I thought the sun was going to peek back out, but as we look up into these Alabama skies, the clouds are going to be here for quite some time.
They have definitely rolled in, Michael, you're right. And we had the beautiful blue sky out there during the Indy Lights session, but these clouds have come in very quickly. You can see it if you're watching live on roadtoindy.tv or on the Road to Indy app. You can see the clouds there. It's really starting to cover over. And that's definitely going to affect the way this racetrack handles it. The grip levels are going to be different. We do have a pretty significant wind as well. We didn't have that yesterday. It was pretty stale yesterday in terms of the wind rolling through the facility. Askew still up top, 1:23.9, so 0.4 of a second off, as you said, Michael, his qualifying lap from yesterday. In the race, Askew was very quick as well, got down to about a 24.9, but not surprising as the tires started to work their way down here on this track. And I talked to a couple of engineers. This track is a lot different when it's green. If you come and test here on an off weekend or in the middle of the week, it's going to be drastically different when you get here because this track takes a lot of rubber. And it's, again, you and I talk about this a lot. It's the differing rubbers as well. You've got the Continental, you've got Firestone, you've got Cooper Tire. It's the way these cars are able to manage all the different compounds and different rubber manufacturers that really make it a challenge for the mechanics and the engineers to find that good balance.
Yeah, there really is a lot of different types of series running here this race weekend, and you get all those various compounds down. But being on day 2, or actually 3 now, some of the machines running on Thursday. So the third day in, it is rubbered in nicely, but talk of rain overnight tonight. So that will certainly throw a curveball for the competitors tomorrow. Nonetheless, doesn't matter for the USF2000s today, as they will get things underway this qualification session, and they will race just a little bit later on this afternoon. They'll be back at 4:45 for their second and final race of the weekend, round number 4 of this USF2000 campaign, the Mazda Road to Indy.
A couple drivers have worked their way in. In fact, Kalen Frederick from P1, Michael, coming into pit lane where he will meet up with his Team Pelfrey crew. So Frederick, impressive young driver. He actually slapped the wall pretty aggressively at St. Petersburg, hit the wall hard during practice, but came right back. Even as a 14-year-old, came right back, was able to drop the hammer and get right back at it in both races. I was impressed with his ability to refocus and get back at it. And here he is now, second yesterday, and now trying to push to see if he can't put that car on the pole. A 1:23.927 fast lap for Kalen Frederick. Oliver Askew, P2, the driver to Jupiter, Florida, who won the Mazda $200,000 scholarship shootout at Mazda Raceway Laguna Seca last year. Askew P2, the gap just 0.04 of a second. Robert McGinnis, last year's Rookie of the Year. He and the Rookie of the Year challenger Dakota Dickerson, now 3rd and 4th. Corey Enders, he has impressed me to start the year. That's a brand new team, DE Force. And Corey was really strong as well at the Grand Prix of St. Petersburg. And look at him here running P5. Excellent run thus far for Corey Enders. I think that we just saw Parker Thompson come in for Exclusive Autosport, put on sticker tires. They got caught out a little bit yesterday trying to do a sticker tire run near the end of the session and weren't able to get their guys back out in time to really get into a rhythm and lay some laps down. So Thompson currently 11th, but he'll roll out with those stickers circulating around those tires as he heads to pit out. Frederick, Askew, McGinnis, Dickerson, and Enders, your fast 5. Agron, Tomaselli. So the 2 young ladies in the field, Isla Agron and Bruno Tomaselli, run 7th and 8th. I think I said yesterday that Isla was the only lady in the field. I forgot about Bruna, as she's now stepped up into the new car, the championship car, the USF2000.
She had a nice battle with De La Vera yesterday. They were really going at it. That was an interesting watch, albeit back in the field. There was some great competition in the back. Exactly.
16th to 22nd, and you and I called it for probably 5 or 10 minutes.
It was a lot of fun to watch. Let's talk about Oliver Askew for a moment, the scholarship winner, and his third race, now fourth races are qualifying for this USF2000 campaign. Rarely do you see a talent come in and shake things up like he has. Now, not to jump the gun and to say this kid's going to be something special, but just watching what he has done in those first 3 races, winning 2 of the races, finishing on the podium for the very first race that he has run in this USF2000 series. Would it be too far-fetched to say we're watching a very special and talented young man starting to make his break in open-wheel racing?
You know, I think when you look back at some of the guys that maybe came in the very first year of the USF2000 program, a lot of them, of course, with Cape Motorsports, a guy like Matthew Bradman who came in and was able to win a championship at USF2000, then moved on and dominated Pro Mazda the next year, and then, of course, moved on to the Indy Lights program and did well at Indy Lights as well. I think you have to look at Oliver and realize that he's used to winning. It's a mindset of success because in all the karting he's done, he's won races, championships. He was the number 1 ranked tag driver on my website, ekartingnews.com. Here's a guy that's number 1 over a bunch of guys. He knows how to win. He has the racecraft. But I like the fact that he came in he was humble. He did not come in here saying, you know what, I'm the next coming. Look I'm going to win some races. And I think that happens a little bit when you're working with Cape Motorsports. They keep their drivers very humble, focused on what they're doing, get the job done. And I think, I think you've seen it before. He's really embraced where he is right now. He came in, I'm humble. I want top 5s. I want podiums. If I win races, great. Well, all of a sudden, wins breed wins, and the momentum and the confidence happens, and now he's blending with the team. And he's going to be a tough guy to beat throughout this year in terms of winning the championship. There are so many good drivers in this field, but Oliver's definitely one that I think that, let's put it this way, next time there's an autograph session, get a hero card.
Exactly.
Because you're going to want that rookie card down the line.
Great point. Newman walks. We talked about Dakota Dickerson sitting here on pit lane the first 5 minutes of this qualification session. Dakota now goes to the provisional pole.
Nice.
Minute 23:88.9. Nice lap for him.
And Dakota's a great young kid. He ran for Afterburner Autosports last year. He was the scholarship winner the year before and ran that Soul Red car for Afterburner last year. Afterburner not with the program here this year. But we watched Dakota develop throughout the year, and he just got better and better and more confident. All of a sudden, he was qualifying in the top 5. And the difference between last year and this year, and I think that's what makes 2017 so exciting, is last year we had that older Van Diemen race car, and it was totally set up, and everybody was, they knew what was going on. Cape had a great race car, but it was 3 guys up front, really. We were battling, and it essentially was the battle between Anthony Martin and Parker Thompson. We didn't see a lot of other guys up front. Well, this year, throw everything out the window with the new race car, and we're seeing Parker. Now, there goes Parker Thompson to P1. So Parker's with Exclusive Autosport. Dickerson is with Newman Walks Racing. McGinnis now goes P1 as we're starting the new tires are starting to get rolling. He's with Team Pelfrey. Askew is with Cape Motorsports. And you've got Renus VK, Calvin Ming, and Lucas Cole all with Pabst Racing. This new car has leveled the playing field because it just said, everybody, here's a clean sheet of paper. Go figure it out.
What do you think we'll see teams beginning to dominate? How many races into this season? Halfway through? When do the teams really start figuring this new car out?
I think they already have, to be honest with you, and I don't think we're going to see a team dominate at all. I think it's the simple fact that we gave them that clean sheet of the paper. Everybody's building up. It's not, and I'm not going to throw on Cape because Cape's already won races, so they obviously know how to engineer a car. But they had that set-up notebook for their race cars that Van Diemen built over 20 years. They had to adjust it when we went to the Cooper tires, but that was about it. And now everybody's on that plate. I don't think we're going to see anybody dominate because every time we have one of these events, there's 5 of the teams in the top 10, 5 or 6 teams in the top 10. There's just too many good teams out here right now.
Pabst Racing driver Calvin Ming moves up to P3 as we have a big shakeup in our top 3. We have Frederick now provisional pole, 123.73. McGinnis, Dickerson, Ming, and Parker Thompson. We saw Oliver Askew really locking him up at the entrance of turn number 5. I was mid-thought. I just looked out the window and saw Oliver locking him up, so really on it, trying to get a good lap. Askew currently sits P6. We have 4 minutes remaining in this qualification session as we get set for race number 2 of the weekend, round number 4 of this USF2000 2017 campaign.
Yeah, pit lane looks like it's clear. I think most guys have figured out this is the tires we have. We're not going to bring you back in. Get out there and get the job done. It's not like IndyCar where you can come in and make an 8.5-second pit stop. It takes a little more time for the drivers to get those tires changed. Kalen Frederick up top, 123.735, and as Michael mentioned off the top of the broadcast here, 123.5 fast lap for Oliver Askew. The weather obviously significantly different, a little cooler. We have cloud cover. It's just not quite as conducive to fast laps as it was yesterday morning. So Frederick P1 by 8 thousandths of a second over his teammate Robert McGinnis. So Team Pelfrey, those vibrant yellow cars, P1, P2. Dickerson for Newman Walks Racing up to third. Dakota's getting more comfortable with this race car. This is going to be exciting to see what he's able to do. Calvin Ming's been one of the great stories this year as well, the number 22. Parker Thompson now fifth. Renus VK sixth. Oliver Askew down in the 7th position. Does he have anything else to come to the top? Here goes Parker Thompson to P1. The Canadian to P1 in the exclusive Autosport number 90 machine. Thompson, 123.653. Michael, I think we need to stop talking about the fact that the weather may not be conducive to fast laps because we're a tenth away from where we were yesterday. They've made some changes, and they're figuring out this racetrack and this car for sure here on this facility. It's been an interesting qualification session, and I had thought Oliver Askew would be right at the top of this, but struggling now. And as we said, sitting P7, had a good or had a brief moment, I should say, a lap ago where he locked him up down into turn number 5, was clean through it last time by. He should be finishing his lap any moment now. Did he flat spot potentially? Yeah, he locked it up pretty good into 5. He did. And we've talked about that turn 5, that it's that downhill run where the braking zone's a lot longer because you got that forward momentum, gravity pulling the car down the hill. Drivers often have trouble coming in there. We'll lock it up. 2.5 minutes remaining. Parker Thompson, P1. Calvin Ming to second. I just mentioned Calvin. He goes to P2. Frederick, third. McGinnis, fourth. Dickerson back to fifth. This is going to be one of those timing runs where you've got a car coming in right at the very end. Parker Thompson, the young Canadian, qualified on pole in race number 2 at the Grand Prix of St. Petersburg. He holds that spot again. We almost didn't see Parker Thompson this year. He just couldn't get the funding together to come racing, able to connect with the team that gave him his first race car start in an F1600 exclusive Autosport, Michael and Kimberly Duncalf. And he runs now P2 as Kalen Frederick's gone back to the top of the charts, 123.559. Quickest lap of the weekend. I thought we might see it. I didn't think it'd take this long. But what I think is interesting in this qualification session, yesterday, qualifying for race number 1 of the weekend, round number 3, we had 3 cars in the 23s. In this qualification session, we now have 8 cars in the 23s. Well, again, you talk about how the weather's going to change. Sometimes that beautiful sun and decently cool temperatures is going to be good. Cooler temperatures, heavier air means the engine likes it more and you get more aerodynamic efficiency. So obviously playing in the right direction right now. Askew to P1. He just went down into turn number 1. 23.296. He just went 7/10 quicker than the last lap. Askew back to P1. 56 seconds remaining. This USF2000 series, folks, probably the most exciting I've seen, I think, in the entire history of this Mazda Road to Indy. There's so many great drivers, so many great teams. We're, of course, thrilled to welcome the new Tatis USF17 race car. If you're tuning into the Road to Indy app or on roadtoindy.tv, where we know you're enjoying this session. It's been interesting watching Oliver Askew. I've watched him the last couple of times around. You can visibly see him closing in on Luke Gavin. Luke and he have been running the same distance most of this qualification session. The last 3 times around, Oliver has really closed in on Luke. Gavin currently running 12th, qualifying provisionally in that 12th position, minute 24:29.76. But Oliver Askew, what a monster lap. 3/10 quicker than he was yesterday. There he sits down in P8. You start wondering, well, is he going to be able to do it? And then he clicks off at beauty. I'm wondering if he won't be able to even top what he did last time. As we have the checkered flag out for this qualification session, we'll see how he fares. Checkered flag just getting picked up by the starter here at the start-finish line. And, Michael, that lap time, 123.2, you go, maybe it's not real. Then you realize he does a 123.160. You have to get a second look at it. Like, you got to be kidding me. 0.4 of a second quicker. Oliver Askew, just like he was yesterday. He was 0.3 quicker yesterday, just almost 0.4 quicker right now. Now, granted, remember, everybody's got to come by the timing stripe in the back part of the racetrack. So right now it's Askew, Frederick, Thompson, Ming, and McGinnis. Dickerson in the 6th spot, VK 7th, Enders 8th, Agra 9th, and a good run for Toby Sowery in the Bennett team. Sowery was third overall last year in the British F3 program. It's exciting to have him come over and do a little racing with us here this year. So right now, just look at the final drivers working their way down the back straightaway. Do we have any movement here at the top of the charts or anywhere in the top 10? 123.160 for Askew, 123.507 for Kalen Frederick. They were first and second yesterday, and they're first and second on the charts here right now. 34 hundredths of a second separating those two drivers, 3/10. Just waiting for the final drivers to come through. They'll get the checkered flag over in turn number 14 and 15, and they'll head straight to pit lane. Well, you know what? We were wondering, looking back, Oliver Askew, as Michael said, was kind of mired there in 7th position with about 2.5 minutes remaining. Kalen Frederick was on top. Then it was Parker Thompson. Then Dakota Dickerson had some time at the top of the charts. Just a one quick look back up. I had to give myself a second look. 123.2, then a 123.1.
He didn't even get out of the car. Yesterday, he got out of the car, took the helmet off, celebrated with the team. Today, he just pulled her in, is going to celebrate, drive back to the paddock area. I think it's going to be interesting. Rinus VK, who did a great job, qualified on the inside of row number 2 yesterday. He's back on the inside of row number 4. Not that that's dramatic, but 2-row difference in the starting could affect his race, and I look for him to be very quick, charging to the front.
And we saw him do that at St. Petersburg
exactly.
when he fell back and then was able to work his way back to the field. And you're right. If you look at some of the different where guys were, McGinnis pretty much the same place. He qualified 4th, this time 5th. Dickerson was 5th, this time 6th position. Parker Thompson, a good jump up to 3rd. He had qualified 6th yesterday. Isla Agron was 7th for yesterday's race. He drops down a bit to the 9th position. Toby Sowery, impressive. He was 12th. He jumps up into 10th. So a couple spots there for the Bennett crew. And they're a brand new operation as well. They weren't at St. Petersburg. They were at the test, but had a couple different drivers in the cars. So I think it's exciting to see them starting to kind of dial themselves in as well. So here's your top 10. Oliver Askew up front. Great run. 0.3 of a second quicker than Kalen Frederick. Parker Thompson in the 3rd spot. Calvin Ming in 4th. Robert McGinnis 5th. Dakota Dickerson in the 6th spot. Rinus VK in 7th. Corey Enders in 8th. 9th was Isla Agron, and 10th was Toby Sowery. One more time, we're going to give a big shout out to everyone listening online, watching the video feed through the Mazda Road to Indy app. We'll say a big hello to Chris Pantani from Cooper Tires. He's not able to be with us here this weekend, but able to tune in with the Mazda Road to Indy app. If you like what you see, you want to follow the great young drivers who are working their way up through the Mazda Road to Indy, presented by Cooper Tires. Download the Mazda Road to Indy app. You can get it in iTunes. You can get it for your Android player as well. Great way to follow this program wherever you are. Michael, thank you so much again.
Well, it's a pleasure, Rob. Looking forward to the race number 4 of the season, round number 2, I should say, or race number 2 of the weekend for this USF2000 series later on this afternoon. If it's any indicator of how the rest of the afternoon is going to be, we might see a cloud cover for race number 2.
We may even see a little precipitation. We'll see, but I don't care what happens. Not sure if I put my money against Oliver Askew today.
Kid's good, isn't he?
He is good. All right, folks, that's it for USF 2000. This day just getting underway.
Well, thank you, Rob and Michael. Sure was an exciting qualifying. Look forward to the race this afternoon, and they'll be back with us for that race at 4:45. Well, we're getting ready now for our first race of the day, the MX5 race, and Tony's going to be joining us in just a moment. But I'd like to tell you some things that are up and coming right now. Asimo is going to be giving a demonstration over in the TNT fan zone in about 10 minutes. We have the Monster Energy KSF MX Freestyle Motocross Show starting in about 10 minutes at Lot E next to the Car Corral. Wine Down at Indy. Wine being W-I-N-E is going on starts in the TNT fan zone in 10 minutes as well. And then at 11, we're going to get our first look at the Stars of the Weekend, the Verizon IndyCar Series Practice, a 45-minute session starting at 11 a.m. We also are going to have Asimo over there doing another show at 11. If you don't catch him at 10 a.m. But the TNT fan zone, certainly a place to go and check out. Lots of great things going on. And remember, There are many, many fine automobiles in the Barber Vintage Motorsports Museum, as well as motorcycles. In fact, the world's largest collection of Lotus race cars, plus other important cars, are on display there. Be sure to check them out. That's the Barber Vintage Motorsports Museum. Special hours this weekend, today and tomorrow, 8 to 6. Do you know that the Barber Museum has the first Lotus that was raced in IndyCar, the Lotus 29, and also the last Lotus built for IndyCar competition, the Lotus 64. Come learn more about these Indy cars in the museum. Do you have a Barber Museum tag on your motorcycle or car? It's a great way to support the museum and get some fun perks too, like driving your own personal Barber tagged vehicle on the track. The next motorcycle tag day is June 3rd, and the next car tag day is June 17th. Stop by the museum for more information and get yourself back on track with a Barber tag. You know, Birmingham's nickname is the Magic City. And that name came about in the late 1800s when this new southern city emerged and sprang up just like magic. And while you're here, haul out your extra spending money. While you're visiting Birmingham, this is the retail giant of Alabama with dozens of shopping malls, boutiques, and outlet stores. And it's also a hotspot for craft beers. The city's breweries have inviting tap rooms and serve up some memorable brews. When you're here, drink local beer. Birmingham's historical civil rights district was just named a national monument. Visit the places where history happened. Indy fans, we hope you're enjoying Alabama. Did you know that millions of Hondas have been built right here in Alabama, creating over 4,300 jobs in our community? Honda, made in Alabama, Alabama proud. And you can check out the Honda booth in the fan zone, and after the race, mention the Alabama Indy Grand Prix for special offers from your Central Alabama Honda dealers. Well, getting ready for that, and you heard Rob and Michael talking about it being overcast. The cloud cover certainly has cooled things and will continue to do so. And as you may be aware, we are expecting a cooler day tomorrow. So if you're with us, you may want to prepare for that. But let me introduce you to some of the sponsors. The official IndyCar would like to thank the following sponsors for their continued support. Autodesk, official technology partner. Dallara, official technical partner. Featherlight, official trailer. Firestone, the official tire. Amaltro, official rescue tool supplier. Honda, an official passenger vehicle and an official pace car. IndyCar Ministry, official pastoral services. Justin's, official championship ring and trophy supplier. Lincoln Welders, official welder. Coors Light, official beer. New Era, official on-track headwear. Panasonic, official partner. Just to name a few. All right. So as you can see, the cars for the MX5 race, that's the #1 race today. Our first real competition, door-to-door racing that you're going to see, because if you haven't watched an MX5 race, you're in for quite a show. Joining me is Tony. He's going to introduce you to the first few rows here so that we can get to know who's up front, and we'll bring you that race.
Yes, sir, Rick. Happy to be with everybody here today. It's another beautiful day at Barber Motors Sports Park, and I'm so excited because we are getting ready to kick off the 2017 Battery Tender Global MX5 Cup presented by BF Goodrich. Let's look at how they will line up. Sparky, last year's champion in 2016, Nathaniel Sparks, grabbed the pole position for race 1, as well as race 2 later today. He will lead them to the green flag alongside last year's round 1 winner, Patrick Gallagher, in the number 29. Robbie Foley and Mark Drennan make up row number 2, starting 3rd and 4th. And then we have Brian Ortiz rounding out your top 5. Alongside him, starting 6th, will be a fellow Rookie of the Year contender, Matt Cresci. And it looks like Dean Copeland, Todd Lamb, Robert
It's been a while since we here at IndyCar Radio have been involved in covering a new venture. We're thrilled to be doing just that today, as we are proud to bring you the MX5 here at Barber Motorsports Park. I'm Mark James, had to be joined in the booth by Nick Yeoman, and Mo Murray from Mazda Motorsports joins us. He'll be with us all throughout the course of the season, and Mo, we're thrilled to be a part of this fabulous racing series.
And it is just that, Mark, and it's great for me to be here with yourself and Nick. This is a fabulous racing series with a great history, and we can talk about that as the race progresses here. 31 cars on track for us, all Generation 4 Mazda MX-5s, and developed for the racetrack by one of our partners. And we're looking for a very exciting race here.
Qualifying yesterday, Nathaniel Sparks the story, securing pole for both races. Explain the qualifying format and how that talented young man was able to do that.
So the way qualifying works for the Battery Tender MX5 Cup Series is there's one qualifying session. Your fastest lap counts. The driver's fastest lap counts for the race 1 grid, and their second fastest lap counts for race 2 grid. And Nathaniel Sparks, or Sparky as we call him, was very lucky in that he had established his fastest lap, which put him on the race 1 pole position. And at the end of the session, they had a yellow, and he rolled through the pit road for the yellow. And right as he was rolling through, they went green again. And he rolled straight back out and was right at the end of the session managed to get in a second fastest time, which put him at the front of the grid for race 2, which we'll see later this afternoon.
Nick Yeoman, we were hoping to get the green flag right when we came on, but we had to go caution. That race control having a conversation with a pace car.
Yeah, the 40-minute clock has started for this first race here at Barber Motorsports Park. But, yeah, the start was waved off. They want that pace car to slow down a little bit, get these cars bunched up. Formation looks pretty good now, Mark, as 2x2 throughout the field, this 31-car field.
It's important, Mo, for them to take care of one another on the start into turn number 1. But as in all forms of motorsport, sometimes that helmet goes on and there's a disconnect.
Well, and particularly in a series like this where all the cars are absolutely identical. There's incredible parity in this series, and so every little advantage a driver can take from his competitors pays off huge dividends. So we'll see as the race progresses how well they behave.
Boy, these are cool-looking race cars, aren't they, Nick Yeoman? I mean, my goodness, the way they're stickered up and colored. We're waiting for the green flag. Pace car off the track. We don't often see that, and Sparks is going to try to get to turn 1 first. He'll grab the bottom line and tuck and ride it behind him. is Rieger, and we're already into turn number 1. Nick, look at that dust kicking up.
Yeah, a lot of cars going 2, 3, maybe even 4 wide through turn number 2 as they race out of turn number 4 back up the hill. Very interesting. Sparks in one heck of a battle. It looks like that is with Patrick Gallagher as they will race down towards the Charlotte's Web portion of the racetrack. Sparks has the advantage on the inside, Mark, but he's getting a lot of challengers throughout second through about fourth.
Yep, 3 wide behind the leader. We expect things to be tight because the field 1 through 16 separated by just a second after qualifying yesterday. Let's welcome in the third member of our broadcast crew. Let's go down to pit road, say hello to Jake Query.
Good morning to you, Mark. Good morning, Nick. It's interesting when you watch that fourth car back. That's the blue machine of Luke Oxner. Now, he, of course, a rookie. He's from Greeley, Colorado. But it's fun to watch him, and I'll tell you why, Mark. This, of course, is all about trying to show what you can do and progress your way up into perhaps ultimately the Verizon IndyCar Series. I say that because this is the 12th year for this series in that MX5 Cup, but it's the first year that there has been a rookie scholarship available. There are 7 drivers that could qualify after a season-long points tally for the rookies. Oxner was the highest starting rookie in this field. He runs in 4th right now. While he watches that top 3 running very close, you have to assume, Mark, that you also want to mind your P's and Q's and perhaps pay attention, because when it comes down to it, as we know, funding is oh so important within the sport of racing, and if that means that you can get that $50,000 scholarship, then you want to make sure. I know that it, of course, is the proverbial marathon and not a sprint, but this is the first race here in Birmingham that this series has been linked underneath the sanctioning of IndyCar, and of course working with Anderson Promotion in doing that. So perhaps that weighs into the mind of Oxner as he works his way around. You want to run well, but you also want to make sure that you come home clean.
1 lap in the books, Nick, and working their way through that Charlotte's Web portion again, mixing it up a little bit, about 6 spots back, but for the first lap or so, once we got into the back straightaway, the top 10 pretty much single file.
Yeah, the front 4 have done a nice job kind of spacing themselves out a little bit. Nathan Sparks is again the leader as he heads out towards turn number 8. He's got the driver who started to his outside, Patrick Gallagher, and that bright blue machine sitting there in second. Mark Drennan moved up from the 4th position. He's into 3rd in that golden black machine. And then that rookie driver that Jake talked about, Luke Oxner, sitting there right there in the 4th position. As you mentioned, Mark, lap and a half into this race, we saw a lot of 2x2, 3x3 throughout a lot of portions of this racetrack. You can't get away with that for very long around this tight racetrack here at Barber Motorsports Park. And as you mentioned, a lot of these leaders starting to mind their P's and Q's and settle in here for a long run.
Dimensions should be noted, 2.3 miles here, 1,400-foot front straightaway, 1,100 feet the back straightaway, 17 turns, the elevation changes 80 feet. There's a challenge to that. At its narrowest point, it's 45 feet wide. There is some banking here, but it's all less than 10 degrees. Okay, Mo, as they head down the main straightaway for the second time, we say Sparks continuing to be in command and pretty much single file about 8 cars back. A couple of cars jump out of line as they start to head toward that Alabama roller coaster. Let's go back and give a Cliff Notes version, if you will, a history lesson on how this series began and progressed.
Well, the roots of this series go back a long way. Mazda, of course, when they built the Cosmo, the first rotary-powered sports car in the world, when they built that in 1968, the first place they took 2 of them was to the Nürburgring in Germany for an 84-hour endurance race, and Mazda's been racing ever since. In 1989, at the Chicago Auto Show, the Miata, the original Miata, was launched, and it very quickly became a favorite among grassroots and amateur racers. And as it propagated itself throughout the racing community, about 2006, we formed the MX5 Cup. Mazda formed the MX5 Cup. And from then, the process was a driver would go out and buy a car at a dealership or at a used car lot or wherever he wanted, and buy a kit from Mazda Motorsports and put them together and go racing. And when this 4th generation MX5 came along for the 2015 model year, we decided that we should bring an extra level of parity to the series. So Mazda chose one single builder to build all the cars to a global spec. The cars are all built in Statesville, North Carolina, by Long Road Racing, who do a great job. And the cars are identical. When you buy the car, you get everything, bar the seat, the driver's seat, because we don't know how big and small the drivers are, and gas to make it go. Everything else is included in the price. And it's the same car. There are series in Japan. There are cars racing in Europe. There's cars racing in Australia. And it's the same car the world over. And that gets us to today, to the Battery Tender MX5 Cup we know today, which, of course, is an emerging series with lots and lots of talent.
Patrick Gallagher under assault in that P1 position, Nick Yeoman.
Yeah, well, something just happened to the defending champion of Nathaniel Sparks in that Soul Red Mazda, because he just got freight trained coming down the front straightaway and fell from first all the way back to fourth. So moved Gallagher now into the lead, and it looks like Oxner is starting to settle in there as well. But you're right, Patrick Sparks was in the lead, fell all the way back to fourth. So Drennan has now moved into the second position, and the early mover, Brian Ortiz, started in seventh. He's in that white and orange car, Mark, running in third. Under assault now from Nathaniel Sparks. But again, the leader, new leader here at Barber Motorsports Park is Patrick Gallagher.
Mark Drennan right there, Ortiz is there, and Sparks is there. So again, let's remind folks, identically prepared, but once these teams, race teams, take control of these race cars, when they're done with them, there's not really much similar to the way they look when they roll off the assembly line.
Well, we hope they only look different because of the liveries that's on the cars. But you know, with a series with as close parity between the cars, they do sometimes get a little closer than a couple of coats of paint, and so we, you know, the teams have oftentimes have work to do. Everyone seems to be behaving themselves here. One of the reasons you mentioned Sparky going from first to fourth there. One of the reasons is the parity of the cars. The smallest little transgression or mistake by the rider, and you'll get rolled over by several of these cars. The other thing to point out here is Sparky's cars in that Soul Red color scheme. There are two cars in the field in that color scheme. They're the scholarship cars. They're the cars of drivers who've earned scholarships. So Nathaniel Sparks is last year's champion. He won a $200,000 scholarship from Mazda to continue his racing career. And a couple of cars behind him is Matt Crashy, who is our incoming Mazda Club Racer Shootout winner. So we do a shootout every year to select somebody from among the grassroots ranks. And they get a $100,000 scholarship to join this series, to bring to a team and say, okay, I'm ready to go racing and join a team. In Matt's case, he's chosen to run his own team, buy a car and run his own team. And he's obviously doing a very good job right here. Jake mentioned the Rookie Award. That's also on tap here for the rookies in the field throughout the season, a $50,000 award at the end of the year. And then in each race, the good folks at Battery Tender, they provide a Hard Charger Award. So the car that passes the most cars during the race, so if one of our top guys qualifies poorly and then works his way to the front, there's a Hard Charger Award that pays both the driver and the crew chief of the car that wins that each week.
I think Mark Drennan is biding his time a little bit in that P2 position. He used the bumper a little bit there coming up out of that Alabama roller coaster, Nick Yeoman.
A lot of time. It's a 40-minute race, so you're right. Patience is certainly a virtue around this very ultra-technical Barber Motorsports Park track, but you're right. Mark Drennan sitting in second in that golden black car, really all over the rear of that Mazda MX-5 of our current leader, Patrick Gallagher. Got some interested spectators as third place Brian Ortiz. We've got a couple cars look like might have gone off course there at turn number 2. It's the rookie who had such a good qualifying effort of Luke Oxner, who has gone off the track, Mark, right there at the right-hander of turn number 2. He was running in the top 5, top 10, and there looks to be some pretty good damage to the right side of that race car.
So we mentioned earlier, Mo, that Mazda's Soul Red paint scheme. That's something that hopefully the folks that follow the Mazda Road to Indy series are familiar with the F2000 and the Pro Mazda as we go full course yellow now, and also the Indy lights presented by Cooper Tire. Call this segue in the business. Mazda, in addition to this event, you had some interesting numbers to pass along about the influence of Mazda here this entire race weekend with all the forms of racing that we have. Exactly,
and not just this race weekend. Mazda has a huge footprint in motorsports in North America. If you look at just grassroots racing across the country in a couple of different sanctioning organizations, Mazda has over 55% market share among entries, among drivers in grassroots racing. Here this weekend, there are 6 classes on track this weekend across the whole weekend. 6 classes adds up to 138 cars. 83 of them, or 60% of them, are Mazda-powered cars here this weekend. And that's an indicator of the depth and the reach of Mazda through the grassroots and the development levels of motorsports in North America. And that's key to Mazda's motorsports strategy. That's where we belong, we believe, and that's where our focus is. The participation and the sense of community that delivers, and authentically Mazda can belong in that community. That's very, very valuable to the brand.
31 minutes remaining in this first of 2 races today. And Nick Yeoman, Gallagher continues P1, then Drennan, Ortiz, Sparks, and Foley, your top 5. And let's go to pit road, check in with Jay Query.
You know, yesterday, Mark, when these cars first were getting acclimated here at Barber Motorsports Park, this was the scenario. It was sun-drenched here in Leeds, Alabama. It is not the case today. Now, it is a warm day for certain, but again, whenever you're talking racing and just the way that those tires can grip on the surface and give the driver a little more confidence, working underneath a pretty serious cloud cover today. There is the chance in the forecast of precipitation here in Alabama, but not until much later today. As a matter of fact, sometime between 6 and 7 o'clock. But it is very overcast. You can feel the air thickening just a little bit. And these cars, of course, throughout the course of the race, Mark, you always have to wonder just exactly what it means in terms of the aerodynamics of it. But it's a totally different condition than yesterday. It is obviously dry. This air is very thick. It doesn't have the breeze of yesterday. We'll see what that means. The track temperature right now at 107 degrees here at Barber Motorsports Park.
My name's John Hindhaugh. I travel the world following endurance and sports car racing and talking about it for TV and radio, including RadioLeMans.com, the IMSA radio service as well here in the States. Mazda have invited me here to Road Atlanta to have a go in the MX5 Global Cup car, which races in the Battery Tender Championship, which I've been watching for a number of years now and has provided brilliant entertainment.
As they come to the line, here comes the 12, Chris Stone. He's going to do it. It's very close on the line.
In any sport, you want a level playing field, don't you? And that's exactly what the Battery Tender Mazda MX5 Global Cup gives you. Because you can't buy a victory. The cars are all identical. The BF Goodrich tyres are all identical. You get in the car and immediately it talks to you and it makes you feel at one with it. You feel like you've been plugged into the machine in some respect. And everything that you do with the steering wheel, with the throttle, with the brake, with the gear lever, it's immediately giving feedback as if it's part of you and you are part of it. The very nanosecond that you get something right on this car, the car rewards you. And because of the fact it hasn't got a huge engine with loads of power to spare, the very nanosecond that you do something wrong, it's going to tell you as well. When you're plugged into this car, it's driving that matters. And Mazda say that, driving matters. And this is it. This is the epitome of that. Because you cannot go out there and put something extra down and say to your engineer or your mechanic, right, we need to go and buy something. We need to go and buy fast. You can't buy fast here. You learn fast here. I'm somebody who does this very rarely, and I've been able to jump in this car and feel comfortable. It would make a great track day car, as well as the opportunity for someone, maybe who wants to dip a toe in racing without spending millions and millions of dollars, pounds or euros, to find out if they're A, like it, B, any good at it. And it puts a smile on your face every time you get in it.
under caution, single car incident, not a good start to the weekend, Nick Yeoman, for the 77 of Luke Oxman.
Yeah, had a great qualifying effort. Again, started on the inside of road number 2 in the 3rd position. He's one of those drivers competing for the $50,000 Rookie of the Year prize. And, again, had a great qualifying effort. Got shuffled back to about 6th or 7th and had an incident in turn number 2. Pretty heavy right side damage to that car. It's going to be pulled behind the wall, and hopefully we will continue racing here at Barber Motorsports Park very shortly.
A guy we've talked to over the past couple of years through the Mazda Road to Indy joins us in the booth now, Director of Motorsports for Mazda, John Doonan. And John, first of all, thank you very much for this opportunity. We're thrilled to be a part of the show. We really are.
Well, we're thrilled too. The folks at IndyCar have welcomed us with open arms, and it's a pleasure to be here with you guys. I've listened to you over the years, but I don't think we've ever been in a booth together or been this close. But this is really exciting for us, a step forward, I would say, in professionalism and being part of the IndyCar family as we have with the Mazda Road to Indy. But to bring MX5 Cup for IndyCar fans, fenders on cars isn't something they're always used to, but this is some exciting racing, as you saw in those opening laps. And wait till we get to a place like Road America where there's a 20-car draft going down the back straightaway. It's just fantastic racing, and it's really at the spirit of our brand.
When we first went back to the paddock, we talked to people about doing this, and bottom line is this. I think the one word that I hear the most as it pertains to this is, boy, how cool this series is.
Yeah, it's a big family, frankly, and what you have here is folks that are right out of grassroots racing or making their first step into professional racing, and we've tried to provide the best value in sports car racing with the car. And like the Mazda Road to Indy, we have the Mazda Road to 24 for sports car racers. There's $200,000 on the line for the champion. There's a $50,000 Rookie of the Year award. But along the way, it is customer service, parts, technical support from Long Road Racing and from our staff at Mazda Motorsports. We've tried to think of every detail. And I think you see not only on track with the racing, but in our sales numbers, as of this week, we've sold 145 of these cars. And so we're really excited about it. The MX5 Miata and the spirit of what that stands for as a sports car company for our brand, to have this many of them out there, door handle to door handle, is pretty awesome.
Are you surprised with the impact that Mazda's involvement in motorsports has had for the entire brand? Are you pleasantly surprised, or is it what you expected?
Frankly, from our executive team, when a new car comes to market, certainly the MX5 as a sports car, we're challenged by them as, what is this going to mean in racing? How are we going to race this? How are we going to leverage this and tell the brand story? Right now, if you've seen one of our recent Mazda commercials, we talk about the design. So that's a key pillar of our brand. You talk about what we call Jinba Itai, which is a hundreds of years tradition in Japan of an archer and a horse being one, rider and horse being one. And so Jinba Itai, or car and driver being one, is important to the brand. Our community outreach is important to the brand. And in the end, motorsports is a key pillar of our brand wheel. So you can't talk about Mazda without talking about motorsports. And as you know, our footprint has grown and actually maintained itself over the last 10 years.
Well, we're getting ready to go back to Green Flag Racing. We're going to let you go back to being a fan and enjoy the show. But the door to that booth is always open, and we enjoy our relationship with you and all that you've done for the Mazda Road to Indy, along with the Andersons, and we appreciate you being a fan. Thanks for stopping by.
Well, thanks for having me, and you guys do a fantastic job telling fans the story across the country and world, so keep up the great work.
Happy to do it. Thank you, John. Appreciate it very much. So, Nick, get ready to go back to Green Flag Racing. And it's going to be an interesting start to this race. Patrick Gallagher going to be under assault when we get to turn one.
Yeah, Patrick Gallagher, your current leader in that blue and silver Mazda, as we're set to go racing back here at Barber Motorsports Park. It is Mark Drennan who's moved up from the fourth starting position into second. Nice run so far for one of the rookies, Brian Ortiz, who runs in third. in that bright white and orange car. And then again, the defending champion of this series, Nathaniel Sparks. Sparky started on the pole, has fallen back to the 4th position, but still, we've seen some tremendous racing throughout the pack. Leaders taking care of each other for the most part, but we've seen 2x2, Mark, as Gallagher coming off of turn number 17 as we're set to go racing once again here at Barber Motorsports Park.
Sometimes, Nick, passing is at a premium, and this is where people have a tendency to roll the dice a little bit.
Certainly, and I think one of the cool things about this series is these cars are so close that they are able to pull out and go 2 or 3 wide. Green flag back into the air as Gallagher will lead them into turn number 1. Got some side-by-side racing further back. Dean Copeland going to the outside. He's going to pick up a position as that Alabama roller coaster portion of the racetrack now puts him on the inside. So Copeland moves up to the 7th position. But Mark, smooth sailing for Gallagher and Drennan as they head down to the Charlotte's Web portion of the racetrack.
Plenty wide, and as Drennan dives into that Charlotte's Web portion of the course, he is right on the bumper, and he backs off just a little bit, has to lift a little earlier. That allows Gallagher to pull out by about a half a car length now. They're single file through the first 7 cars. Looked like that Drennan was going to entertain thoughts of going side by side, but again, single file headed toward the turn in front of the museum.
And perhaps the most interested spectator is that 3rd place car of Brian Ortiz as they snake their way through turn number 8. The 06 car making a move. That's Patrick Wilmot, the driver from Villarica, Georgia. So he's on the move as they'll go side by side there. As that's a battle for about 8th. As, again, Gallagher, smooth sailing, though, Mark, through the S's. A lot of places where you can make some passes. And Drennan sitting there in 2nd, trying to pick that spot to look for the lead.
Ortiz picked up a couple of spots, starting 5th on the day. He has a firm grasp on 3rd. And for now, Nick, it appears as though that the only shot that you have at Gallagher is on the restart. And I don't know if Drennan's got anything for him at this point. He's able to maintain about a car length and a half lead.
Well, and again, remember, this is a timed race as we are now down underneath 21 minutes as Nathaniel Sparks kicks up a ton of dirt at the exit of turn number 17. So Gallagher leads, Mark, now with 20 minutes and 40 seconds to go in this event. Drennan sits there in 2nd, and again, running in 3rd is Brian Ortiz.
Have a local in 17. We have a car spun around, and we'll keep an eye on that. The 61 of List spins around on course, and he's able to get back underway and head down the straightaway just in front of our vantage point. Let's go back to pit road, check Evan J. Query.
Talking about that last restart, guys, it was interesting to watch another of those rookies. That was Matt Cressy, the Californian. When he was on that restart, starting in the 7th position, tried to get a little bit out of that racing line and let everybody go to his outside, maybe thinking that he might be able to get himself a little bit tighter groove, or perhaps just wanting to be a little bit more careful as traffic backed up just a little bit. It cost him a spot, as a matter of fact. He had fallen as far back as 9th. He made up one of those, but now throughout the course of the lap, he made up one spot, but he had started the restart in 7th, then went 8th, but he clearly was trying to maybe work and take a look at another racing line. It just didn't work out for him. As a matter of fact, he is not the only one to do that. On that last lap by, you saw Mokassian. He also tried to get a little bit to the inside. Every single advantage you can find, Mark. That's the great thing about watching these cars when you have identical setups. Any single advantage that you can get. Everybody else is essentially in that same automobile. Maybe try a little bit different line. Didn't work out for those two guys last time by.
Sparks and Ortiz are wearing each other out, that battle for 3rd, Nick.
Yeah, and as we say that, we've got one car around there at the bottom of the hill. That's number 21, Tom Martin the 3rd. Excuse me, that's 27, Nick Igdalski, who has spun. But look at this battle, Marcus. Ortiz is going to get shoved wide and spin into the gravel. They tried to go 3 wide with Foley on the inside, Sparks in the middle, and Ortiz is the odd man out as he will see a potential top 5 wash away in turn number 1.
Yeah, and that battle did nothing more than allow the top 2 to start to pull away a little bit. So good news for Gallagher and Drennan. They have some separation now.
No doubt about it, as we're going to go to a full course caution, and that's going to relieve the tension there as that battle for 3rd at about 7, 8, maybe 9 cars that you could throw a blanket over. So that's a big, a tough break for Gallagher and Drennan. The toughest break, though, Mark, is right there for Brian Ortiz, as that bright white Mazda MX-5 is absolutely buried in the gravel down there in turn number 1.
He did all he could to try to get out of that gravel trap, but it's just too deep, and he's stuck there now, and they'll have to extricate him from that trap and hopefully get him back on the course and get him back underway. Going to get an opportunity to take a look at it again. Nick, they're going 3 wide into turn number 1.
Yeah, again, that is Foley on the inside of the white car. The red car in the middle is the defending champion of Nathaniel Sparks, and then on the outside was Brian Ortiz in that white and orange car. And Mark, you can go 3 wide on some of the straightaways, but there's just not a lot of opportunities to make that work when you funnel in. And you can see Ortiz wants that car to be refired. He wants to get out of that gravel pit, try to stay on the lead lap as the leaders now making their way down the back straightaway.
I think Sparks had him accounted for, but wondered where Foley came from when they got to turn number 1.
Well, and that's the cool thing about this series is, boy, you can get great runs on drivers. All it takes is a good run out of a corner. You can go 2 or 3 wide. So with 17 minutes to go, Mark, again, it is Patrick Gallagher and then followed by Mark Drudd in the top 2 as Sparks and Foley will now move up into 3rd and 4th.
Now the guest joining us in the booth, heavily involved in this series, Aaron Prelick, the Director of Advertising and Marketing for Battery Tender. First of all, welcome to Barber. Welcome to the booth.
Thank you so much for having us. We're excited to be here.
So let's first things first. For those that may not know, let's let people know, Evan, exactly what Battery Tender is.
Battery Tender is smart chargers, to put it simply. We started out with a maintenance and charging line, and since then we've expanded into jump starters, AGM power sport batteries, lithium batteries. The core product has obviously been the battery charger line since about 1989. So we're expanding every day.
Let's talk about the involvement in this series.
It's been absolutely spectacular. This is our 3rd year, and we really wanted to wrap our hands around a series that not only from off the track to onto the track, a lot of our customers are, end consumers, grassroots racing, and we really wanted to get involved with a series that not only had the on-the-track experience that so many people can afford to get into, but also the platform off of the track, and Mazda just does a phenomenal job of from the, the Mazda Road to Indy, really letting rookies get involved in the series, and we really wanted to really get entrenched in that.
I don't know. I guess you have to look long and hard, don't you, to find another series that ties to the consumer to the extent that this one does?
Absolutely. We've been involved in the past in ALMS, Grand Am, and they did a phenomenal job, and they really do have a great platform. But obviously the Battery Tender MX5 Cup, from, like I said, from any of your grassroots racing, anybody can get involved, get in a car, the MX5, and get on the track, whether it's your club racing to now the professional series. And from an entry-level standpoint for racing pricing, it's just phenomenal. It's the best bang for the buck.
Evan Prelick, our guest, the Director of Advertising and Marketing for Battery Tender. It's a unique approach, I think, from the standpoint that, by and large, at least in the form of racing that we are used to covering in the IndyCar series, a lot of emphasis is placed on sponsorship with business to business. This is, while business to business, I think, is beneficial to your company, it sounds to me like the biggest benefit is that business to consumer relationship you hope to develop.
Absolutely. Just getting out in front of the end consumer, and also gives us a platform to really test our products. Our lithium batteries are being used in the MX-5s on track. They're using our chargers, so they're putting it to the test. And, every day our engineering's, trying to build a better and smarter charger, lighter weight with better materials, so we can really, they're being put to the test every single day with each one of these cars.
I know you have a lot of business to do when you're at the racetrack, but do you get to be a fan at all while you're here over the course of the weekend?
Absolutely. This is our first time at Barber Motorsports Park, and it is phenomenal. We went over to the museum yesterday, and we were just in awe. I think we'll probably be back over there today again.
Well, listen, don't be a stranger in here. Congratulations on your involvement. I know, talking to the folks with the MX5 series, they're thrilled with the partnership that they've developed with you, and we're thrilled to be a part of this series, and we hope to have you back on a regular basis.
Absolutely. Thanks so much for having us.
Yep, Evan Prelick, Director of Advertising and Marketing for the good folks at Battery Tender. And Nick Yeoman, we're under caution, but it looks like we're getting ready to go back to green flag racing.
Yeah, 13 and a half minutes to go as we're going to take a replay look at exactly what happened to that 27 machine of Nick Igdalski was battling towards the back of the pack. And again, the loads, the different elevation changes that you have at this racetrack certainly can throw those drivers for some challenges. So that car needed to be restarted, and as a result, that's what put us under a full course caution. Now with 13 minutes to go, here's a look at how they run as of right now. It is Patrick Gallagher, your leader. The second place running driver, that golden black Mazda, is Mark Drennan. The pole sitter, Nathaniel Sparks, has moved into third. Robbie Foley has moved up from the fifth starting position up one spot to fourth. And then another one of the drivers, Nako Rager, is on the move as he's moved up into the fifth position. So, Mark, as we're about halfway through this final lap under caution, we're going to get going racing here probably with just about 12 minutes to go. Got to assume it's go time for some of these drivers at the front.
Mo Murray rejoins us from Mazda Motorsports. He'll be with us at the booth all year long. You said this gets a little crazy in Harry. We saw it.
Yes, absolutely. These guys take every one of these races very seriously. It's a 12-race championship, 6 weekends, all double headers. And we visit some of the most iconic road race facilities in the country. We're here at Barber this weekend, which is fantastic. We'll also race later in the year at Road America, at Watkins Glen, and at Mazda Raceway at Monterey.
Georgetown, I think you're going to race, aren't you?
And, of course, then we go to the next event is at Indianapolis Motor Speedway in June, which is a big opportunity for these drivers to get to race at such an iconic and storied facility. And then, if you think this is exciting, we go to a street course in Toronto. Oh. And a few years ago, we ran these cars on the streets in Houston, and oh my goodness, was that entertaining! Yeah. Because generous curbs and drivers who are very hungry make for a very entertaining afternoon's racing. Or in the case of Houston, we actually raced late in the evening. It was getting dark, and it was just fantastic.
Before we get back to green, let's get you to weigh in on Evan Prelick and the folks at Battery Tender, what they've meant to the series.
Oh, their involvement has been absolutely fantastic. Evan, a very talented, very bright young woman, is running this company. Her dad is a great race enthusiast, Mike. He races at an amateur level. And he's here as much to be a fan and have fun as for the business perspective. But the whole family are fantastic, and they've greatly added to the paddock and to the family atmosphere in the paddock. And speaking of talented young women, there's a young girl in the field here. She's driving the 03 car. She's identifiable because, and some of the drivers do this, her roll cage is painted hot pink. Ashton Harrison is her name. She's a sophomore in the series. This is her second year. Very talented, coming up, at the early part of her learning curve, but she's coming up through the ranks. She's running in this second group, or this first group, I should say, and she will be the subject of a movie, actually, that's coming out August 22nd. It will launch, called Road to 24, and it's about her involvement in motorsports and how she wants to develop as a driver and develop herself as a motorsports success story.
Great conversation with her yesterday in the paddock, and she talked about how excited she is to be a part of the series and the family atmosphere that exists and the camaraderie. Some of that might be kind of in the back of the psyche right now, Nick Yeoman, because those top three are really working each other over, and Gallagher, Drennan, and Sparks.
Yeah, Gallagher, Drennan, and Sparks, the front three, they've been towards the front of the pack all day long. Drivers sitting right there in fourth and fifth. Foley and Rieger as well, looking to maybe steal a win here as we've got 9.5 minutes to go here at Barber Motorsports Park. Nice pass on the outside. That's the 06 of Patrick Wilmot. He's one of the teammates to the aforementioned Ashton Harrison. He's got a nice run going for him. He's moved into the top 10. So again, Gallagher, your leader, Mark, as they make their way through turns 1 and 2.
Wilmot's picked up a couple of spots, in fact, on this afternoon. He's taken advantage of the opportunities when they've existed, especially under caution. He's able to grab a couple of spots. We have a full course yellow, and it looks like a big off, Nick, up at that turn 2 area. That's the 41 machine of Ivanchich, and
yeah, boy, that looks like a heavy hit, as we're going to see a replay of this accident momentarily. That bright yellow machine of Nick Ivanchich, it gets a little wide at the exit of turn number 1. That loses a lot of traction, and boy, he carries a lot of speed, Mark, right into that Armco barrier. heavy damage to the right side of that race car. We'll hope for the best that he's able to hop out of that car and be okay. But, boy, that's a big hit there in turn 2.
According to the replay, it looked as though that actually started coming off of turn number 1 because he got pretty deep upon exit. Yeah. The right rear went up over the curbing, if you will. And after that, he was just kind of along for the ride. The grip went away on those tires.
And one of the great things about these race cars is they're light. I mean, they're very racy. You can really throw them around the racetrack. The downside of that is, boy, if you throw the right sides or the left side tires off the racetrack, kick up some gravel, that traction is going to be in short supply. So that was a big hit there into the Armco turn number 2 for that number 41 driver from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, Nick Ivantic.
He put a little dimple in it for sure, Mo. And we talked a little bit yesterday as you spent a lot of time with us in the paddock going over these race cars. And let's face it, the later in the race you go, the quicker you're going to find out how well you've managed your BF Goodrich tires.
Exactly. And again, you know, it's very, very easy for inexperienced drivers to get sucked into a racy performance earlier in the race and use up some of the quality of those tires. The tires are fantastic. BF Goodrich has supported this series for a long time with fantastic tires. But as with any racing tire, you know, there's a curve of when their optimal use is, and if you're experienced and know how to manage the tires, then I think that will pay dividends at the end of the race. And as we wait for news of Nicholas Evansich here, I think Nathaniel Sparks is one of the best at that tire management. So I wouldn't be ready to rule him out of this one yet, Nathaniel Sparks.
And as we suspected, we had an opportunity to look at that replay, Nick Yeoman. He just got awfully wide coming off of turn number 1 and got well up and over the curbing, and that just upset the balance of the race car. When he got back on to the asphalt, all the grip was gone from that car.
And the good news, we now see the Homatro safety team, which travels with the Verizon IndyCar Series to all of our events, and thankfully are here to provide safety protocol and driver extractions for all of the support series as well, including Battery Tender Global MX5. They are there now talking to Nick. He is talking to them, and I'm sure he had his bell rung. That was a hard hit. I don't care, what type of race car you're in. You hit at that speed, at that angle, you're going to feel it. But the good news, as we can see, he is out of that race car and talking to the Homatro safety crew. And thankfully, Mark, any type of serious injury has been avoided.
Yeah, once he extricated himself from the car, he kind of sat back down on the door. Yeah. You can see his shoulders drop a little bit. And I think he's trying to collect himself a little bit, but he's upright. And as Nick mentioned, he's now firmly in the hands of the best of the business, and that's the Homatro safety crew. Matter of fact, looks like he's doing really, really well. He's going to hop on a cart. The EMT is going to get him out on a cart instead of an ambulance. So that's good news. Hopefully, as Nick talked about, just a little bit of a bell rung there, and he'll be okay. Let's go down to pit road, check in with Jay Query.
Interesting battle up front when you look at the drivers slotted 1 and 2. And in this timed event, we'll see whether or not they get another restart here to kind of shake things out. Mark Drennan running in second. That is car number 5. He's a guy, Mark, with an interesting story because he has often said that when he goes against people on the racetrack, he feels like it's technology versus track. And by that, I mean the following. Take a look at the background story of Gallagher. He grew up, of course, in Ohio and became familiar with racing by watching his dad's involvement in it and ultimately cutting his teeth at the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course in Lexington, Ohio, where we will, of course, be later on this summer. Drennan, on the other hand, grows up in California. By the age of 10, like many kids, he's running go-karts. He's running around in the local circuits, winning where he can. But even through college, he never lost that desire to go fast. Started looking online and finding different areas for scholarship. And while he was running in sports car series, he was actually perfecting what he was trying to do by running simulators. This is something that, of course, you see a lot of drivers all the way up into the Verizon IndyCar Series do, but the simulators and the combination of running different courses allowed him to just get the feel for the car. He always says, does Mark Drennan, that it's a matter of technology each time he gets in the car because technology had a lot to do with getting him where he is, whereas on the other hand, Patrick Gallagher surely uses the same, but it was at a very young age when he came up and had the ability to run at a place like Mid-Ohio, which is as challenging as you're going to find. And Mark, very similar to this track. A lot of elevation changes at Mid-Ohio, perhaps that was to Gallagher's advantage today.
Mo, we're seeing white flag next time by because again, this is a timed event.
Yes, 45 minutes for each of the races. That's standard throughout the year. Looks like we're going to finish this one under yellow, and that happens sometimes. Interesting to note that Nicholas Ivancic has been moved off for what we presume are precautionary checks. He was moving under his own steam when he got out of the car. He's no stranger to adventure. He's a professional surfer, or a professional level surfer, so he's no stranger to adventure. But again, as I was talking earlier about using tires and understanding the flow of a race, even though in relative terms 45 minutes isn't a long race, at the front of the field we have three veterans. Patrick Gallagher's been driving these cars for a couple of years. Won a race at our Global Invitational last year. Matt Drennan this is his sophomore year in this series, but is a very experienced racer. And of course, Nathaniel Sparks is defending champion. So the veterans have come out on top for this one.
And the challenge when it comes to tire management in a weekend such as this, first of all, we've seen what led to that accident is I guess we're going to restart on white flag, is the fact that a lot of dirt and dust gets kicked up, but let's face it, there's also 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 different kinds of rubber that gets laid down over the course of the weekend too.
Exactly. There's all the various series here are running on different brands and different kinds of rubber, and of course the way racing tires work, they leave a lot of that rubber on the racetrack, and particularly under caution when the cars are not going particularly fast and they're moving offline, they're picking up that rubber off the racetrack. So now with a one lap shootout to go when we go green here for the green and white at the same time, we'll see who's managed this the best, and I still think we could have some excitement here at the front.
Verizon IndyCar Series starter Tom Hansing is waiting patiently with the white and the green flag in hand as we are getting ready to go back racing, and a single lap shootout. Gallagher, Drennan, Sparks, Foley, your top 4. They'll head down that main straightaway. 1 lap to go. You see the white and the green waving, and he got an awfully good start, Nick Gilman, off the start-finish line. But as we say that, Drennan is right there in the tire tracks. The front 2 pull away a little bit.
Yeah, that was an awful nice start, both for Gallagher and Drennan. Sparks in that Soul Red Mazda sits in third. He could be the big beneficiary if these two tangle. Here they come, Mark, up out of turn number 4. Drennan's going to look to the outside. Gallagher's got that preferred groove as they'll go side by side down into turn number 5.
Yep, they stay side by side. Gallagher still has the advantage to the inside. He'll kiss the curbing with the left sides and start to pull up. Meanwhile, behind them, Sparks tries to hold on to that third spot, but they're 2 by 2, Nick Yeoman, as they head down toward the museum.
Drennan on the outside. This is where it gets so tight as it funnels down the hill. Gallagher will be able to jump and take that spot as they make their way down the hill. He'll hold off Drennan for now, Marcus. We've got about a half a lap to go. It's still Gallagher, Drennan, and Sparks.
Long back straightaway is what they're hoping to get to very, very soon. They make the right-hander and head in that direction. They stay single file. Nick, a little separation among the front 3.
Yeah, they're separating quite a bit, so that looks like that could be your potential podium. But does anybody have anything for Patrick Gallagher, Mark, as we enter the final portions of this racetrack? Drennan's just a couple car lengths behind, a right-hander and a left-hander, and Patrick Gallagher may be on his way.
Well, Drennan appears to be a little quicker in the technical portions of the course. He was that way through the 1, 2, 3 area, and it looks like now toward that 14, 15 area, things start to tighten up a little bit. But off the final turn for the final time, they'll go single file to the start-finish line, although he did make a charge at the start-finish line, and it looks like Gallagher is going to get it by about a half a car length. What a finish, Nick Gilman.
Patrick Gallagher picks up the win, and unofficially, Mark, 5/100ths of a second as he held off the second place running Mark Drennan. Nathaniel Sparks, the defending series champ, started from pole. He would have loved to pick up the win, but still for the season long, off to a nice start. But the victory goes to Patrick Gallagher here at Barber Motorsports Park in race number 1.
Look through the top 5, and I guess they are identically prepared. Those times are very, very tight.
Yeah, I mean, and again, all 5 of them, the top 5 guys, have all been around this series a little while. Nico Rieger was new in the series last year. Robbie Foley was Rookie of the Year 2 years ago. And, you know, the experience counts. When all the cars are the same, I think the experience counts. We like to say when the cars are the same, driving matters, because that's the mantra of Mazda. But experience and understanding how the car is working underneath you and how the tires are working and how to stay out of trouble, as you've seen. These races are fraught, and how to stay out of trouble is an important skill.
Jake Query is making his way to victory lane, hopefully be able to talk to the winner at least. But tell us a little bit about what that paddock's going to look like when everybody drives him back. What will these crews be doing in terms of pouring over these race cars, getting ready to go racing later today?
Well, again, because the cars are all identical, there isn't a lot of changes. There might be some setup changes. We're anticipating the weather's going to be different this afternoon. We think if the rain we're anticipating is coming, it might cool down a little bit this afternoon, so that they might make some changes there. Obviously, cars that have had contact will need some repairs. Mazda brings a racer support center or unit to the races, so we have spares on board. We have body parts. We have stuff like that. So we want to do everything we can to make sure everybody gets the full weekend and everybody gets to participate in both races. Obviously, in some cases, that's not going to be possible. With some of the hits we saw in this race, they were fairly significant. But you know, the first thing you'll notice when you go back to the paddock after this race is how friendly everybody is. These guys will be hugging each other. They'll be high-fiving about the battles they've had all through the field, and they'll talk about. You know, there'll be a lot of bench racing going on back in the paddock. So it's a very friendly place, very family-oriented paddock. So it'll be fun to be there.
I'm not sure we touched upon it, and we need to for those that may be joining us for the first time and may not know. This is a road to what? What is the ultimate goal for these?
So the scholarship at the end of this is a $200,000 scholarship, and the only thing Mazda says is you must use that $200,000 in another Mazda series. So historically, drivers like Kenton Cook have won this series and taken their money to the IMSA Prototype Challenge class, or in some cases, drivers have gone to the Continental Series on the IMSA side. The fact that we're now sanctioned under the IndyCar banner opens up some opportunities. I'm not sure that this is the first race under that sanction, so the current drivers may not have an open wheel in their sights in terms of career. They're looking at a sports car career. But we also relaxed it wasn't a regulation, but the rule that you then had to take that scholarship and move on. John Dean won our championship a couple of years ago, and we wanted John to stay in the series, so we allowed him to take the scholarship and build a team in the series. In fact, Nathaniel Sparks drives for John's team, Six Sideways. And so it's not as exactly defined as it is on the Mazda Road to Indy side, where the driver's next step is. It could remain here, although we want to use this to advance drivers' careers. The only thing we'll say is that that scholarship of $200,000 must be used in a Mazda series.
So we're waiting. Jake Query is awaiting the winner, Patrick Gallagher, and after a start P2, he gets to the top step of the podium. Jake Query's with our winner.
Patrick Gallagher has gotten out of the machine. Let's talk about this, because here it was kind of a fractured race, but then all of a sudden you had to work for that in that last 5 minutes. How was that final restart, and at any point did you have concern that you wouldn't be the guy pulling in here?
No, I mean, Sparky made a mistake. I thought it's so tough to pass. These Mazdas are amazing around this place. Makes for really tight racing, as you saw. Once I got in the lead, I knew it was my job to lose it at that point. Drennan drove me really clean and really hard, and I was kind of glad to see it go green there at the end. I didn't want to win it under yellow. Big thanks to Battery Tender, Mazda, ModSpace, Howard Concrete Pumping, and BF Goodrich, everyone else involved in this series, and all the fans.
It was a lot of fun to watch. I know it had to be a lot of fun to drive as well. Congratulations. We'll let you celebrate.
Absolutely. Thank you.
As I mentioned, guys, the pride of Ohio, as Patrick Gallagher has gotten out of the machine. He is at Victory Lane at the Barber Motorsports Park in Alabama.
Lastly, thanks so much for your help over the past couple of days getting us up to speed. I mean, you spent a lot of time with us in the paddock introducing us to this phenomenal form of motorsports, and I know that Nick and Jake and I are awfully excited about the opportunity to work with you folks, and can't thank you enough for all that you add to the booth. We look forward to having you with us all year long.
Well, I appreciate that, and it's been absolutely our pleasure. And what you guys add to the series, as you know, this went out on Mazda's channel, MazdaLive.com. It went out on Mazda Motorsports Facebook page. Actually, we streamed this race into a selection of our dealers this morning. So for people sitting at dealerships watching this, your involvement adds a real quality to the broadcast, and we're very happy about that. And of course, we'll be back this afternoon at 5:40 is race time, 5:40 Central for round 2.
Between now and then, if it has wheels and a motor, chances are we're going to cover it here. And we've got Indy Lights. Of course, there's F2000 here. There's the Verizon IndyCar Series, and that is what is up next. Our thanks to Jake Query for all of his efforts on pit road today. For the whole gang, we thank you. Congratulations again to Patrick Gallagher, your winner. We'll be back with race number 2 a little bit later on this afternoon. I'm Mark James. So long for now from Barber Motorsports Park.
The Verizon IndyCar Series on IndyCar Radio.
It looks as though Jim Rathman from Miami, Florida, if he can hold out for the rest of this lap, let's pick him up, boys, in the back stretch. Bernie Herman, you should be seeing him about now.
We're waiting for the quiet, unassuming Jim Rathman. Again, call special. And here he comes now in car number 4. Bias. Jim Rathman. Okay, Sid.
Pick up Blue Palmer in the northeast turn and follow it around, boys.
We've got him. The crowd knows Rathman's coming by, and he's got no competition. 2 more turns. He's made one of them. There's only 1 turn remaining. Number 4 for Jim Rathman, who goes into the short chute now. Here comes Roger Ward at the moment. Over to Jim Shelton.
All right, Jim Rathman's just kind of taking it easy here. Boy, I don't know what happened. Roger Ward is really biting fingernails if he could. Here he comes now. He's dropping back considerably.
Okay. Here's the checkered flag for Jim Rathman, the winner of the 44th annual 500-mile race.
The Verizon IndyCar Series on IndyCar Radio. Stay tuned for more on IndyCar Radio.
A white flag to Tom Sneva with a 10-second lead. Starts his last 2.5 miles.
Sneva, age 34, from Spokane, Washington, on his way to his first 500-mile victory, Doug.
And the fans on their feet in turn number 2, waving their hats, waving their scarves, whatever they've got, sending him up the backstretch. By here, they're doing the same thing. Everyone frantically and happily waving as he approaches turn 3.
The hats are off, the hands are up. Tom Sneva, a half a lap to his first Indianapolis 500 victory. He could coast almost from here. He's in 4th.
The 67th running of the Indianapolis 500 is about to be capped off. To call the winner, here is the voice of the 500, Paul Page.
The Texaco star, Tom Sneva, springs for the line, the double checkered flag, and Tom Sneva has won the Indianapolis 500, his first victory ever at Indianapolis.
Stay tuned for more on IndyCar Radio. This is IndyCar Radio on the IMS Radio Network.
And there is the white flag for number 3, John Rutherford. Pick it up, Ron Carroll.
Okay, Sid, and here he comes right now from that number 25th position in the starting field. Johnny Rutherford wins or is about to win his first 500 over to Howdy Bell in turn 2.
I'm really happy for Johnny and Betty because they're great people, and he likes homemade strawberry ice cream, incidentally, as he heads up the backstretch to Jerry Baker.
He just now goes past us, Howdy, heading in toward number 3, and as you say, one super guy apparently off to the best win of his career. Doug?
The crowd on its feet, waving their hats, waving their arms, as the red, white, and blue helmet of Johnny Rutherford in the bright orange car goes streaking by over into turn number 4. Here's Jim Shelton. Handsome driver, winning smile, and Johnny Rutherford. And here to call the winner is the voice of the 500, Sid Collins.
And here's the checkered flag for Johnny Rutherford, winner of the 1974 Indianapolis 500-mile race.
From the Barber Motorsports Park in Birmingham, Alabama, this is the Verizon IndyCar Series on the Advance Auto Parts IndyCar Radio Network.
You know, just the mere mention brings a smile to your face. Talking about the Verizon IndyCar Series at Barber Motorsports Park, Birmingham, Alabama, a fabulous facility. Been coming here for a number of years now. No one imagined when all of this unfolded that this would eventually be a stop on the Verizon IndyCar Series, let alone one of the most popular. We certainly have enjoyed some outstanding shows here over the years, and we think this year will certainly add to the building legacy of Barber Motorsports Park. I'm Mark Janes. Welcome to coverage of practice session number 2 before we go qualifying today, in preparation, or session number 3 before we go qualifying for the Honda Indy Grand Prix of Alabama on Sunday. Happy to be joined in the broadcast booth by Nick Yeoman. And Nick, after session 1 yesterday, Penske dominance, but lo and behold, Marco Andretti continues to improve throughout the course of the start of the season. Now he just needs to translate it into a good qualifying run and good results.
And that is the big question that we have about Marco Andretti week in, week out. As you mentioned, practice 1 yesterday, it was Team Penske 1 through 4. Simon Pagenaud the fastest, Joseph Newgarden second, Will Power third, and Elio Castroneves fourth for a clean sweep for Team Penske. And then in practice session number 2, when a lot of these teams put on those alternate red sidewalled Firestone tires as they tried to trim out, go for speed, and start throwing some qualifying setups on this race cars, that's where we started to see some surprises. And lo and behold, Marco Andretti put that Andretti Autosport Honda at the top of the charts, followed by 3 Penske cars. So it wasn't like the Penske quartet had a bad session, but certainly the big surprise yesterday was Marco Andretti ending the day with the fastest lap around this 17-turn road course.
Sunshine, blue skies, the order of yesterday. Anything but that so far today. Rob Howden, is Mother Nature going to intervene into the proceedings here at all today?
You know, Mark James, if you look at the forecast, the mercury definitely going in the different direction. A lot cooler today than it was yesterday. We're down to 75 degrees ambient temperatures, 92 degrees the track temperature. And you're right, we have a ton of cloud cover here right now. Very interesting the way things are kind of developing. In fact, we're looking at the forecast. There is a potential chance for a little bit of precipitation later on in the day. I don't think it's going to affect this session here, Mark, but it's definitely a lot cooler than it was, and the clouds looking a little bit ominous.
Another member of our broadcast crew digging up stories on pit road, patrolling it. Ryan Marine joined us yesterday, back with us today and tomorrow. Subbing for Zach Veach, who we had secured the services of this weekend, but he bailed on us to drive the 21 for Ed Carpenter Racing. We'll forgive him for that for now, but we're happy to have Ryan Marine with us. Ryan, what are we working on today?
Yeah, we'll forgive Zach, and I'll thank him. I'm awfully pleased to be back with you guys, and I was just thinking, if your last pit reporter to make a debut got an Indy 500 ride announced that weekend, what does that mean for me?
Good point. That's a very good point. You can always hope. Always
I'm available. Dream. I got a fire suit and a helmet. So, any owners who are interested, let me know. In all honesty, I think they're better off with Zach behind the wheel. As far as an observation goes, though, here for practice number 3 for the IndyCar Series, I think it is the weather that Rob was talking about. So much different than the conditions that these drivers and teams encountered yesterday. We're talking about cloudy skies as opposed to the sun. It is significantly cooler. So does that mean that the strength of the Penske cars and the Andretti cars, who seemed to have the measure of the field yesterday, is that something that's going to continue today in these different conditions that might be more predictive in terms of race conditions that we see later on this weekend? So I'll be keeping an eye on that. I think the team's still definitely trying to get their heads around what it's going to be like later on in the weekend. And, hey, I'm curious, how much will those fast times from yesterday in the heat really matter when we get to temperatures tomorrow that we're talking about being down in the 60s?
This business it gives you the opportunity to get to know some amazing people, some incredible talents, and certainly a few years ago, a chance encounter on an elevator, I believe, at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway was what led to a friendship that I've developed with Rick Benjamin. And Rick, longtime motorsports broadcaster. Experienced.
There you go.
Motorsports broadcaster. I hope you take this in the vein in which it meant, because it's sincere. One of the best of all time. Rick Benjamin, welcome to the broadcast.
Mark, a pleasure. Thanks for the opportunity to sit in here today at one of my favorite places to come to, Barber Motorsports Park. You mentioned it a few moments ago. This place was built for motorcycle racing originally,
right. Yeah.
And the Barber family looked at it, and sanctioning bodies came forward and said, hey, we think we can run cars here. They've made a few changes over the years. This is one of my favorite stops on the tour now. It's such a pretty place to come to.
It's just amazing how well these cars race here, and they do have a tendency to lean on one another a little bit.
Yes, they do. We've seen some incredible shows put on by the stars of IndyCar the last few years, and I can't wait to see what happens in qualifying. I think you guys hit the nail on the head a moment ago. The weather change from what we've seen here over the last few years, that we've had some incredibly warm race days here. If it's in the 60s tomorrow here, that's going to be a real challenge for these engineers on these races.
Well, let's talk to the folks a little bit about what you're up to these days specifically.
Well, we've got a heavy TV schedule still with Trans Am. We're doing the new USF4 Championship Series that's powered by Honda. Most of my work these days done with our friends at American Honda and Honda Racing. We provide coverage of just about everything Honda races in North America, from IndyCar through Pirelli World Challenge, through the IMSA Sports Car Championship Series, the F4 Series, the off-road program that they have going. We've got a couple of TV programs. We do a thing called Honda Racing at Speed, which airs on MAV TV, Revin, and a host of regional sports channels around the country. It's a monthly show, and the F4 Championship airs in those same markets. So we've got a lot going on. Get to come to the racetrack and hang out, and still get to call a lot of races every year, and it's just a fun. We're still living the dream, right?
Is it safe to assume that if it's had, like I mentioned about what we have here on display this weekend, but literally, if it has wheels and a motor at one point in your career, you've covered it?
Pretty much. You can talk to my beloved. My wife is at home in Charlotte, and she would be glad to tell you about her experiences going to dirt tracks with me and great road courses, everything from Le Mans to quarter-mile bull rings over the years. So it's been a ton of fun. In the 4 years that I called the Champ Car World Series, which, of course, is now part of IndyCar and has been for a long time, was a highlight. That's where I got to know a lot of these guys. Many of those names still very active in this series, both behind pit wall and on the racetracks, and to get to do this with our friends at Honda and our friends at Chevrolet, frankly, and just to see everybody each weekend of the IndyCar Series is an awesome thing. So thanks for inviting me to sit in with you.
We're happy to have you here and thrilled. We've been working for the last couple of years, you and I, to try to find a way to make it work. And
that's right.
We were busy, you were busy, whatever the case may be. And just this morning I said, hey, if you're not doing anything, because we're really close here to the media center. So let's get your thoughts and impressions on the start of this season. Understanding your connections with Honda, obviously, but you're a motorsports journalist first. You think the folks with Honda are resting a little easier after the start that they've gotten off to?
I think it took a lot of pressure off everybody connected to the program. Obviously, Honda decided that they needed to step up their commitment to IndyCar, bringing back the Ganassi team into the Honda fold, helping Dale Coyne Racing get a lot stronger, bringing Sebastian Bourdais back there, of course, helping Ed Jones find a full-time seat there, beefing up the engineering side. I mean, Craig Hampson and Sebastian Bourdais were sheer magic at Newman Haas not that many years ago. They were the benchmark that everybody in the Champ Car Series had to attain, and they won 4 consecutive titles there. To see those guys get back together, but at a place like Dale Coyne Racing, which has historically been a mid-pack team that might sneak a win here and there, might sneak some podium finishes here and there based on strategy and a lot of hard work and effort. And Dale's dedication to this sport is just like everybody in the garage area. Everybody in the paddock here is extremely dedicated to IndyCar racing. There's no doubt about that. But to see those guys excel early is just cool. Can they sustain it all year? I interviewed Seb and Craig Hampson at the start of the season at St. Pete, and they said, hey, we're not a championship contender. We may win 1 or 2. We think we can do that this year. That would be a great year for us. Well, lo and behold, 2 weeks in, first and second, they're atop the points table. Can they keep it up? That remains to be seen.
He's told us not once but twice, Rick, that even Sebastian, is surprised with the start that they've gotten off to.
And some of it, in any sport, and especially in racing, it can be circumstantial. The things have to fall your way. You have to be at the top of your game all the way, and there's just a lot of things that have to go right for you to win races, much less contend for a championship here. And the bar is set pretty high. I mean, think of all the names as you look at the timing and scoring monitor here today. The guys we haven't really heard from yet, like Will Power. Ryan Hunter-Ray has had problems. Scott Dixon has had fast race cars, hasn't had the results yet. Graham Rahal really hasn't been heard from much yet. There are plenty of guys who have yet to play their best cards. And the month of May, I think, coming up between the Grand Prix and the 500 will determine a lot of what we see the rest of the year in this series.
10 minutes have elapsed pretty quickly, Nick Yeoman. Give us an update on timing and scoring.
Yeah, Will Power currently at the top of the charts right now. His quick time is 1:07.248. Has turned 3 laps so far in this third practice session. The aforementioned Sebastian Bourdais backing up that strong start to the season as he is now second on timing and scoring at 1:07.810. Elio Castroneves third quick. He showed a lot of speed yesterday. Ryan Hunter-Ray is fourth. Scott Dixon is fifth. Rest of the top 10, Joseph Newgarden, Charlie Kimball, Michael Oloshin, Graham Rahal, and Carlos Munoz, Marcus. Again, this practice just getting underway, about 10 minutes in, 45 minutes scheduled for the Verizon IndyCar Series here at Barber Motorsports Park.
Longtime motorsports broadcaster and journalist Rick Benjamin joining us for this session. Okay, give you a chance to weigh in on the announcement. Fernando Alonso going to be here this weekend.
Yeah.
From what we'll get a chance to visit with him tomorrow here in the broadcast booth. Your thoughts and impressions of that announcement when it was made?
I can't imagine a better thing to happen to this 101st running of the Indianapolis 500. Not that the race or the speedway needs added luster, but to have a guy who's a two-time world champion come across and say, hey, I want to find out what this series is all about. I want to participate in the greatest spectacle in racing. I think that says a lot about the current state of IndyCar racing, the current state of the speedway, and the luster of the Indianapolis 500 worldwide. I can't wait to see him in one of these cars. I know May 3rd he will test at the speedway for the first time. And there's been a lot written here in the last several days about this. I know there's been some controversy online and in print about whether it's a stunt or a legitimate thing. I mean, I think we can look back these last couple of years and say, okay, Kurt Busch did it 2 years ago and was a contender in an Andretti Autosport car. Here's a guy who's got plenty of open wheel experience, may not have raced on an oval before, but his learning ability is obviously pretty strong. He's 35. He's not past his prime as a driver or anything like that. I'm really excited to see how he measures up here. And I think it's great. It'll bring worldwide attention, additional worldwide attention to the race and to the series.
It's a lot of things, Rick, but a gimmick ain't one of them.
No,
that's for darn
not at
sure.
all. These guys don't do this for gimmick purposes.
No,
McLaren,
not that race especially.
Andretti, a guy like Alonso, Honda, and HPD, they don't get involved in this kind of a program just to say, hey, let's see what happens. That doesn't work that way.
And, the naysayers that question how competitive that he'll be able to be because of, having to race side by side, which he's not used to doing, and traffic and dirty air and what happens to the air behind you down the straightaway and things of that nature. At the end of the day, Brian Herta, fuel strategy, gets the most unlikeliest of winners to victory lane in Alexander Rossi a year ago.
Exactly. And, all kinds of things can happen, as we've seen over the years. We had the J.R. Hildebrand situation a couple of years ago. Surprises abound in this sport anyway, and especially at the Speedway. So to see him come here willingly, not as a guy trying to hang on to a career, not as a guy thinking, well, okay, it's not working out where I am now, so let me go try it. It's not that situation at all. It's him saying, I want to see what this race is all about, and I want to find out what this series is all about. And the indication that McLaren wants to come back to IndyCar says a lot. To me, as someone who loves the business side of this sport and knows we have to have new teams and new investment in the sport to sustain it, I think that's very exciting.
Nick Yeoman looking at timing and scoring, and over the first couple of races, we're holding serve, if you will. This looks very, very similar to timing and scoring we saw at Long Beach and then again at St. Petersburg. We see Will Power, Dixon. We see Bourdais, Hunter Ray, Pagano, even Takuma Sato, who got a big bump, I think, at Long Beach, at Newgarden, even Charlie Kimball in the top 10.
Yeah, and again, at qualifying at Long Beach a couple weeks ago, we only saw one Chevrolet, though, in the Firestone Fast Six. That was Elio Castroneves, and he did set on pole. But I think by and large, though, I don't think there's just 4 or 5 guys that you look at as threats to win pole or ultimately win races so far in the series in 2017. That list goes pretty deep. Put a bow on that thought on Alonso. The thing I'm really interested in, Mark, is to see how much he enjoys being a part of the IndyCar paddock. You remember 3 or 4 years ago when Rubens Barrichello came over, he admitted it. Man, I'm having such a fun time. Everybody's so much more laid back and so much more friendly around in the IndyCar paddock. That's not something you see a lot of times in the Formula One paddock. And I think for Alonso, that's going to be eye-opening. I think he's really going to enjoy it. And he's got some great teammates as well with that Andretti Autosport stable.
Another driver recently announced as a participant in the 101st running of the Indianapolis 500, Gabby Chavez. Ryan Marine has caught up with him on pit road.
That's right, a very interested spectator down here on pit road. Gabby, your program with Harding Racing was announced recently. First and foremost, congratulations. I'm sure you're excited to be making an attempt at the 101st Indianapolis 500. This is a new team. I think a lot of folks are kind of curious how this all came about and what the future might hold.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm super excited, very, very pleased with the program we've put together. Really looking forward to getting the month of May started. I think this is a program that we all really want to grow, really want to build a long-term relationship with. This team, our owner, everyone involved is, they know that this is not something that happens overnight, but they really do want to be long-term in the sport.
I know you had a chance to test with the team at Texas recently. How would you assess the first rollout of the team and your chance to get back in the race car?
Yeah, it was great. I mean, we accomplished pretty much everything we wanted to do, which was shake down the car. Obviously, we got two brand new Delaras that we got to put together from scratch. So the main objective was to make sure everything was working fine. We did that, and on top of that, we were able to do about 50 laps at full speed in the afternoon, which was great to get a read. And obviously, we'd like to go back to Texas after Indy and run that race, and obviously that helps with that test.
What would it take to be able to add some more races to your program after a successful month of May?
Well, first and foremost, I mean, obviously having a good month of May where we can be, improving and, what am I kidding? We're not here to just to participate. We want to win the thing, and I think we got a really good team that could hopefully do that. And once we get through, if everything's looking good, I think we should be good to go for hopefully Texas and Pocono.
All right, well, happy to see you here on pit road. Happy to get that announcement, seeing you in the car in May. Congratulations. We'll let you get back to watching the TV screen, all right?
Yeah, thank you, guys.
We'll send it down to pit road to Rob Howden, who's got an update on Connor Daly.
Yeah, thanks, Ron. If you look at timing and scoring right now, only one driver has yet to lay a lap down here during this practice session, and it indeed is the ABC Supply Company number 4 of Connor Daly. They had him in pit lane here the whole time trying to diagnose an electronic issue. Of course, plugged it in, ran the diagnostics, finally able to figure out what it was, and just as it came to me right now, Connor able to fire that engine up and get on the track. So significant loss of time, practice time here for Connor Daly, but he is now on track and ready to lay down some laps.
Will Power, James Hinchcliffe, Marco Andretti, Scott Dixon, and Ryan Hunter-Ray, the top 5, as practice has 27 minutes to go here on the Advanced Auto Parts IndyCar Radio Network from Barber Motorsports Park.
You can't take a 700 horsepower Indy car out on the road, but you can take the tires. The new Firehawk high-performance tires from Firestone are built with racing-inspired technology and have better wet and dry handling than ever before. Now the only thing missing is a pit crew.
Hi, Dad.
Well, that's a start. Find your perfect Firehawk performance tire at your local Firestone retailer. Whatever you drive a Firestone.
When you first hear it, you move to the edge of your seat. Then it starts. You begin to feel your heart in your throat, and the speed causes an unfamiliar surge of adrenaline. The fastest drivers in the world, Castroneves, Andretti, Rahal, Hinchcliffe, are coming to Barber Motorsports Park April 21st through 23rd. This is the Honda Indy Grand Prix of Alabama, presented by America's First, and this is the Indy Experience. Purchase your tickets today at barberracingevents.com.
Ryan Marine and Rob Howden on pit road. Mark James, Nick Gilman in the broadcast booth. Happy to be joined by Rick Benjamin. And Rick, let's talk a little bit about the overall health of the Verizon IndyCar Series. Of course, once upon a time, you were doing the Champ Car World Series, and then, of course, the unification, reunification, the end of the split, we'll call it that. Things did not go smoothly in that transition phase. Teams went away, and obviously some changes in the management structure of the Verizon IndyCar Series. But boy, I think if you're looking for momentum over the past couple of years, I think we found it.
I think so. This is just a fun series to be a part of, a small part of for us, but a part of, and you watch the competition level week in, week out. I mean, clearly, last season Honda was at a deficit. They've worked hard. They've invested a lot. At the moment anyway, they've recaptured a lot of the magic there and have won the first 2 races of the season. Is that does that say that it's going to be that way all year? No, it certainly doesn't. But whether it is or it isn't, overall, you've got to look at this and say, man, the racing is terrific. The strategy is exciting. I just think we've got a new wonderful era of IndyCar racing in front of us. I think a lot of times people who cover this sport have a tendency to look for things that they perceive to be wrong or things they don't like.
Who could you be talking about?
Insert name here. I look around. Chip Ganassi said this to me a few years ago, and he said, "How bad can this be? We're racing cars for a living."
Yeah. No question.
And every day that I get to come to the racetrack, and as you have referenced, I've been doing this for a good long time now. Man, it's like opening day of baseball season or Christmas morning, or pick your birthday. It's just I can't wait to get to the racetrack. Any given morning that we get to do this, whether it's IndyCar or a support series like we televise with our production company, it's just cool. It's good stuff. It's great people. It's just wonderful. And the sport's got a lot of legs left and a lot of strength to enjoy right now. And I'd rather look at how competitive the front of the grid is here and how strong these support series are that are with us in the paddock this weekend than say, well, it was better back. Pick your year. When you think about it, the racing's never been closer. More people have never been able to make a living at this than we have today. People, my dad got me into this like so many people who are in racing today. You can look at a parent and say, that's where I got the bug. When he was taking me to races when I was a kid, we used to go to Trenton for USAC Champ Car races. There weren't 10,000 people in the grandstands there. It was great. I thought it was terrific. It was the coolest thing I'd ever seen. But it wasn't anything like this. Is a major league sport and has been for a long time.
Last year, the 100th running of the Indianapolis 500, and that alone made 2016 a special year. But in my opinion, a couple of things happened. Additionally, the return to Phoenix, storied open-wheel history. The fact that when Boston fell apart so quickly, a storied venue like Watkins Glen came back into play. It was announced we're going back to Gateway, and we had a schedule for 2017 before we got to Halloween, for God's sake.
Absolutely. I think the people that run this series now, the Verizon IndyCar Series, Mark Miles, Jay Fry, and the rest of the folks that help manage this for the teams and the Holman Corporation and the whole group that's involved here, the Verizon folks, recognize that stability is important, a growth pattern is important, and we've got that now. And if you had told, would you have believed 15 years ago that in essentially the deep American South, you'd have an event like this in Alabama, a road course race, where we'd get 50,000 people on Sunday, and they would love this race and come back in bigger numbers every year? I wouldn't have thought that possible.
Right.
And to me, that says all you need to know about the strength of Verizon IndyCar Series racing.
In an effort to be a full-service entity, this weekend we've enlisted the services of a meteorologist. Well, we give you the conditions, but we want to get the expert opinion, Rob Howden, on what Mother Nature has in store for us. You have just the guy on pit road to do that for us.
Yeah, no, Mark James, you're probably like a lot of us in the racing industry who follow Twitter, and one of the guys I follow is Scott Martin on Racecast. Scott, anytime I go to a race, I always look to see your tweets. I find out what the weather's going to be like, what I need to pack, do I need to put my rain jacket in there, whatever it may be. Great to have you with us here. I know you had a chance to sit with Mark James in the booth for a bit, but of course we want to come to you for your expertise. What are we looking at here this weekend? Because blue skies yesterday, the clouds have rolled in. What are you predicting for the weekend?
Well, for the rest of the day, we may have a few showers possible, but as long as the skies stay overcast, and the temperatures stay below 80, then I doubt we'll have any showers pop up. Now, we will have some thunderstorms move through later tonight about 6 or 7 p.m., but good news is that'll be well after the activity's over for today. Now, as far as tomorrow, we may have some lingering showers before 10 a.m., but after that, it'll be cloudy through the day. We may have a sprinkle, but it'll be a lot cooler. Temperature will probably be around 65, and we'll have winds out of the northwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour.
You know what? Anybody coming to a race and they want to know what it's going to be like when they get to the event, they got to follow you on Twitter. How about you give your Twitter handle so everybody listening can plug that in and make sure they follow you?
Okay. My Twitter handle is @race and the number 4. Wait, hang on. Race WX number 4 and then YOU. And then we also have a website at racecastweather.com.
Scott, thank you so much.
Thank you, Rob.
There you go, Mark Janes. It's always good to have our own in-house media guy, our other weather guy, and I'll tell you, Scott's pretty excited about being here. And you know what? I like the thought of it not having any rain during race day. If it comes at night, I'm all good to go with that.
He'll post the forecast all season long at all of the venues that we visit. So Nick Yeoman, an old radio guy here, going to ask you to do traffic and weather together on the 10s. Give us an update on what things look like on the race course right now and timing and scoring.
Well, here comes James Hinchcliffe down the front straightaway. Traffic pattern moving quite nicely as, again, only 11:24. We haven't hit the rush hour parts of the day. But James Hinchcliffe showing quite a bit of speed. Of course, our winner at Long Beach 2 weeks ago. He sits second on the time charts. Everyone's still chasing Will Power. That's not a shocker. Power's got this place figured out. He was a winner here in 2011 and 2012. So it's Power, Hinchcliffe, Marco Andretti sitting in third, backing up that speed that he showed yesterday. Scott Dixon and Graham Rahal, another pair of Hondas. In fact, Power is at the top of the charts in that Chevrolet bow tie at P1. But you look behind him, Mark, you've got 8 Hondas right there nipping at his heels with Mikhail Aloshin, Sebastian Bourdais, Takuma Sato joining that mix as well.
Rick Benjamin again joins us in the booth for this session. And Rick, we just talked to Scott Martin, got the weather forecast. We talked about where he is on Twitter. And, of course, there's Facebook and all of those things. Got to take my hat off to this next generation of driver, the mayor of Hinchtown, for one. Tony Kanaan, I think, kind of got the ball rolling a few years ago with Twitter especially. But, Charlie Kimball and even Zach Veach and Spencer Piggott and all of these guys, what they do, and Graham Rahal, others, not only is it beneficial for them, it's been beneficial for their sponsors, and certainly it connects them more closely and intimately to the fans.
Well, you've never had an opportunity that's better than this one that we have today to be close to your heroes if you're a race fan. Really, in all sports, it's that way. But this sport, one of the things that I think has always helped it grow and kept it strong and engaged new generations of fans is the accessibility of drivers as a general rule. Not always. Everybody needs private time. Everybody has business to attend to. These guys are here to compete. They're not necessarily here to shake hands. But to a person in the garage area, in the paddock here, and in every series that we encounter, everybody understands without fans, we don't have a show.
Right.
And so the drivers go to great lengths today to connect and be available and make themselves available. And I think that's terrific. You've got some wonderful ambassadors for the sport. Even guys that I think at first glance may not be completely comfortable with that or may not be as well known to the fan base as they should be. There are some wonderful personalities in the paddock that that we try, and I know you all do a great job of bringing those personalities out, giving them a chance to let fans get to know who Takuma Sato is or who Simon Pagenaud is and has been now our champion in this sport. So it's one of the cool things about racing.
I want to go back and revisit our conversation earlier about Sebastian Bourdais. I remember being in the quote-unquote IRL when Sam Hornish Jr. ran for Panther Racing, and it seemed as though most of the time, especially when he went back-to-back, that almost everyone else was running for second place. Let's go back and revisit that time that you covered Sebastian Bourdais during his dominance in that era.
Well, he was, there were times when, as a sports fan and as a broadcaster and as the host of that series on television, you got a little tired of it, honestly, because you like to see it get spread around.
Right.
I mean, it was like watching the New York Yankees in their heyday when I was a kid, in the 60s and things like that, or watching the Montreal Canadiens, if you're a hockey fan back in those days, the 60s and 70s, when it seemed like every year they were in the Stanley Cup Finals if they didn't take home the cup. It got a little sour for a lot of people, I think, for a while there. But, now that several years have gone by and I've gotten to know Seb even better, I think, man, I just take my hat off to what those guys were able to do. Yes, you had Paul Newman with his financial backing. Yes, you had McDonald's. Carl Haas certainly was a guy with plenty of resources and a lot of technology. And just the group that Craig Hampson assembled there to support Seb, and Oriol Servia, who was his teammate for a long time. But, he was racing against Paul Tracy and Jerry Forsyth's equipment. Certainly no lack of resources there, and PT was at the top of his game. And to watch how Bourdais got under PT's skin, and now they joke about it now, but at the time, I was expecting a hockey fight to break out at some of those races. It was that intense. You had Justin Wilson, who was very strong, and A.J. Allmendinger, who a lot of people have forgotten, but Allmendinger got his opportunity with Toyota and NASCAR based on that last year of Champ Car when he reeled off 5 wins in a row as Tracy's teammate at Forsyth at Index Racing. So you had some stout competition for Bourdais, and not to take anything away from Servia, and there are a lot of guys. I mean, on this list alone, Graham Rahal, Ryan Hunter-Ray, a host of others. Hinch was in the Atlantic Series back then, which doesn't even exist today. You had some real talent in that paddock and some terrific race teams. Many of them are racing here now. Bourdais was just head and shoulders above everybody, no matter what the kind of racetrack.
I got to believe after his venture into Formula One didn't go well, he came back to the IndyCar Series, had an opportunity with Dale Coyne and some other teams, and certainly KV Racing before they ceased operations. It's been a long road back for him, and I get the impression that he is as appreciative of that win at St. Petersburg as he has been about any win he's had in a long, long time.
I got to see him shortly after he got out of the car in Victory Lane, and he was spent. And what sticks with me about that day, he had the problem in qualifying, had to start at the back. I had gone and we had done an interview with he and with Craig Hampson. We're doing a Facebook Live project for Honda this year, for Honda Racing, and they were our first guests that weekend. And I could tell, and when things haven't gone really well, even when things go great for Seb in the run-up to a race, he's not bubbly, let's put it that way. But he said, well, we've kind of struggled, and we're not sure. There was the brake issue that several teams encountered there. We're not sure. But when they rolled the dice and went on the alternate strategy and he got toward the front, I could see in him a look that I hadn't seen since 2008, where the last year of the Newman Haas kind of dominance with him. You can't see inside a guy's visor, but I felt like I could see his eyes, and I could see the way he was driving, and he was showing me the kind of driving I saw him do in those Newman Haas cars back then, where he's saying, okay, guys, I won't use the expletive, but you got to come get me. I'm not giving this one up. And he closed the deal, and I was so thrilled for them because they're super people. Dale Coyne is the kind of guy this sport is built on, I think, and it was awesome to see him win. It was the equivalent of watching. If you ever see the Jacksonville Jaguars get to a Super Bowl, it'd be that kind of thing almost. It's a story that you didn't expect to see at all, and if they could somehow be in the hunt for the championship with a couple of races to go, and I don't think that's impossible here. What a great story there.
12 minutes to go here in practice number 3 from the Verizon IndyCar Series at Barber Motorsports Park. Full field rundown. Will Power, the fastest of the 21 drivers here in practice. James Hinchcliffe is second. Marco Andretti third. Scott Dixon fourth. Graham Rahal is fifth. 6 through 10 sees Ryan Hunter-Ray, Mikhail Aloshin, Sebastian Bourdais, Simon Pagenaud, and Takuma Sato. Elio Castroneves is 11th fastest. Alexander Rossi is 12th. Charlie Kimball 13th. Carlos Munoz is 14th. Joseph Newgarden 15th. 16th fastest is Tony Kanaan. Spencer Pigot is 17th fastest. Max Chilton is 18th. Ed Jones, Zach Veach, and Connor Daly round out the final 3 of this 21-car field. Again, 11 minutes to go. We'll be right back from Barber Motorsports Park. This is the Advanced Auto Parts IndyCar Radio Network.
During the 1969 Indy 500, Mario Andretti's crew couldn't get his tire to come off, so he had no choice but to keep driving on it. That tire held up the whole race and took Mario to the winner's circle. Right, Mario?
That's right. If it wasn't for the dependability of Firestone tires, I wouldn't be an Indy 500 champion.
Here's to making more champions with the official tire of the Verizon IndyCar Series. Whatever you drive, drive a Firestone.
When you first hear it, you move to the edge of your seat. Then it starts. You begin to feel your heart in your throat, and the speed causes an unfamiliar surge of adrenaline. The fastest drivers in the world, Castroneves, Andretti, Rahal, Hinchcliffe, are coming to Barber Motorsports Park April 21st through 23rd. This is the Honda Indy Grand Prix of Alabama, presented by America's First. And this is the Indy Experience. Purchase your tickets today at barberracingevents.com.
Barber Motorsports Park, final practice session before we go qualifying a little bit later on today. And surprise, surprise, Nick Yeoman, Will Power is P1.
Yeah, and of course, Verizon P1 Qualifying coming up later this afternoon. Power is always a guy to watch. In terms of active drivers with poles here at Barber Motorsports Park, Elio Castro-Neves has 2, Ryan Hunter-Reay has 1, Simon Pagenaud has a pole to his name, and Will Power, Mark, 3 times has sat on the front row as the pole sitter. Let's go back to pit lane for an interview with Rob Howden.
Thank you so much, Nick. Getting a chance to chat with Art St. Cyr, the president of HPD. Art, what a fantastic season to start here. Obviously, a couple of big wins. Sebastian Bourdais with a victory. James Hinchcliffe with a win. Honda on the top of the box for 2 races. You guys put a big effort in over the offseason to really kind of increase your competitiveness. Give me your thoughts, your feelings on how the whole crew is feeling now with a couple of wins.
Well, we're all about winning here, right? So it's always good to get a couple of big wins under our belt to start the season. But, honestly, it's been a group effort. Obviously the people at Honda Performance Development have been working hard, but our teams are working incredibly hard in the offseason. You can see it represented even on the pylon now, right? You see all our teams, whether it be from Andretti, Autosports, all the way to Dale Point. So it's been a really good effort for everybody. It's really energized us this season.
Obviously, one of the key acquisitions was getting Chip Ganassi Racing to come on board. You got a guy like Scott Dixon, Tony Kanaan, and a couple of the younger guys. What are your thoughts on what they've been able to bring to the table, the collective effort?
Well, bringing a team like Chip Ganassi Racing is always good, right? They have a huge amount of engineering brain power, over there, which just helps raise all boats, right? So, and having, drivers like Scott Dixon and Tony Kanaan can never hurt your cause, right? So, no, it's been really great to have them back.
Obviously strong on the street courses. You're looking really good here on the road course here as well. What about the Indianapolis 500? It's obviously looming in the distance. You got the win last year with Alexander Rossi. Can you tell us a little bit about how important that single race is to Honda?
Well, it's not just a Honda, right? That's the most important race for everybody. It's what, we even were able to entice Fernando Alonso to come over from Formula One, right, to drive at the Indianapolis 500. So, a lot of effort goes into that, and not just us. The other side is working just as hard. And, as close as IndyCar racing is, that, we expect to have a real fight in our hands at that place.
Have a great weekend.
Thank you very much.
Art St. Cyr, guys, you can hear it in his voice. Very thrilled with the way things are going this year. A couple wins to start off the season. He's got a 2-time world champion coming to join the squad at the Indianapolis 500. And things are going pretty good here right now. They don't have the fastest car, but they got a lot of cars in the top 10.
Rick loved the reference to the other side.
Yeah. And it's interesting. The chance I've had these last few years to work with Art and everyone at American Honda and HPD, there is a ton of respect. They may not use the other brand's name in public.
Right.
But make no mistake about it, Chevrolet and Honda communicate, and they both want the best for this series. And, yeah, there's a tug-of-war that goes on, and they all want to win every race, and that's very true. But they both recognize, and I've heard this from both sides of the paddock, if you will, over the last couple of years, they both recognize that they've got to be competitive. You can't have one brand dominate and have a healthy series.
Very true.
Executives on both sides said to me, hey, perfect world, we each win 8 or 9 races. And we fight hard for the championship. And one year we win it, one year that to them it accomplishes everybody's goals if that happens. Now nobody's going to set it up that way. Last year you had a dominant season for Chevy. Obviously Honda only had 2 race wins. One of them, fortunately for Honda, was the Indianapolis 500, the 100th Indy 500. But is it going to stay this way? Is Honda going to dominate this season? Who knows? We don't know.
This conversation picks up steam, loses steam, picks up steam, loses. A third, perhaps, engine manufacturer. How important is that? Is it important at all?
I don't think from a competitive standpoint that it is. I think we had great racing when there was one engine manufacturer. The difference, clearly, to me, and this is something I am concerned about as a fan of the sport, I think a third manufacturer, as long as the series, and I know the series will do this, manages that correctly so that you don't have somebody new come in and dominate. If you have a third player who can come in, help fund some new teams. We need more race teams in the paddock. We need more investment, I think, in the sport as a whole. And another manufacturer, if it's controlled so that the financial bar doesn't go up considerably to create it, to make a situation where new entrants can't come in. I hope if there's a third or fourth manufacturer, it enables new teams to grow in this series. That's my big concern.
Everything tells us chassis going to look a little different. You like what you're seeing so far?
I do. I like the look of the car. I think this is a very pretty race car, too. I don't think when I first saw it, I thought, that's kind of interesting. I wasn't sure about the wheel pants in the back and that kind of thing. Now that I've seen the car run for a couple of years, I think this is a terrific iteration of Indy cars. I personally would like to see more than one chassis manufacturer, but I know that adds to the cost. I think the new version of the Dallara will be an outstanding-looking race car.
The one company that continues to lead the way and provide an incredible product, so much so that one thing you rarely, if ever, hear is another tire manufacturer coming online, because I think Firestone set a pretty high bar in this series.
Bridgestone Firestone is a terrific company. They've been outstanding for this sport for a very long time. You and I, all three of us, have been around long and more than long enough. I lived through a tire war in NASCAR, it seems like not that many years ago, but it was 20-some years ago now. You don't want that. I mean, that leads to things being done to try to win that can jeopardize race cars and people, and you don't want that. I think Firestone is a terrific steward and partner of this series, and I think everybody respects what they do and understands how hard it is to produce fast, reliable, durable, and safe tires every week, every place we go. Ovals, road courses, street circuits, high-banked racetracks like Texas. I mean, that's a tall order for a tire company.
Nick Yeoman, less than 4 minutes to go in this session, and everyone's still looking up at Will Power.
Yeah, and he's got a pair of Team Penske teammates that have now joined him at the top of the charts. Just here in the last 4 or 5 minutes, Joseph Newgarden has laid down a fast lap at a minute 7.099. He's jumped to P2. Helio Castroneves has jumped to P3. His fast lap at a minute 7.755. So Team Penske owns 1 through 3 at the top of the charts. Mikhail Aleshin and James Hinchcliffe, the Honda teammates for Schmidt-Peterson, have gone to 4th and 5th. And, Mark, it looks like Ryan Hunter-Reay is limping his car back to pit lane. We're getting a good look at what might have happened to Ryan in that DHL Honda. He had some issues yesterday at the end of practice number 2. Hunter-Reay came above the crest there, and, boy, just stepped out. Left side's got off the racetrack, swapped ends, and spun right in front of James Hinchcliffe. Hinchcliffe, thankfully, jumped on the brakes. No damage to Ryan Hunter-Reay. He'll bring that car back to pit lane now, Mark, with under 3 minutes to go here in practice number 3.
Rick, staggering numbers for Will Power in terms of pole. 173rd start this weekend if he makes it. If he's on pole, no reason to believe that he's not a candidate. I think he missed the Fast 6 last time in forever. I can't remember the last time. It would be pole number 46. He's led 98 races in his career. He's got 29 wins. I mean, we talk about Dixon and Helio and Castroneves and Bourdais and the numbers that they have put up. But, boy, the last 4 or 5 years, Will Power's been as good as anybody in motorsports.
And I didn't give Will his due. He's another graduate of the Champ Car World Series, known for Derek Walker there. And, you could tell he was going to be special. He was so dedicated at a young age when he came over from Australia to race there and then moved to IndyCar, joined Team Penske, and then, as you say, it's been a storybook run. I mean, he's one of those guys, if you're going to win one of these races, you better account for Will Power somewhere along the way.
How about almost winning a championship last year?
Without starting at St. Pete. Yeah.
St. Pete. I mean, that gives you an idea just absolutely how dominant he is. And the talk turns to Helio and Kanaan. Big celebration planned for them in Phoenix to celebrate all of their years in motorsports, and rightfully so. I don't think they're interested in being squeezed out anytime soon, and I think they're both very competitive still.
Sure seems so. When Helio put his car on pole at Long Beach, not our brand, but I thought, man, good for him. Good for him, because there are plenty of people, once you get north of 40 in this sport, plenty of people would love to start writing your retirement story.
Yeah.
And good on them for saying, hey, we're here. I'm not going anywhere. I'm looking forward to seeing Montoya back at the Speedway, frankly.
Well, and solving the problem you addressed earlier by adding more teams that an engine manufacturer might be bringing, that would prevent situations like what happened to Steph Wilson, which, led to Alonso running the 500 after he stepped away from his opportunity with Andretti. Gabby Chavez would have an opportunity.
He's coming with a new team, and hopefully that will grow for him.
Jack Harvey and others. So that's where that's the idea behind that.
Absolutely. And Michael Shank has become one of our close friends in the sport over the last few years. Of course, he carries the Acura banner in the IMSA series at the moment. And he and I had lunch together a couple of weeks ago, and he was telling me about they hadn't announced it yet, the Harvey program. He'll run that car at the 500 in association with Andretti Autosport. So there'll actually be 6 Andretti cars on the grounds. And that's the culmination of a lifelong dream for a guy who started in open wheel racing, ran in the Atlantic Series, got that far as a driver before deciding his future really was being a team owner and a team manager. But Mike's a guy who certainly wants to be an IndyCar entrant. And the team that Gabby's going to drive for, same situation there. So I think we've got that opportunity with several people. You've got Ricky Juncos coming in for the Indy 500 as well. He's made no secret of the fact that he wants to be a full-time IndyCar entrant. So there's 3 candidates right there. And you could conceivably add 6 cars to the paddock if you had another manufacturer come on board and say, hey, we'll do the R&D, we'll supply you with what you need to make that a reality. Wouldn't this be great if we could get back to having 25, 28 cars week in and week out?
Checkered flag is out for practice number 3 here from Barber Motorsports Park. It is Will Power who goes P1 here to end the session. He turned 13 laps, his quick lap at a minute 6.995. He's joined by 3 of his teammates in the top 5. And let's hear from Will Power. He's standing by with Ryan Marine.
Fast man in this practice session here today, Will Power joining me on pit lane. You found that speed. It's looked like as a team about halfway through the session. What did you guys find?
Well, no, we felt good from the beginning. Just kind of fine-tuning there. I think we've got a good setup for quali. You never know, but I think we're right in where we need to be.
The start to the season has been frustrating for you, I know, to some degree. Qualifying here, pretty important, I would have to imagine. So knowing that you guys have the pace to put in a good lap in qualifying, how does that have you feeling right now?
Qualifying is always different tires, shorter sessions. You just got to make sure you execute and get through those rounds to have a shot.
All right, thank you very much, Will.
Cheers, thank you.
Back to you guys.
Yep, good stuff, Ryan. Rick Benjamin's been our guest for this session. I'm glad we were able to work this out. Hopefully it's not the last time, but remind people again where they can see you doing what you're doing now.
Well, our Trans Am broadcasts on CBS Sports Network. They start with our Detroit events coming up. Those later in the month of June. Honda Racing at Speed on MAV TV, Revin, a host of other regional channels. Also our coverage of the F4 United States Championship. Our weekly coverage of IndyCar, IMSA, World Challenge, all at Honda Racing HPD on YouTube. The Honda Racing channel on YouTube. You can find our coverage there each and every week. Guys, thanks. Have a great broadcast tomorrow. I know you will. Mark, always a pleasure.
You're one of the best ever, sir. Thank you, and thanks for coming to class the place up for sure. I really appreciate it. Let's go downstairs and check in with Rob Howden.
Yeah, let's get a guy who's won here before, kind of his home racetrack, Joseph Newgarden, P2 in the session. That's a pretty good way to get things rolling here in practice number 3.
Yeah, I mean, this is always a great event. I love coming to Barber. I think all the IndyCar guys do. You know, we get such a great turnout from fans, but also I think just people that want to come have a good weekend with family and friends. It's easy to come to this place and enjoy yourself. So for us on track, I think, we're trying to get back to where we were in the first practice. It was a better practice for us than P2. And now for us, we just got to try and qualify well. It's always helpful here to be up front and then try and make something of the race. But I feel good about the Fitzgerald car. I think we got a great new partner with us this weekend. They just announced they're going to be with us for the 500 with Juan Pablo, so excited to have them with Team Penske, and we'll see what we got later today.
You know what, easy for people to look back and say, hey, you know what, Joseph's been really good at Barber. He's won here before. He was third last year. We're talking about a new team. You know, we got a new engineer. How is that playing into it? Do you feel as good as you have in years past?
Yeah, I mean, I've always liked this place. You know, you try and like everywhere you go, right? You don't want to have any weak points, but it's been different with Team Penske. I've had to learn a lot of new things. Brian and me have been doing a lot of work trying to figure out what I like and how I drive this car. The car is different than what I'm used to, but I think we're getting there one step at a time. We're slowly building our toolbox and figuring out how to use that, and I think the more weekends we have together, the better we're getting. So I feel good about it, and it is different, like I said, but it's still good like it has been in the past.
Good luck in qualifying.
Thank you. Yeah.
Joseph Newgarden, folks, as we said, Mark James, we know this kid knows this racetrack, but he said straight up, it's a different field, it's a different engineer, it's a different race car. We'll see how things happen when we go to qualifying this afternoon.
2 p.m. Central, 3 p.m. Eastern. Nick Yeoman, you have the call along with Davey Hamilton, Michael Young, Jake Query, Ryan, and Rob. Give us a preview of what's coming up for Indy Lights race number 1.
Yeah, really exciting qualifying session this morning. Kyle Kaiser grabbed the pole to his outside. Going to be our points leader, Colton Herta, just 17 years old. So Kaiser and Herta on the front row mark for Indy Lights race number 1. They've got a doubleheader this weekend. 1 race today, 1 race on Sunday.
And you heard Rob reference qualifying a little bit later on this afternoon, 3:10 Central, 4:10 Eastern. We hope to join the whole crew as we get set to go qualifying here in preparation for the Honda Indy Grand Prix of Alabama. Want to thank everybody for being part of this deal. Certainly, the legendary Rick Benjamin added a lot to the show. Great friend. Happy to have him in the booth. Thanks to Nick Yeoman for his efforts. Ryan Marine, Rob Howden, great job on pit road. As always, the director of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway Radio Network is Wally Levitt. On-site engineering and production by Rick Evans. I'm Mark Jane. So long for now from beautiful Barber Motorsports Park.
This is the Verizon IndyCar Series on the Advance Auto Parts IndyCar Radio Network.
A.J. Foyt down the main straightaway. The checkered flag is out. A.J.'s hand in the air. He is the winner.
Jake 1-2, 1-2, Jake 1-2.
This is IndyCar Radio on the IMS Radio Network.
Is in the air. Pedro Hita gets shoved down nearly into pit lane. He'll drop to about 6th or 7th. Here comes Ed Jones. Jones to the outside. Michael Young, he'll clear him into turn number 1.
For the final time, our points leader goes around. Ed Jones just got by Dean Stoneman. Now Stoneman starting to take a look to the inside. Further back, Sorrellis battling with Kellen. So it's Jones. Then it's the machine of Stoneman, and third, Shelby Blackstock to Jake Query for the final time.
Each time that Ed Jones and Dean Stoneman have swapped the lead, the other's gotten it back. Now Stoneman's going to try the outside in turn number 3. Side by side into 3. Ed Jones to the bottom. Dean Stoneman to the top. Jones to the bottom line. Nick Yeoman coming at you out of turn number 4.
It may be another one of those thrilling Freedom 100 finishes. Side by side, Ed Jones, Dean Stoneman to the outside. They'll drag race.
From the Barber Motorsports Park in Birmingham, Alabama, it's time for the Indy Lights, presented by Cooper Tires, on the Advance Auto Parts IndyCar Radio Network.
In early March, a fresh crop of 8 rookies and 7 veterans kicked off the 2017 season in the Indy Lights Series presented by Cooper Tires, and the battle began between the newcomers and those with past experience. To say the new young blood in Indy Lights impressed would be quite an understatement, as rookie drivers led every lap of both races in St. Petersburg, Florida, with Aaron Telitz and Colton Herta scoring their first career wins. As the season schedule heads to Barber Motorsports Park in Birmingham, Alabama, it appears the gauntlet's been laid down for the veterans, but one of those vets grabbed the pole for race 1 earlier this morning. This is the Indy Lights Series presented by Cooper Tires on the Advanced Auto Parts IndyCar Radio Network, live from Barber Motorsports Park. My name is Nick Yeoman, happy to be joined in the booth high above the front straightaway by Davey Hamilton. We've got a talented bunch of broadcasters that are going to bring you this race. Davey, got a first one of a doubleheader this weekend. 30 laps or 45 minutes for these Indy Lights drivers.
Yeah, and one thing to be cautious of, it was nice, cool this morning, kind of heavy air. Well, it's definitely warmed up. We definitely have cloud overcast, but the track temperatures have gone up, the ambient's gone up, it's hot, it's muggy. So track conditions are going to change a lot from their qualifying this morning to the race now. So something to be keep an eye out for.
I mentioned one of those veterans that grabbed the pole earlier this morning with a quick lap of 1:13.285. Juncos Racing's Kyle Kaiser will lead the field to the green, and Rob Howden caught up with him this morning after qualifying.
Kyle Kaiser, impressive run there in qualifying, and I think we all know how important track position is here. For you to get that done, give me your thoughts on getting the pole for race 1.
That was definitely our goal coming into this weekend. We pushed really hard. Ernie gave me a great car. I couldn't be more thankful for the team putting in all the effort. This is exactly what we were shooting for. It's super hard to pass here, so we're going to be focused on getting a good start and trying to lead the whole thing.
It really was a dynamic session. Everybody throwing tires on. I think most teams put on 3 sets of tires. What were your thoughts on that?
Yeah, we did too, and everybody knows how important track position is here. So I think everybody's doing whatever it took to get to the front. It was super tight, super competitive, and I'm just glad we're at the front.
Your pole sitter, Kyle Kaiser, he'll lead the field to the green here for 30 laps in the Indy Lights Series presented by Cooper Tires. To his outside will be the rookie phenom, Colton Herta, second-generation driver. He is the son of Brian Herta, and he's our current points leader after a stellar opening weekend in St. Petersburg, finished second in race 1, picked up the victory in race number 2. Herta will start to the outside. In row number 2, we'll see rookie Nico Jamin, another one of those Andretti drivers. To his outside, a veteran in Santi Urrutia. In row number 3, Neil Alberico will start on the inside. Rookie Pato Ward will start to the outside. In row number 4, Matthias Leist, one of the drivers for Carlin Racing, a rookie. He'll start 7th. And Andretti Autosport veteran Dalton Kellett will start to his outside in 8th. In row number 5, Zachary Clayman DeMello will start on the inside with Juan Pedrahita to his outside. In row number 6, Shelby Blackstock and rookie Nico DePero. Row 7, we'll see Aaron Telitz, the winner at St. Petersburg in race number 1. He's got his work cut out for him as he'll start 13th. To his outside is Ryan Norman, and starting in the 15th position is Garth Rickards, the rookie for Carlin Racing. Davey, 2 races in the book, both of them at St. Petersburg about a month and a half ago. It's been a while since we've seen the Indy Lights Series, but boy, some of this new young blood, especially Colton Herta and Aaron Telitz, drivers that already picked up their career first wins. We've got quite a good championship battle on our hands here in 2017.
Really do, and as you said, 2 rookies wins the first 2 races and leads every lap. So, what do we want to see? We want to see more interaction on racetrack, right? More passings, more overtaking. Another thing, these teams, there's only 5 owners in the series right now, but they're working on that to improve that. But saying that is, with having 5 owners, that makes the competition so close because all those teams, the cars are so, they're spec cars, but there's a lot you could change on them. But these rookies in this particular field, 8 of them, by the way, out of the 15 cars, really impressive so far. So Kyle Kaiser has a chance to be the first non-rookie maybe to win a race this year.
How impressed are you with this Barber Motorsports Park facility? Every year we come here, we rave about it. This is now the 8th year that the Verizon IndyCar Series and Support Series have been coming to Birmingham, Alabama. And once again, Davey, the red carpet has been rolled out for all the series and developmental drivers.
Well, you know what's great about this facility? As soon as you pull off the interstate into the roads bringing you to here, you can see it's a properly promoted event. I mean, there are banners everywhere. You know right where to go. And then once you get into this, really palace, because the scenery is like nothing before with the architecture around here, the proper billboards, just the way it's laid out is so nice. And where else can you go to any racetrack and fit 50, 60, 70,000 people that has no grandstands, right? Just hills and grass. And so beautiful layout. They do it right. They welcome us with open arms. And it's a super fast technical racetrack for these drivers. It's not easy. I heard Graham saying yesterday, I think it was, it's like, man, to get 1 lap in without any mistakes is so challenging here to get that perfect lap just because this track is that difficult.
All right, so again, we're about 5 minutes from getting the command here for race number 1. As I mentioned, we've got 4 other broadcasters, 2 that are going to be on the course. You're going to hear from them in a little bit, but we've also got 2 very talented pit reporters as well. We'll start with the veteran Rob Howden down there on pit lane.
I'll tell you, Nick Yeoman, it could be an interesting day. As Jake had mentioned, a little warmer than it was during our qualifying and practice sessions, about 79 degrees down here right now on pit lane, but 58% humidity. Still feels a lot warmer, and we are watching some big gray clouds come into the racetrack here. They're talking about 50% chance of rain in the next couple of hours. This could change how things are. We're looking up and down pit lane. Indeed, the wet weather treaded Cooper tires are on the pit carts down here. We could have another factor here, Nick, to see what happens before we find out who wins here in race number 1 of this weekend.
Rob's not alone on pit lane. We've got a writer for Sports Car 365 and veteran broadcaster joining us as well, Ryan Marine. Again, welcome to the Advanced Auto Parts IndyCar Radio Network. Down there on the grid, drivers are strapped into those race cars, and I know a lot of them trying to bounce back from rough starts to the early season.
Yeah, thank you very much, Nick. Pleased to be with you guys once again on the radio network as we get set for the first race of the weekend for the Indy Lights presented by Cooper Tires. And you're right, there are plenty looking for bounce backs, but I'm more interested in a couple of guys who had a very good weekend at St. Petersburg and how they are positioned on the grid for this race today. I'm talking, of course, of Colton Herta, who's your points leader coming into this weekend. He's on the outside of row 1, but all the way back towards the rear of the field, sitting in the second to final row on the grid. It's Aaron Tielitz, who won race 1 at St. Pete. He's driving the Soul Red Mazda, signifying he's a champion of the previous rung of the Mazda Road to Indy ladder. And he's got a lot of work cut out for him today, starting further in the field than I'm sure he would prefer. That's a car that, well, frankly, they had some problems with in the qualifying session from a setup perspective. Looks like perhaps a little bit too low to the ground. They got that corrected, and also perhaps something wrong with the wastegate on the turbo. All of those things have been resolved, so that might be a car to keep an eye on if you're here watching at the racetrack or on the stream. That Soul Red number 9 entry. Expect to see Aaron Tielitz charging from the back of the field.
Yeah, Tielitz comes into this weekend second in points, just 10 markers behind Colton Herta after that big win to kick off the season. His first race in the Indy Lights presented by Cooper Tires, and he goes to victory lane, but his work is cut out for him today. And, Davey, this is not the place you want to start from the back for Aaron Tielitz, starting 13th, because, boy, you see a lot of turbulence, cars moving around left and right on the opening laps here every year.
Yeah, no question about it. Not the place to be for this particular race. And as we mentioned during the qualifying show, when you don't have pit stops, it takes a lot of strategy out of what these guys can do and how they can make up track time. So it's all about lap time. The only thing that can go his way potentially is somebody else's bad luck and potentially a full course yellow to pack the cars up and just try to keep him a chance to pass guys a little bit easier on restarts and so forth.
Colton Herta, your points leader, heading into round number 3 and 4. This is race 399, Davey, for the Indy Lights Series, and tomorrow's doubleheader, race number 2, going to be race 400 in the history of the Indy Lights Series. And this program in this series has provided such a good training ground for so many of these drivers.
Without a question. I mean, this is a great format. They're fantastic cars that Delara builds. Dan Anderson and his group put together a really nice program for the up-and-comers, and these are the guys that want to be, future IndyCar stars, and so this is the step, and they're here in front of the IndyCar owners, and this is a really good opportunity for them. We see mistakes being made. We see a lot of things that happen in this series just because they try so hard to get to that next level, and sometimes they go over the boundaries.
And my understanding is tomorrow they've got a special trophy for the winner of race number 400, and the winner of race number 300, James Hinchcliffe, is actually going to present that trophy.
Oh, so, that's cool. Yeah, that'd be perfect.
Very cool. We've seen a lot of great talent come through this series. Of course, James Hinchcliffe, the most recent winner on the Verizon IndyCar Series, as he won at Long Beach and was winner of race number 300. But we got to get race 399 in the books before we can celebrate race 400 in the Indy Lights Series presented by Cooper Tires tomorrow. About to get those engines fired. All of these cars, they race on Cooper Tires, and they are powered by Mazda engines. And again, it is Kyle Kaiser and Colton Herta on the front row. And Davey, these race cars, these cars that they introduced here for the Indy Lights a couple years ago have been awful racy, and they're sharp to look at. I mean, you get up close and personal with these race cars, and I know these drivers really have a fun time piloting them.
Well, if you look at these cars and you look at the design of the Verizon IndyCar Series for next year, they look a lot the same. They really, really do. Check this car out, and then here we go.
Cooper Tires, drivers, start your Mazda engines.
All right,
so you hear those 15 engines come to life here at Barber Motorsports Park as we are set to go racing in race number 1. Well, we sat down with Shelby Blackstock. He's kind of a hometown guy. He's from just up the road in Nashville, Tennessee. It's a home race for him. He's going to start today 11th, but we also asked him to take us with him in the cockpit for a lap around this 17-turn, ultra-tricky road course here in Birmingham, Alabama.
Barber Motorsports Park is very difficult. A lot of elevation change. Going through turn 1, downhill, it has a lot of camber to it, but you really don't feel it because the elevation change. Front normally washes out here. You got to really be careful to dip tires on the exit. Coming through turn 2, you're coming over a crest of a hill, so really, really easy to lock the right front tire on this. Understeer halfway through the corner, really, really easy to lose the front end. Coming back down the hill, the car starts binding up. Really hard to put power down sometimes. Up and over the hill at turn 4. Coming down into turn 5, it's really, really easy to lock all 4 tires since we're going down here and we're cresting the hill. Again, very, very difficult with the elevation change. Really important to get an exit here because this is the 2 biggest straightaways here at Barber Motorsports Park. Coming back out of turn 5, the road falls away just a little bit at exit, so it's really easy to snap the rear out of the car. Coming through 7, 8, 9, very, very complicated, complex of corners. 7, 8, 9, really downhill, really have to carry in a lot of entry speed, turning and braking, so really easy to get the rear end loose. Over the curbs, try to keep the front end with you at a turn 9, put the power down, always chasing the car on exit. Coming into 10 and 11, really easy to get the car loose on exit here because every single corner here almost falls away on exit. Mr. Barber did a really good job designing that. Coming into 12, 13, 14, my favorite complex of the corners. Really fast entry to turn 12. Really easy to get the car to wash out on the front on the mid-corner of turn 13. Up and over the hill, car gets very light since you're cresting the hill. Back through down into 14, 15, really tight complex of corners. Really got to lean on the left rear and really chase the car out. Turning and braking for turn 15. Really easy to get loose here and try to keep the nose with you. Then the final corner, turn 16, really drifting the car through here, really focusing on finishing the lap, and that's a fun lap at Barber Motorsports Park.
So that's Shelby Blackstock. We thank him, the driver for Bilardi Auto Racing, for taking us on a lap around Barber Motorsports Park. 15 cars around this 17-turn course. Going to need a little help describing the action as the entire field is on the racetrack completing the first of 2 pace laps. Michael Young has made his way from pit lane. It's just a couple floors above us atop the press box here at Barber Motorsports Park. Michael Young, good afternoon. Let's have fun today calling this Indy Lights race.
Indeed we will, Nick Yeoman. Always a pleasure to be part of the broadcast. Looking so forward to seeing these 15 Indy Lights machines roll through this beautiful Barber Motorsports Park course. My vantage point on top of the tower here, I can see pretty much the entire circuit with the exception of where Jake Query is, which we'll talk to Jake in a moment, but I can see the entire front straightaway. They then lose me into the Alabama roller coaster, come back up in through turn number 4. I see all of turn 4, turn 5 down into Charlotte's Web, out of turn 6 through turn 7, all the way down to turn number 8. There is a bridge there. The fans are adorned there, watching these beautiful Indy Lights machines as they get set to go green. Overcast a little bit more windy than we have seen, but still a beautiful day here at Barber. Let's turn things over to the gentleman who'll be calling him out of turn number 8, Jake Query. Jake?
You know, there's a museum here that is perhaps the most spectacular vehicle museum in North America, if not the world, at Barber Motorsports Park. Some 1,200 motorcycles on display, and those motorcycles continue to grow. So too does the museum. As a matter of fact, they have expanded here. There is a walk bridge, a floor below me. I am on the 4th floor overlooking turn 8 and turn number 9 of this fabulous facility. When they were building the walk bridge, they dug to put in one of the pillars and noticed that they hit a spring of water. So what did Mr. Barber do? He said, why not go ahead and make ourselves a pond and a waterfall? So as a result, when these cars work their way through turn number 8, they come right into my view as they start to make that right-handed turn number 8. As a matter of fact, the pace car, Michael, came into my view just now, as a matter of fact. They work their way, does this field, down a long spiral that is turn number 9, Mr. Barber's favorite number for that matter. And when they work their way, they'd go about a 90-foot elevation change down. Just to the side of them, because of that water spring they hit, Nick Yeoman, a 5-tiered waterfall that has been added here. Each and every year we come of the last 8 to this fantastic facility, there seems to be something that is even more aesthetically pleasing than the year before. The field will work their way out of turn number 9 as they do right now, then a slight left-handed kink that is turn number 10. And, Nick, it's going to be a challenge for them here on this overcast but yet beautiful day in Birmingham, Alabama.
It is just a fantastic facility. I dare you to try to find a blade of grass or a tree or a bush that hasn't been properly manicured. It is just a spectacular facility. We love coming here every year. Now we're going to start the racing festivities off on the Advanced Auto Parts IndyCar Radio Network with a pair of Indy Lights races. Out of turn number 17, Kyle Kaiser on the pole. Alignment is almost perfect. Green flag. We wait for it. We wait for it. Tom Hansing will wave it. We are racing. No start. And David, we've got problems. Colton Herta has damaged the front wing, and we've got Pato O'Ward who's gone up over the top of the rear wing of Santi Urrutia. So it was a slow crawl down to the start-finish line, and we've already got a handful of cars with damage before we've officially seen the green flag.
That's one thing back to good old short track racing. You never say no start until they get a little ways down the road. But Colton Herta with definite damage. What he tried to do was not only cut back behind our leader Kaiser, he tried to get underneath of him, and there just was no room and ran right back into the back of him. He has some damage on the front of his car. Unfortunately, that balled everybody up when they said no start, and man, they got debris laying everywhere.
Boy, we will await some reports from pit lane once some of those cars make their way back to pit lane. But from my vantage point, it looks like it was at least 3 cars that sustained damage. It was our points leader, Colton Herta, who started to the outside of the front row. It was Santi Urrutia, who started 4th, and Pato O'Ward, who started 6th. So, Davey, it was the 3 cars on the outside, outside of row 1, 2, and 3. Rob Howden, you're down there on pit lane, and I'm sure things going to get awful busy here in moments.
Yeah, Nick Yeoman, you were bang on. We have 3 teams scrambling to grab spare equipment. Pato O'Ward's Team Pelfrey Squad, Andretti Autosports crew for Colton Herta. They've all brought front wings out. Of course, a rear wing, the Bilardi Auto Racing crew ready to rock and roll here for Santi Urrutia. Still no start as we're seeing the yellow flag still being shown here at start finish. Herta, for some reason, did not come into pit lane here, Nick Yeoman. This could be interesting. The team wonder what happened there.
I'm not, and Davey, you bumped me on the shoulder and say, what is he doing?
What is going on? Yeah, Colt should have definitely came in and get that nose fixed before they threw the green to just make sure he stays on the lead lap. Now, I know that he's probably trying to catch up, but if they go to try to throw a green this time, it would leave him in serious trouble. So that was interesting.
Well, of course, oftentimes when we see no start, we just line them back up, and on the next lap we go green. But with the damage, and as you mentioned, lots of debris, it's going to be a little while. Here's something to keep your eye on, though. This is a 30-lap race or 45-minute session, so the clock has already started. 98 car pace car speed. Please come back to the field. So the 98 of Colton Herta was trying to pull away and rush back around to pit lane. IndyCar, the Indy Light Series, is going to ask that he return back to pit lane or back to pace speed with the rest of the field. Let's check in with Ryan Marine down on pit lane.
Down in the Team Pelfrey pit area where Pato O'Ward just pulled in for some quick rhinoplasty, a nose change on the front of that car. Some serious damage to the initial wing that they started with there on the front nose cone. That has been replaced. That's it. They did give it a quick look over as far as suspension is concerned, but it seems like it was just that nose of the race car that was damaged when it got up on the back of Santi Urrutia's Bilardi with SPM entry at the start of the non-start of the race, as it were. So we'll send it down pit road to Rob Howden for updates on that side.
Yeah, Ryan, lots of work down here as Aaron Tielitz also had a front wing damage and right front tire as well. They replaced the wing, they replaced the right front Cooper, and Aaron Tielitz down and away already, but this is going to be a major work for Santi Urrutia. They've got the rear cowl off the car. They got to pull the whole rear attenuator off at this point here. There's a lot of damage to that rear wing here. So Nick Yeoman, they got work to do here for Santi Urrutia.
All right, so we saw not 3 but 4. We as mentioned, Aaron Tielitz came to pit lane as well. So that's 1, 2, 3, and 6 in Indy Lights points, all getting damaged to start this event. And the Indy Light Series has just told Colton Herta, you can't check out on the field and hustle back to pit lane. They want him in line in second position when he sustained that damage before he gets the repairs on pit lane. So they've got some massive issues there in terms of getting that car placed. Again, Colton Herta now leaving pit lane. Let's go back to pit lane, and we'll check in with Ryan Marine.
Rob Howden down here with Colton Herta, Nick, and obviously it was just kind of routine service for him to get that new front wing looked at. They put the new wing on, they had a look at the car, no damage, of course, to the front of the car as well, but again, still work. Nick going down here on Santi Urrutia, they are working hard to get this new wing on, but again, everything bent. The whole the upright for the wing is actually bent over. They're having a hard time getting that thing off.
Further down pit lane, Ryan Marine, you've got more.
Yeah, I was actually watching that same stop from the other side. It was a very quick one for the Andretti Steinbrenner team, but certainly got the car back out there for Colton. He was pretty anxious to get back out on track, a pretty ferocious burnout leaving pit lane, and got a little bit tight on the exit as he was trying to negotiate his way around the Bilardi team that's still working on Santi Urrutia.
So Colton Herta has been told by the Indy Lights Series to head to the back of the pack after those repairs. Davey, you've had a chance to see a couple different replays of that opening lap.
Yeah, it really looks like when Herta crossed over to try to go from the outside to the inside, which he probably should have been side by side with him, I guess is what they're saying, but he just clipped Kaiser's left rear wheel, which I wouldn't be surprised that Kaiser may not have some left tire damage. I mean, he had it pretty good to knock the nose completely off of Herta's car. And then from then on, I'm a little confused, but I guess Herta took off where he's supposed to be pace car speed, and so they're just holding him till like it's coming down for the green right now, I think. But Herta is going to have to come in to the pits.
So let's reset as Kyle Kaiser leads the field out of turn number 17. We're finally going to go green flag racing. It's Kaiser followed by Jamin. Then you've got Neil Alberico running in the front three. Green flag is up in the air. And finally, we're off to pacing around Barber Motorsports Park. It is Kyle Kaiser by about 2 or 3 car lengths over Nico Jamin. Little smoke further back as Dalton Kellett's going to get challenged to the outside by Matthias Laced. But the leader is Kyle Kaiser out of turn number 4.
Yeah, about a car length advantage as Nico Jamin starts to close in. Jamin starts to look to the inside. Indeed, he will tuck that nose and get around the pole sill of Kyle Kaiser. So a nice pass by Nico Jamin out of the gate. He'll already gap him about 2 car lengths. So Jamin, Kyle Kaiser, then it's Neil Alberico, your top 3. Matteo Lace, about 5 car lengths behind in 4th.
When you get to the bottom of the elevation change of turn number 9, sometimes heading into that straight, it gives you an opportunity to pounce if you're trying to make a move. But right now, nobody is able to make that move on Jamin. He still has a comfortable 2-car advantage over Kyle Kaiser.
Davey, that's one of the best passing points on the racetrack down there at the bottom of the hill in turn 5, and Nico Jamin jumped all over Kaiser on that restart.
Yeah, probably the best braking zone that we have on this track, and so that does make it the best passing point. And I think Kaiser may be filling his car out. You can see he's losing a little bit of grip, but I still wonder about that tire, that left rear tire that he's got.
Off of turn number 17 to complete the first lap at speed with 26 now to go. It is Nico Jamin by about 5 or 6 car lengths leading Kyle Kaiser into turn number 1. Kaiser locks him up as they climb back down the hill, and he is under pressure. Here comes Neil Alberico, Michael Young, just 1 car length behind Kaiser running in second.
Yeah, indeed. And for Kyle Kaiser, who we thought would probably be the quickest out there, struggling the early portion of this race. So Santiarrutia back out on the track, and he's about 2 seconds ahead of our leader, Nico Jamin. Then it's Kaiser. Then it's that machine of Neil Alberico. Mateus Lace runs 4th. Dalton Kellett just lost a position. He is now dropped to the 6th place.
I'll tell you what, getting very, very squirrely at times coming into turn number 9, really everybody in the field. But Jamin about a 3-car length advantage over Kaiser, then Alberico about 2 car lengths behind him.
Rob Howden, you could hear a car firing up on pit lane moments ago. Was that Santiarrutia who just left pit lane?
Indeed it was. He pulled out essentially right in front of the leaders as they came through. Not right in front. He had enough room to be able to get out there, probably about 8 or 9 car lengths in front. So Santi's going to have to step it up and see if he can't keep himself in front of your leader at this point. But yes, Santiarrutia, they were able to get the rear wing put on the car. He's back out, albeit a lap down.
Yeah, a couple laps down actually to be official, and he's just moved over to let Nico Jamin by. So that's a nice sportsmanlike move for Santiarrutia to let the leader go by, because he is certainly not in contention. So it's Jamin, Kaiser, then Alberico, followed by Lace and Clayman DeMello. In fact, the Carlin Racing Machines running 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Michael Young as the leaders head to turn 5.
Yeah, that machine of Santiarrutia, the gold color aero machine for Velarde Auto Racing, Schmidt Peter Motorsport Sports, will fall to the wayside. Actually moves to the inside. He allows Kyle Kaiser to move by, but that really gave Nico Jamin. Jake Query, you'll see Jamin right now, and it's a bit before you'll see that second-place machine of Kyle Kaiser.
I'll tell you what, Urrutia the last time by, as Rob had mentioned, had cycled out in front of the field, and in doing so got a little bit loose. You would think that Jamin, if there was an opportunity for Kaiser to get to him, would have perhaps seized it right then. But Urrutia now is doing the sportsmanlike thing. He let the entire field, Nick, go past him the last time by.
Davey found a good spot on the racetrack and did what you should do.
Yeah.
Move over and let everyone go.
What a class act, really. He knows he's out of the game, and really not his fault. He got ran over on that first lap. He didn't do anything wrong. He just got ran over from behind, and obviously frustrated, but knowing, looking at the big picture, let the field go by, don't impede the leaders, which that's normally him. You know what I mean? So he pulled over, let him go, and let the guys race.
Change for the 9th position as Pato O'Ward just got around Nico DePero in turn 16 and 17. DePero lights him up, smokes him up right in front of Ryan Norman, and they're in front of a couple of interested spectators, number 1 and 2 in points. Colton Herta and Aaron Telitz. Michael Young towards the back of the pack are points leaders in heavy traffic.
And for 9th and 10th right now, Nicholas DePero, and that machine right behind him of Ryan Norman. Norman closed in on that rear wing, stuck the look inside, and then thought better of it, then got back in line. So for Nicholas DePero, able to now gap that Norman machine by about 2 car lengths.
Jamin has such a big gap at this point, Nick, that it almost looks like he is one of those that got cycled back at the beginning of this race and found himself towards the back of the field trying to get back on the lead lap. He's got about an 18 car length advantage this lap.
French driver for Andretti Autosport. Last time across the line, the gap from him back to Kyle Kaiser was 2 full seconds, and then just 0.6 of a second back to Neil Alberico. Keeping an eye, though, on some of these drivers, again, that were involved in the opening lap accident, one of which was our points leader, Colton Herta. He comes off of turn number 17, Davey. He's running down Norman and DePero right there in front of him.
Yeah, he definitely has speed on them, but he's been there for quite a while, actually pretty much this whole race. Him and Titus, and they're nose to tail, but just can't get by. Just very difficult to pass. Herta locking up his tires, getting into Alabama roller coaster, but just loses ground when it's time to accelerate and get going. We'll see what he does down here in this our braking zone, see if he can take advantage of it.
Yeah, we know he has an awful fast race car. He wouldn't have started second if he didn't, and certainly with his start to the season, he is certainly a championship contender. He's all over the rear wing, Jake Query, of his teammate Ryan Norman. Our points leader, Colton Herta, buried right now, though, all the way back in 12.
Yeah, it's got to be frustrating, too, because you want to get on your giddy-up, but at the same time, you want to make sure that there is no further damage to that car. He only has 2 vehicles at this point behind him, not able to make any sort of a gap between himself and his teammate just in front.
So it is Nico Jamin, Kyle Kaiser, Neil Alberico, Matthias Leist, Zachary Clayman DeMello, your top 5. Dalton Kellett runs in the 6th position. Shelby Blackstock is 7th. Juan Pedrejita is 8th. His teammate Pato O'Ward runs in 9th. Nicholas DePero is in the 10th position. Ryan Norman runs 11th. Points leader Colton Herta is 12th. Second in points, Aaron Telitz is 13th. Garth Rickards is 14th, and Santi Urrutia is in 15th. Davey, I know the season is very young, but to have 1 and 2 in points already buried deep in the field in 12th and 13th, that's going to throw a curveball and brings a lot of guys that maybe didn't have a great St. Pete weekend right back into this hunt.
Yeah, no, it's definitely going to help some of these guys for sure. But right now, even with him buried in there, Herta still has a nice points lead, even if it was to finish this way. So that tells you how big of a points lead, getting a first and a second in the first 2 races of the season really jumped him out there. But this can equalize it a lot right here.
Nico Jamin continues to pick him up and lay him down. We mentioned moments ago that lead was at 2 seconds. Now it is at 2.5 seconds over Kyle Kaiser, who the car appears to have come to him a little bit more after getting a little contact from Colton Herta on that opening lap. Let's check in with Rob Howden on pit lane with 22 laps to go.
Yeah, Nick, expecting Santi Urrutia to come back down here onto pit lane. We saw the kind of the effect of that damage. Pato O'Ward climbing up on the back of him in turn number 1. There was, of course, damage to the rear wing. They were able to get that changed, but he's still complaining of some issues in the car. So they are, I believe, going to bring Santi Urrutia back in here. Even though he's a number of laps down or 2 laps down, he wants to stay out there because you never know what happens. Even a couple more cars going out, he would get a couple of positions, but it looks like they're going to have to change a piece of suspension on the car of Santi Urrutia.
Yeah, Davey, when an accident happens at the beginning of the race, of course those guys in the crew want to fix the car efficiently, but boy, you put yourself down a lap early on, and then all of a sudden it's an uphill battle all day.
Yeah, it sure does, but one thing they remember is it's not just about getting laps and points. There is another race, qualifying and race tomorrow, so they don't want to go make a mistake today. Now, if there wasn't anything going on tomorrow, they may just say, hey, we got to just go for it and try to get as much as we can out of this particular race, but knowing that that's more important picture, and that is to get into race tomorrow.
So Santi Urrutia has brought that number 5, that golden black Aero Mazda, to pit lane to the attention of the Bilardi Auto Racing crew. His day, for all intents and purposes, in terms of trying to pick up a win, is gone. He had a good qualifying effort starting in the 4th spot, so tough way for his day to end, or to start, I should say. Nico Jamin, your leader, 9 laps in here at Barber Motorsports Park, 2.7 seconds over Kyle Kaiser. Then he's got a trio of dark blue teammates all driving for Trevor Carlin's organization. It's Alberico running in 3rd. Matthias Leist is in 4th. Zachary Clayman DeMello is in 5th. Those Carlin cars looking awful racy. They didn't have a really strong start to the season. Alberico's off to a good start. He had his first career podium, but Michael Young, as those dark blue Carlin cars, we're used to seeing them up at the front. They're all trying to run down Kyle Kaiser for second.
Yeah, indeed. Kyle Kaiser able to check out from Neil Alberico about 8 car lengths. I noticed Nico Jamin, our leader, who's got about that 2-second gap, nearly 3 now. It's about 2 or 3 laps ago, Nick. He came off of turn 17 and he kicked up a little dust. I'm sure the heart rate jumped quite a bit for Nico in those moments, but I've watched him the last few times and he's been spot on, at least hitting those spots as he makes his way around this 17-turn course. But as he makes his way now into turn number 12, Nico Jamin continues to build on that lead. Kyle Kaiser not nearly under assault yet from Neil Alberico, although, as you said, Neil's starting to close in.
Jake Query, did you happen to see that pass Colton Herta just made on Ryan Norman?
I did. As a matter of fact, Ryan Norman, you could tell, didn't know which way that Colton Herta was going to go. He managed to get around him to the outside, and as a result of that, Norman seemed to kind of check it up just a little bit. It was almost as if he figured that he wasn't going to win that battle, let him go by so that everybody was clean.
Got a good battle shaping up here between a pair of teammates. Might have very nearly made contact. Juan Pedrojita and Pato O'Ward. They'll come across the start-finish line. This is a battle for the 8th position as Pedrojita, the veteran, has that spot. And Pato O'Ward, the driver from Mexico, is all over that rear wing, Michael Young, as they climb the hill in turn 4. Pedrojita with a nice run as he runs in 8th position.
Yeah, Pato dropping back just a little bit. Now Nicholas DePero trying to make a move up Pato O'Ward. That allows Colton Herta to close in. So these drivers battling for 8th, 9th, 10th, and 11th. Again, as Jake Query had said, nice pass by Colton Herta. Still about 4 car lengths behind DePero as that gap between the 2 Pelfrey teammates gaps himself just a little bit more.
Yeah, Herta is right there. As a matter of fact, just as everybody starts to get a little imbalanced heading into turn number 9, he tries to close in. Can't make the move at this point. So again, he's going to have to settle in just behind that trio in front of him, Michael.
Here comes Colton Herta. He's trying to run down, again, Nico DePero running in the 10th position. How frustrating is that, David, to know you've got a strong race car, and here at Barber Motorsports Park, there's not a lot of good places to pass. We're watching Colton Herta. He's slinging that race car around.
Yeah, he's driving it for everything it's worth, and that's part of what we talked about earlier, is with no pit stop strategy and no pit stops in his race, it's so difficult to pass on this fast, windy up and down race course that track position is so important. That's why we see in a qualifying these guys throwing sticker tires on every time they have a chance just to try to get better position for starting.
And Herta appears to be using up that right front as he locked it up again through turn number 2. Those drivers will race down into the Charlotte's Web portion of the racetrack here in turn number 5. It's kind of a swooping left-hander. A lot of elevation change here at Barber Motorsports Park, but still everyone chasing after Nico Jamin. That lead has ballooned up to 3 seconds, 2.99 to be exact, over Kyle Kaiser. Then you got about a second back to Neil Alberico. Matthias Lace runs in 4th. Zachary Clay-Medemelo sits in the 5th spot. Dalton Kellett is 6th. Shelby Blackstock 7th. Juan Pedrojita 8th. Pato O'Ward is 9th. And Nico DePero trying to hold off Colton Herta to stay in the top 10. How about an update on our current leader, Nico Jamin, down on pit lane with Ryan Marine?
Now, this is a guy, Nick, that has had some success at this track in the past. His first win on the Mazda Road to Indy ladder came right here at Barber back in F2000. That was race 2 of the weekend in 2015. He's a rookie in Indy Lights, as is over half the field this year. But this is a guy, too, that is coming off of a solid third-place result in Pro Mazda last season that saw him really go on a tear in the second half of the campaign. He was driving for Cape Motorsports with Wayne Taylor Racing. Didn't have a podium until Road America Race 2 halfway through the year last year, but from then on had no finishes worse than 4th, which he had 2 times. Everything else was on the podium, including 2 wins coming at Mid-Ohio. So really a guy who closes the season strong. Didn't get off to a great weekend at St. Petersburg. He's 11th in points coming into this weekend, but still, if he can put together a strong start to the season, we know he's a finisher, and he's definitely going to put himself as a championship contender if this race result holds. Rob Howden, you have more?
You know, Ryan, you picked it up right there. You talk about Mid-Ohio and Nico Jamin. We really shouldn't be that surprised that he's so good here on this natural terrain road course. You can essentially call him Mr. Mid-Ohio. He is 5 for 5 over the last 2 years at Mid-Ohio in USF2000. Swept all 3 races in 2015. Last year in Pro Mazda 2016, won both races in Pro Mazda. He is 5 for 5 in the last 5 races at Mid-Ohio. Of course, that racetrack in Ohio, very similar to this natural terrain road course here at Barber Motorsports Motorsports Park. Nick Yeoman, we've been watching this kid come up through the Mazda Road to Indy. He likes these purpose-built racetracks, and he's showing it here again. He's trying to get another natural terrain road course win.
Yeah, he is super talented. We've made so much about the rookies in Aaron Telitz and Colton Herta, who picked up the victories at St. Petersburg. But Nico Jimen's another one of those drivers in his first year that is going for this Indy Lights title. Good battle shaping up for the 4th position. Matthias Lace just locked him up at the bottom of the hill. Jake Query, a pair of Carlin Racing teammates, laced, followed by Clayman DeMello heading to turn 8.
Yeah, this seems to be getting closer each time they come past. Clayman DeMello, and just in front of him, as you talked about, laced. Of course, they have Alberico, the third of that trio, in front of them, but he's got about a 12-car length advantage. Nick, I get the feeling that it might be within the next couple of circuits, perhaps we could see a pass.
Michael Young, Colton Hurd is trying to fight his way back through the field. He's running in the 11th position, and things getting a little rough towards the back of the pack.
Boy, he tried to get around Nicholas DePero there in Charlotte's Web, got to the outside of DePero in turn number 5, nearly made contact with DePero, and instead of forcing the issue, he gave DePero that spot back. It's still a very good race car for Colton Herta. I wouldn't be too surprised if he tries to make a move this time by.
David, we've had the chance here in our broadcast booth to watch some of the onboard shots, specifically with Colton Herta, and he's really fighting the steering wheel. I imagine all of these guys have their hands full for this entire race.
Yeah, I mean, see in turn 2, a lot of tire smoke where the car really unloads on that right front tire, and they're getting a lot of tire smoke. So you got to be careful with that because it overheats the tire, number 1. It could flat spot a little bit. Even in Charlotte's Web, some of the areas, sometimes they have some tire smoke in that area as well. So that's one thing. It's tire management. You have to take care of them. And the more you lock them up, the worse it's going to get later on. But Colton Herta, he is driving that thing for all it's worth. But I'm sure that he knows and his team is telling him, big picture, just do what you can. Don't make any risk because he still has a great points lead. He is at 69 points. If this race was to end right now, he has 68 points. Next closest car to him would be Kyle Kaiser at 60. Still a nice points lead going in, even if it ended right now. So, look at the big picture, try to win this championship at the end of this year, and just don't take any more risks.
Let's hear from the car owner of the drivers running 3rd through 5th. Ryan Marine is standing by on pit lane with Trevor Carlin.
That's right, the man behind Carlin Racing joining me here. You've got 3 of your cars all running in lockstep that close together. What goes through your mind when you see all your cars out there that close to one another on the racetrack?
Well, obviously you're hoping that they're not going to shunt into each other, but they're all good guys, so I trust them. I think Matthias is nursing a very badly flat-spotted front left tyre, so it's going to make his life very difficult. I think if he gets in trouble, he'll probably have to let Zach through, but yeah, so far the guys are doing a perfect job.
When do you get on the radio and communicate that to your guys in the race cars to make those moves on track, if that is the decision you guys like to make?
To be honest, we don't make any decisions like that. We let them get on with it. Yeah, it's their race. We let them, they are in a better position than us to see what's going on. So, yeah, we trust them.
Let you get back up on the box. Thanks so much.
Thanks, no worries.
Back up top.
Appreciate that, Ryan. Trevor Carlin's built an impressive organization in the Indy Lights Series. Not just in Indy Lights, Davey. I mean, overseas, everyone knows about Carlin Racing. They've been developing drivers that have come to the Verizon IndyCar Series, have raced in Formula One, and that model that Trevor Carlin brought over here to the States, here in the Indy Lights Series, it appears to be working once again.
Yeah, it's great to see. I mean, when they unloaded last year, how impressive was that? I mean, right from Europe to victory circles. So very, very impressive. These guys, they see how difficult it is. It's not like they just come over here and control, but, we keep an eye on Herta. He passed Norman a few laps ago, but, man, Norman is all over the back of him at certain places on the racetrack. So that battle's not over yet with it either.
Yeah, I kind of wondered if after Herta cleared Norman, if he'd take care of DePero pretty easily. But give Nico DePero a lot of credit. He has held off that hard-charging Colton Herta towards the further back in the pack. Again, it's Nico Jamin, your leader after 17 laps, 13 to go, or 21 minutes. Probably going to balance out towards the end of this event. Jamin is your leader. Kaiser runs in the 2nd position. Neil Alberico is 3rd. Laced is 4th. Clayman DeMello is 5th. How about another interview on pit lane with Rob Howden down there here at Barber Motorsports Park?
Yeah, Nick Yeoman, normally when we come here to Barber Motorsports Park, we're going to have the entire 3 rungs of the Mazda Road to Indy. Of course, absent this weekend, the Pro Mazda Championship. That series actually truncated down to just 6 weekends this year. We'll be back next year with a brand new race car. Standing here with Scott Elkins, of course, the race director for the USF2000 Championship, and also the architect of the new PM18 car, the Tatis-built chassis, brand new Mazda power plant, tons of horsepower. You guys tested just last week. You had Joel Miller in that brand new car at Mid-Ohio, and all I'm hearing in the paddock right now is rave reviews. You guys did a great job with this car. Can you tell me about your thoughts of being at Mid-Ohio and seeing it turn the laps for the first time?
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's a culmination of a long time. It's a unique perspective because the PM18 is based off the USF17. I don't think that's ever been done before. So a guy can just get a USF17 and then move up with a handful of parts to the next level. The test at Mid-Ohio was incredible. The power plant does exactly what we want. It's 100 more horsepower. So what that means is it's actually going to require the drivers to worry about rear tire wear, which is the perfect step into moving up into Indy Lights, which those guys obviously have to deal with. Joel did a great job. The guys at Tatis did a great job. Elite Engines. It's amazing what we've been able to do with this PM18.
Anytime you bring a new race car out, we start looking at lap times, and I've heard that you guys were down to pretty much what the old Pro Mazda was, and you guys really haven't even dialed on the car. This was shaking the car down, not letting the team go out there and really work on it.
Yeah, we're not a race team. We're a development team, and we're here to do everything in regards to reliability and making sure everything works when we hand it to the teams. So we were actually the first team on Mid-Ohio's racetrack since the snow. So the track was really green. We know there's at least a second to a second and a half of the racetrack. And again, we didn't touch the car. The dampers were all set at 12 o'clock. We didn't do anything. And we were right there. So once it gets into the hand of a race team, we know it's going to be a massive improvement.
You know, one thing I think is really interesting and exciting is the fact that you talk about the USF2000 car can be upgraded to become the PM18. It's essentially the same chassis. You put on new bolt-on components, more aero, et cetera, et cetera. But the car that you guys used as the test bed for Pro Mazda, the one you just tested, was actually a USF2000 show car that you guys updated yourself. So you really proved the point yourself.
Yeah, that's exactly what we did. It's the exact same car we used for the USF17 testing. One of the coolest things about it, I think, is that, and you can see it here, obviously, the rear tires on the USF car are the front tires on the PM18. So you look at that, you realize how big of a rear tire it has, the more performance. But yeah, we did it. We changed some bodywork, put a new engine in it. The USF17 became a PM18.
John Doonan standing by here with us here as well. We'll go to him. But first off, I saw some video. That engine sounded so good.
Yeah, it's I think the appropriate word is screams. Yeah, it's incredible, and we can't even imagine what it's going to be like to have a full fleet of them racing. It's just incredible, and the power from the Mazda motor is perfect, and it's really, really good.
Scott Elkins, thank you so much. Fantastic job. Nico Jamin leading by over 4 seconds right now. John Doonan, the guys at Elite Engine, Steve and Logan Knapp did such an incredible job on that new motor, and I've heard it. It sounds fantastic. 280 horsepower. Just another new advancement for Mazda within this road, and you guys got to be pleased.
We're extremely pleased, Rob. This program has continued to grow, and just talking to one of my colleagues, Jim Bowie, and the talent level and the competition here has reached a new height, in my opinion, in our staff's opinion. We brought the best talent. We've always talked about value for the customer. There's huge scholarships available to champions from the Mazda Road to Indy, and then it comes down to the package. And what's happened with the USF17 and now the PM18, it's unheard of. It starts at the heart with the MZR Mazda power plant. The engine's bulletproof. What Steve and Logan have done, you got teams running for championships with 6-year-old motors, and we're really proud of that. But it's all about value for the customers and the teams. And you see these drivers stepping up every part of the Mazda Road to Indy, to the Verizon IndyCar Series, and makes all of us really proud that we've had a hand in that.
I know that when those drivers you watch come through the Road to Indy end up at the Indianapolis 500, it's something you get a lot of pride from as well. You and I were there last year on the front straightaway. You looked around and saw so many young kids that have come through this program starting in the Indianapolis 500. That's a huge thing for Mazda.
It is, and I hope all the fans sitting on the hills here today and those watching streaming and watching on television realize that what you're seeing now are the future stars of the Verizon IndyCar Series, and they've all come through the Mazda Road to Indy, and makes us real proud. Mazda's brand is about the love of driving, and I think we've given all these kids the right platform to do it.
John, thank you so much.
Thanks.
Nick Yeoman, there's some great people down here, and I'll tell you, when we get to see a full field of those PM18s with that new screaming 280 horsepower Mazda MZR power plant, that is really going to raise this thing to the next level.
Yeah, it's going to be awful cool to see the advancements, not just in the Indy Lights series, but in the entire Mazda Road to Indy ladder system. And, of course, Mazda doing such a great partner for all three of those developmental series, Davies. They produce some really good racing engines, and the designs of these cars. I mean, they're not rolling out cars anymore that are 6, 7, 8 years old. They're really up in the technology, and the design of these cars are awesome.
You know, one thing with Mazda as well is the scholarship program. You know, when you get that scholarship program, to really allows these drivers to go from one series to the next series, and that's just awesome, because that's where these drivers, that's incentive to win a championship. And then, for example, we're watching the Indy Lights, whoever wins this championship gets to go to IndyCar, but it starts way down the ladder, and even at the MX5 level, but 2000s can go to the Mazda series, the Pro Mazda series, the Pro Mazda go to Indy Light. So with Mazda being involved with all that group and all the road to Indy and helping these drivers get to the next level, man, it's hats off to those guys.
Promise you're not missing a whole lot up front. Nico Jamin is just dominating this race. The lead is now up to 4 seconds over Kyle Kaiser. Some pretty good battles throughout the pack. Alberico's been putting the pressure on Kaiser for the second spot. Shelby Blackstock is trying to hold off Juan Pedrojita and Pato O'Ward for 7th, but no passes there yet. And we've been watching Colton Herta locking up those front tires all over this racetrack as he's tried to grab the 10th spot from Nico DePero. None of those drivers, though, have been close enough to make moves and pick up positions. How about one of our Indy Lights graduates? He started in the Indianapolis 500. It's a guy who is no stranger to the Advanced Auto Parts IndyCar Radio Network. He's joined us many, many times. We like him a great deal. Stephen Wilson standing by on pit lane with Ryan Marine.
Yeah, down in the Pelfrey pits, as a matter of fact, by Juan Pedrojita's set up here. Stephen Wilson, kind enough to join us on the Advanced Auto Parts IndyCar Radio Network. I know you've been in the news a lot here recently. We'll get to that in a moment. But first, what are you doing here this weekend? What's the association with Pelfrey that has you down here?
Yeah, so I'm obviously a graduate of the Indy Lights series, and it's great to be here and kind of catch a race, you know, this weekend, just really spectating and taking it all in, do some networking.
And on the subject of networking, I think by now most people know the story. Fernando Alonso coming to the Indy 500. You, of course, had a hand in that. And, look, I can see the face that you're making. I know it was not easy to step out of the race car to facilitate that, but you were able to help IndyCar and Alonso make that move. There have been some assurances made that you'll be able to make an attempt at the Indy 500 next year. When did they come to you? How difficult was that thought process? What did you go through, if you don't mind?
Yeah. Obviously, not an ideal situation to be in, and obviously I'm, a little bit of disappointment not to be in the Indy 500 this year. That race means so much to me. But at the same time, it was just a decision that I felt like it was good for the series, the Indianapolis 500 as itself, and my sponsors as well. So, sponsors being Gap Guard and Indiana Donor Network, and that's why I'm right here in this pitch here with Team Pelfrey, supporting Team Pelfrey and Gap Guard in the Indy Light Series.
Now, that program would have been with Andretti Autosport. That said, we're not at 33 car and driver entries yet for the 500. Are you poking your head around? Are you looking at other options at this point?
Of course, yeah. I mean, the assurances are made for the 2018 Indy 500, but hey, I'm going to have my helmet ready to go and be fit and ready in case anything happens in May 2017, because if there's ever an opportunity to get in a car, then I'm going to take it.
All right. Thank you very much for the time. Really appreciate it, and best of luck. We hope to see you on the grid in May.
Thanks for having me. Thank you.
All right. Stephen Wilson down here on pit lane, really, quite literally and also metaphorically being the bigger man as far as it comes to the Fernando Alonso situation. Sounds like there is some hope that possibly something else can materialize, but I guess we'll see, so stay tuned.
Davey, of course, Stefan's older brother, the late Justin Wilson, was on the drivers' committee, the leadership circle for IndyCar. All the drivers trusted his input and trusted his judgment on so many things in terms of car safety and racetrack development and everything like that. You sense a little bit out of Stephen Wilson, seeing the big picture, knowing that, man, this Alonso story, I mean, it's had legs, it's been huge, and as tough as it is for him not to be in a car right now and competing in the Indy 500, still awful impressed with that.
Yeah, well, Stephen, that family, what class, from Justin, to Stefan. I mean, just super class guys. And for him to be doing this, to have Alonso come over, that's a big sacrifice for him because he is the up-and-coming guy. He wants to be in this series full-time. He had his opportunity to be in the 500 for a second time. And, things change up. But you know what? He sees the big picture of the sport. And it's not just about him. It's not just about their family at times. It's about the sport that they love so much. And so as hard as it is for him, he made a decision that he thought would be better for the series, for the Indy 500. Like I said, he'll be back in 2018, but he has that helmet ready. We heard that as well. He has that helmet ready. There still is one more spot to be filled for this year's Indy 500, and hopefully that could be him.
Well, let's check in with Rob Howden down on pit lane for more on that.
We're talking about that one spot that's left, well, at least one of the spots that's left right now, and of course that's the car for Uncos Racing, and I think a lot of us were kind of expecting that could be Kyle Kaiser. Good battle on the racetrack right now, guys, as I'm watching the two Team Pelfrey drivers of Pedro Hita and Awarder diced it out, but we'll come back to that. Just real briefly, I went and actually talked to Ricardo Juncos before the start of this race, and I said, hey, listen, tell me, is Kaiser running for you at the 500? When are you going to announce it? And Ricardo looked at me and said, it's not going to be Kyle. He said, I have a handful of guys I'm talking to right now, but it's very, very likely not going to be Kyle Kaiser. So, guys, this could be interesting. There's a number of drivers, as you said, Davey, still looking after that last ride of that one with Uncos Racing, but I'm being told will not be the Indy Lights driver Kyle Kaiser.
That's very interesting. I know there's been some other names. I know several of them actually, and former IndyCar drivers. Sometimes some of them full time. Names are in the hat, so we'll just have to wait and see. But we expect 2 cars coming out of that camp, not just one. So that could leave 2 seats open. So interesting to see who that's going to be.
Boy, Juan Pedro Hita's had a rough last lap as he lost that spot that Rob called to Pato O'Ward, who got around him in turn 17. Nico DePero took a late look and made the pass in turn number 5. Colton Herta has passed Juan Pedro Hita, so move all of those drivers up another spot. Up front, though, it is Nico Jamin with 3 laps to go here at Barber Motorsports Park. Jamin climbs the hill, Michael Young, in turn number 4. Kyle Kaiser, Neil Alberico still about 3 to 4 seconds behind.
Those magical days for Nico Jamin. He enters turn number 5 now. Kyle Kaiser is there now. That's the 3-second gap. Neil Alberico actually has been closing in, and every time he'll get within 2-3 car lengths, he'll lose a car spot or 2, and then he'll drop back 5 car lengths. Then those other 2 Carlin cars, Dalton Kellett rides by himself. A nice battle here in these closing laps with 3 to go. Shelby Blackstock and then the Pato O'Ward machine, Nicholas DePero and Colton Herta, all have gapped that number 2 of Juan Pedro Hita. Now he is under attack by Ryan Norman. They climb up the hill in the eyes of Jake Query. Jake, here comes Shelby Blackstock and that herd of Pelfrey cars.
Yeah, very fractured field at this point because Jamin has already gone in through turn number 12 and 13. That tells you just how fractured it is because the back of the field now works its way out of turn number 9. That involves Colton Herta, and then about 20 yards or so behind him, Pedro Hita, who he dispatched a lap ago.
Yeah, and Pedro Hita may have his hands full before this race is done with Ryan Norman and Aaron Telitz, who have just been stuck there at the back of the field, haven't been able to make up a whole lot of ground. Telitz runs in 13th, Herta runs in 10th. Those are your 2 drivers that entered this weekend, 1 and 2 in points. Up front, though, Nico Jamin, just 2 laps to go. He'll make his way through the left-hander of turn number 5 down at the bottom of the hill. Kyle Kaiser trying to hold off Neil Alberico, but just a lap and a half to go. Jake Query for that driver from France. Nico Jamin headed to you in turn number 8.
Nico Jamin works his way through turn number 8 and then turn number 9. Does so without making a mistake. Nick, he says his favorite sport outside of racing is golf. Only fitting that at the place we call the Augusta National of the motorsports world, that Jamin would be having his way today with Barber Motorsports Park.
Davey, he took advantage on the restart, made a quick pass on Kyle Kaiser, and then has set sail. 3.1 seconds right now on a dominating Saturday drive for Nico Jamin.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just flawless, too, and being able to check out that big of a lead. And you know that I look at his lap times, and he's just staying the same. I mean, first and second place, the lap times are almost identical to each other, just doing what he has to do to keep that distance between them, and he just now takes the white flag.
Tom Hansing waves the white flag. 1 to go here on this 17-turn tricky road course in Birmingham, Alabama. Nico Jamin softly through turns 3 and 4, runs right there in the middle of the racetrack. Michael Young for the final time. Here comes the French driver, Nico Jamin.
And for Nico Jamin, that magical season of 2015 in the USF2000 Series, a winner here in race number 2.
Last year, a 4th and a 6th. I said to him at the start of the weekend, "You're pretty good." And he's like, last year was just okay. I think he will be very happy with this result. Turn 8 for the final time. Bring him home. Nico Jamin, Jake Query.
The forecast was for the chance of precipitation later in the evening. The sun has been splashing down on both Barber Motorsports Park intermittently throughout the afternoon, but it's been shining very, very brightly on that Frenchman who takes his way around turn number 12 and 13, Nick, on his way to a win in Alabama.
Well, the defending series champion in IndyCar is from France. That is Simon Pagenaud. The current Verizon IndyCar Series points leader, Sébastien Bourdais, he is from France. This may be another one in the talented line of talented French drivers here in the Indy Lights Series. Out of turn number 17, Nico Jamin will swerve back and forth. He'll see the checkered flag and score career win number 1 in the Indy Lights Series presented by Cooper Tires. Jamin picks up the win. Kyle Kaiser comes across the line in second. Neil Alberico finishes third. Those Carlin teammates finish third, fourth, and fifth with Alberico, Laced, and Clayman DeMello. Dalton Kellett comes home in the 6th position. Out of turn 17, Shelby Blackstock will hold off Pato O'Ward, who is pressuring him big time for that 7th position. Blackstock comes home in 7th. O'Ward is 8th. Nico DePero 9th. Colton Herta is only able to charge back up to 10th. Juan Pedrohita 11th. Ryan Norman 12th. Aaron Telitz will finish in the 13th position. Garth Rickards is 14th, and Santi Urrutia ends the day 13 laps down in 15th. But Davey, awful impressive with Nico Jamin, just his 3rd career start, and he's headed to victory lane.
How about this so far? 3 races, 3 rookies taking the victories, and not much passing up front. He got the lead on the first lap, made 1 pass, and led every lap. So pretty impressive by that rookie.
And we talked about at the top of the show, it's the veterans, 7 veterans, 8 rookies in this series. And so far, it's the rookies, 3 for 3 to start this year. 3 different rookies as well. That's got to make some of those guys like Kyle Kaiser, like Santi Urrutia, who had another rough day, awful nervous as we've completed round number 3 for 2017.
Well, and two of them being Andretti Autosports, too. So Andretti has 2 wins out of the 3 races. So that just tells you how tough it is. That those guys in that camp are very difficult to beat.
Big win for Nico Jamin. Again, at St. Petersburg, he had kind of a rough weekend. 7th in race number 1, and then was involved in a hard crash early in race number 2, where he finished 14th. Came into this weekend 11th in points, so he desperately needed this. As for Kyle Kaiser, he finishes 2nd. He was 5th in points entering this weekend, so his consistency continues. And same could be said about Neil Alberico. Scored that first career podium finish at St. Petersburg in race number 1 and 3rd, was 15th in race number 2 as he was involved in that same accident with Jamin. He comes home with his 2nd career podium in the 3rd position. So all those drivers will make their way back to pit lane. We'll certainly hear from a couple of them. We're not done here on the Advanced Auto Parts IndyCar Radio Network. Coming up very shortly, we'll see the Verizon P1 qualifying for the Verizon IndyCar Series. Team Penske has been dominant all weekend, having their 4 drivers towards the top of the timing and scoring charts throughout the course of this weekend. It's knockout qualifying, and it's coming up next here on the Advanced Auto Parts IndyCar Radio Network. But again, Nico Jamin picks up the win here in Indy Lights on a beautiful day, Davey. Overcast skies when we started this qualifying session. It's kind of burnt off, and got a nice afternoon for qualifying for IndyCar.
Partly cloudy. Looks like it's going to be dry conditions, so these guys will be laying down some laps. They're lined up to come out here right after the victory ceremonies for the Indy Lights. So, excited to see if the Penske guys could stay on top of the charts. They've been, as you said, it's been a different guy.
Yeah.
But the Penske's at top of the charts every session so far.
Colton Herta remains the points leader as this race number 3 for the season is in the books. He's got 70 points, better than everyone. Kyle Kaiser is 10 markers back in 2nd with 60 points. Then you've got Aaron Telitz, the winner at St. Pete. He sits in 3rd. With 57 points. Let's hear from some of the competitors today. We'll start with a guy who started on the pole. He's going to have to settle for 2nd place today, Ryan Marine.
That's right, Kyle Kaiser joining me here close to the podium. You're back on the podium at Indy Lights. That's the good news. Just a little bit off of what Nico could do today. What was the car missing? Where can you find that for tomorrow's race?
Yeah, I think tomorrow's conditions might be very different. It might be a rain race. So, I mean, I thought the car was pretty good. I mean, it felt like it fell off a little bit more than I was hoping for in the long run. I kind of gave the race away in turn 5. I should have defended a little bit harder. So, I mean, it's something to think about, but tomorrow's a totally different day, so hopefully we'll be starting up front and win it tomorrow.
Yeah, take the listeners, if you could, through that restart. What was going on from your perspective in the cockpit, watching the mirrors and negotiating the track?
The restart, like what happened after the first start?
Well, both. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, it was weird. I mean, I went a little bit early, right at the beginning of the start zone, and they waved it off, which was fine. So I saw them wave it off, so I kind of let off, and then I guess chaos kind of happened behind me, and it was kind of confusing. I've never really seen that happen before, so I was trying to talk to my guys and figure out, is the pace car going to pick us up? What's the deal? And they said it's just going to be a single file restart. So I thought I got a pretty good start, but coming around into turn 1, I had a lot of understeers. So Jamin got right up on me. He got a really good shot out of 2. I thought I had more room, so I opened up at 5, and he just stoved it in there. It was a clean pass. I should have defended, but overall, it was a good race. Happy to be back on the podium.
Say Levy. Well, hey, welcome back to the podium. Congratulations. Go get him tomorrow, all right?
Thank you.
Send it down to the victor in Victory Lane. Rob Howden is standing by.
Yeah, Ryan, lots of smiles down here in Victory Lane. Nico Jamin, you got the job done here today. Just give me your thoughts. You are now a winner in the Indy Lights program.
Man, that's just so amazing. I can't thank Andre the Autosport enough. That was just an incredible race. It felt so long out there. I thought I had to take the lead at the start because it's so hard to pass around here. So I went and pushed to pass right away in attack mode. That worked out great. And then, the car was amazing. Thanks to Mazda and Cooper tires, we were able to run the same pace pretty much the whole race for 30 laps. So that's quite incredible. The car was just amazing. Big thanks to Andre Sport and Sinova Automotive Vehicle Plastic. I'm just so happy today.
What is it about these natural terrain road courses that make you so good? You're Mr. Mid-Ohio. You've won 5 straight races there. You've won here before. You've been good here. You just love these undulating courses.
Yeah, I just love, those flowy, fast courses like Barber, Mid-Ohio, Indy road course. All those road courses are my favorites. And I like ovals as well. Andre Sport has a great car on ovals. So I really can't wait for the month of May as well.
You got that win in the books. Good luck tomorrow. Try to do it again.
Thank you very much.
Nico Jamin, Nick Yeoman. This guy is a talent. We've watched him come all the way through the Mazda road to Indy, and he is now a winner in Indy Lights.
Again, don't go anywhere. The Advanced Auto Parts IndyCar Radio Network has live coverage of Verizon P1 qualifying coming up next. Congratulations to your podium. Neil Alberico finishes second. Kyle Kaiser second. And the winner for the first time in the Indy Lights Series is Nico Jamin. Great job by everyone involved. Rob Howden, Ryan Marine on pit lane. Michael Young, Jake Query out on the course. Great job by Davey Hamilton as well. We'll see you in just a bit for Verizon P1 qualifying. Congratulations to Nico Jamin, the driver in Indy Lights for Andretti Autosport.
First, they know you're proud of your kids when they make good grades. Well, they are too. That's why they have the Honor Dollars program for kids' first club account holders. Honor Dollars pays good students for good grades. Just bring your child's most recent report card with all A's and B's to America's First branch, and they'll deposit $5 into their account with the America's First Kids Club account. It pays to make good grades. America's First Federal Credit Union, federally insured by NCUA. Hey, let's go down to Tony on the grid.
Thanks a bunch, Rick. We're down here getting ready to go green flag racing in race number 2 of the USF2000 Championship powered by Mazda. On deck is the Mazda USF2000 Grand Prix of Alabama, presented by Cooper Tires. We're down here by the sole red Mazda USF2000 entry, Oliver Askew, our pole sitter. He scored the win in race number 1. Oliver, how you feeling in there?
I feel good. I feel confident. I'm just going to get a good start and can't really plan for anything after that. I just try to pull away.
All right, now you feel good, you look good. Pack Daddy over there at Bell Racing USA has got you hooked up with the Bell helmet. The Cape Motorsports with Wayne Taylor Racing guys have got the car all taken care of. Tell me, how physical is this track here at Barber Motorsports Park? We hear all the drivers talking about how long you're in the corners. It really has an effect on your body.
Yeah, it definitely is physical. Also mentally draining. There's a lot of corners that are blind, so you have to be very precise and hit your marks.
All right, now you got Team Pelfrey behind you. Keelan Frederick, just like in race number 1, you look super good in St. Pete. You scored a podium and a race win. You're coming off race number 1's victory yesterday. You're trying to go back-to-back here today, and the Cape guys are coming over with some shade. I like that a lot. You got a good setup over here. You enjoy racing here at Barber Motorsports Park, and most importantly, why should people in the stands that are here watching the Verizon IndyCar Series, why should they care about Mazda Road to Indy racing?
Mazda Road to Indy is definitely the best junior development series in the world, I think. Each driver gets to, each champion in the series gets to move on to the next level, and I don't think there's anything else in the world like that. And obviously, the goal is to be an IndyCar driver.
All right, Oliver Askew, thank you very much for the time. Best of luck. It is so great to see young kids like Oliver excel here on the Mazda Road to Indy, presented by Cooper Tires. Again, I'm Tony Laporte, your host of Road to Indy TV. We're getting ready to go green with the Mazda USF2000 Grand Prix of Alabama, presented by Cooper Tires. We're going to find out how the rest of the field lines up here in race number 2 of the weekend.
Tony Laporta, thank you very much, as we do have 24 drivers set to go here. The first rung on the Mazda Road to Indy, and it's always important to note that the champion in this program will win a fully scholarship drive in the Pro Mazda Championship in 2018. Brand new PM18 race car being tested now. There'll be a brand new race car next year. It's going to be exciting to see who ends up getting that victory when we head to Watkins Glen International on Labor Day weekend to crown our champions. We have 24 drivers set to go. Let's have a look at the grid. Starting on the pole, as we said, Oliver Askew, the driver out of Jupiter, Florida for Cape Motorsports, in the number 3, your pole sitter, a 123.1597 in qualifying, another pole position, as he looks to go for his 3rd race win of the year. Caleb Frederick in the number 81 for Team Pelfrey. Frederick out of Potomac, Maryland, starting on the outside of that front row. Team Pelfrey's number 81, the bright yellow car. Those Team Pelfrey's cars, easy to see on the racetrack. Row number 2 will be a driver out of Red Deer, Alberta, Canada. Runner-up in the USF2000 program last year, the number 90 of Parker Thompson. Thompson runs for Exclusive Autosport. He'll start 3rd. Alongside him, another one of the fast rookies, Calvin Ming. Ming out of Guyana, now living in Miramar, Florida. He runs for Pabst Racing. It'll be the black number 22, starting 4th outside of row number 2. Moving now to row number 3, last year's Rookie of the Year out of New York, New York, in the Team Pelfrey number 80, Robert McGinnis, already a winner this year, scored the first race of the year at the Grand Prix of St. Petersburg. McGinnis starting in the 5th, alongside it Dakota Dickerson. Dickerson out of San Diego, California for Newman Walks Racing. A couple of big top 5 finishes late in the season last year. He's looking to stand up and move his way onto the podium here as a sophomore in 2017. Row number 4, 2 rookies, one from the Netherlands, Renus VK. In the number 21, Renus running for Pabst Racing. He's got a couple of podium finishes already this year. Pretty good run for Renus. He'll start 7th today alongside DE Force driver Corey Enders. Enders out of Warwick, New York. He'll start in the 8th position. Being told just about 3 minutes away from the call to fire. So we'll continue to work our way through the grid. Starting on the 5th row, the very tail end of the top 5, out of Norway, Isla Agrid in the number 82 for Team Pelfrey, the young lady starting in the 9th position alongside Toby Sowery. Sowery, the number 31 machine out of Melbourne, England. Top driver last year, the British Formula 3 series with 4 wins, I believe, on the program. Finished 3rd overall in the series. Toby Sowery, the rookie, going to start for the Bennett team in number 31 in the 10th position. Moving now to row number 6, Lucas Cole, 2nd-year driver. Cole out of Brazil in the number 23. Pabst Racing, the team. And again, Cole, 2nd-year driver, starting 11th. Alongside him, a young driver out of Florida, rookie pilot, number 37. It's Andre Castro for Newman Walks Racing. Moving now to row number 7, 13th and 14th on the inside. From Perth, Australia, now living in St. Petersburg, Florida, Luke Gavin. In the number 91 for Exclusive Autosports, he will start in the 13th position, alongside a driver who has trekked all the way in from Bangalore, India. We watched him run through a bunch of Rotax karting events, ran a lot of international races, ran the MRF Challenge as well over in India. Great to have him here with us in the Mazda Road to Indy. Ricky Donison in the number 2, starting in the 14th spot. Moving now to row number 8, it'll be Chris Wright, the rookie driver for John Comiskey Racing. Double duty here this weekend. He's already run an event in the Prototype Challenge, and Chris Wright will start 15th in that number 34. Moving now to the outside of row number 8, Moises De Oliveira, the 2nd driver in the beautiful blue DE Force cars. De Oliveira in the number 12 out of Guadalajara, Mexico, now living in San Antonio, Texas. De Oliveira starting in 16th. Moving now to row number 9, Bailey Mickler coming all the way from Perth, Australia. Mickler to number 33 for John Comiskey Racing. He'll start in 17th alongside Colin Kaminsky in the number 27, the driver out of Homer Glen, Illinois. Moving now to row number 10, Darren Keene in the number 32. Keene out of Boca Raton, Florida. young driver who has worked his way up the ranks through karting. Great to see him moving into the Mazda Road to Indy. He's with that Bennick operation. He'll start 19th alongside Devin Wojcik. Wojcik in the number 7 for Arms Up Motorsports out of Syracuse, New York. Just about 30 seconds to go. We've got Bruno Tomaselli from Brazil starting in 21st. Flynn Lazier out of Vail, Colorado, the third-generation driver, son of Buddy Lazier, the Indy 500 winner. He'll start 22nd in the number 38, while Chandler Horton and Dev Gore will round out the top 12 rows. 24 drivers set to go. The command to start is going to be given by Debbie and Charlie Scott. We are excited to get things underway. Let's head trackside to the start of this USF 2000 event.
On behalf of everyone at Cooper Tires, drivers, start your Mazda engines.
Getting them fired there, Michael Young.
I like it. Each and every time. It never gets old. I always enjoy listening to these folks come in and get this command. It's fantastic. Getting ready for the start of this USF 2000, fourth round of this 2017 campaign. We'll get things underway here in the moment at the Honda Indy Grand Prix of Alabama.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have 24 drivers set to go, and they all have aspirations and dreams of becoming a Verizon IndyCar Series pilot. They've seen guys like Zach Veach and Spencer Pigot do it, Michael Young, and they know that they're in this ladder system. They're on that road to eventually get there. They just have to find the success, and that's the pressure that they put on themselves in an event like this.
And I'm not going to jinx myself with this 2017 class, but I'll go ahead and say it anyway. This field has been so calm, so poised. They've done such a good job in the first 3 rounds of this 2017 campaign. Oliver Askew on the pole, winner 2 times this far this year. Robert McGinnis will start 5th in this race, used to being up front, not too far back, but again, back far enough to see how he battles his way through. But again, a very poised field. These group of drivers have done an amazing job. They roll their way through the final few turns. We get set to go side by side. Round number 4. About to get underway.
I totally agree with you. We've got a brand new race car in this US17, and it has really allowed these young drivers to shine. Oliver Askew, top national level kart racer here in the United States. He has moved on to the Mazda Road to Indy, and he is shining that talent. Starting on the outside, 14 years of age, Kalen Frederick of the Team Pelfrey machine. The drivers will roll nicely out of turn number 17 as we get set to go with round number 4 of the Cooper Tires USF 2000 Championship. April Capel is going to throw the green flag, and we are underway racing in the Grand Prix of Alabama presented by Cooper Tires. Good jump for Askew as he jumps into the lead. They'll work their way down now through turn number 1, up through turn 2. We like to call it the Alabama roller coaster. It's up, it's down. Here they come down the run through, over to turn number 5. One driver back sideways. We've got somebody spinning right in the middle. That's one of the John Comiskey cars. And there's damage deep in the pack. That's the number 7 at Devin Wojcik. We're going to go full course yellow, I would bet, as he is off the racetrack over in turn number 2, exit of 3. Contact between two other cars. Dakota Dickerson, I think, involved potentially with one of the Pabst Racing cars. Full course yellow. Dickerson able to get the car to continue rolling. Excellent job for Dickerson. He's got to hope there's no damage to that car. But Michael Young, that was contact on the exit of the corner. Whoever was on the inside did not want to let Dakota get through and rolled him right off. More contact here on the lap as well. We've got a lot of contact. You know, I think I jinxed some things at St. Petersburg, and I think you might have jinxed it there.
I don't know what and why, and we're under caution, and they're still battling out there. Not quite sure what's going on. So not one, not two, 3 incidents on the opening lap. We have another car that's pulled off on the up ramp on the exit of turn number 6.
That's, I think, is Andre Castro, the driver out of Florida for Newman Walks Racing. So we had incidents in turn number 2 or 3, probably turn 3, turn 5, and try to figure out where the one we just talked about was there. Mike,
I think it was at turn 8 and 9.
Turn 8 and 9, okay.
Yep.
So both downhill kind of runs. We've had drivers getting together. There's 2 drivers together there. That is indeed turn 8 and 9.
Yep.
I'm going to throw it out there. That might be Ricky Donison potentially in the white car for Cape Motorsports.
But at that time, we were already under caution.
Full course, yes.
Wow.
We'll give you an update as they come back around here, folks. And again, one of the drivers who looked so good throughout this weekend, Dakota Dickerson, got unceremoniously issued off the side of the racetrack. One of the black and white Pabst cars, they were side by side. And again, that happens whether or not they was actually pushed off the track or maybe just in contact. Get that side-by-side contact, and sometimes the car will get shuffled off. We're going to get a replay here at least. Here we go.
See what happens.
This is turn number 9.
Yep.
This is 8 and 9. Here come the leaders through.
Wow.
Ooh.
So one of the cars checking up and the other going over top.
So indeed, the driver in the white car, I don't think that the blame was going to be laid there. I think it was the driver behind that probably didn't check up in the yellow and essentially just drove over the top of the other cars. They were kind of slowing down a little bit. That's probably, by the time the full course yellow came out, Michael, that's probably just when they were getting coming through there.
Yep.
Because as I said, they were able to get through turn 5 racing before they decided to go for it.
I shouldn't have said it, but they have been so patient. They've done such a great job thus far this year, and for that to happen, it's truly a shame. There you see the 7 machine, Devin Wojcik.
So the drivers involved, Devin Wojcik, as I said, Ricky Donison. I want to say it might have been Calvin Ming that went up and over top because Calvin's in one of the black cars. That could be Calvin Ming in the black car, Donison in the white car. We know that Castro is parked over on the exit of 5.
So Ricky Donison, there's Ricky Donison.
The 37 of Castro's where we said over in turn number 5, the exit there. The 33 of Mickler, Bailey Mickler. He was the driver that got spun coming down the hill. Someone got into the back of Mickler. That's the second straight weekend. The Mickler's been taken out essentially from drivers getting into the back of them. Dakota Dickerson's going to fall to 18th position. Chris Wright goes to 19th, so it's essentially 5 drivers affected by that. I think they've been able to get the car of Castro back underway. No, that was actually Dickerson that went through. Castro still being tended to by the Hamatro safety crew. He just pulled off on the escape road on the outside of 5. But here's your top 10 after the chaos. Askew with the lead, Frederick second, Parker Thompson to third, Renus VK up to fourth. What did we say? Started 7th, stays out of trouble. VK goes to 4th. Corey Enders up to 5th from 8th. Toby Sowery, who started 10th, he is now into the 6th spot. Moises de Oliveira in 7th. McGinnis falls down to 8th. Isla Egren in 9th, right where she started. And Luke Gabin, who started 13th, he goes up into 10th. Biggest mover, Colin Kaminsky, started 18th. He goes to the 11th spot. Darren Keene, Flynn Lazier, Chandler Horton, and Bruno Tomaselli round out your top 15. Joined in the booth, Michael, once again by our reigning USF2000 champion and current point leader in the Pro Mazda Championship, Anthony Martin.
What'd you do out there? What kind of chaos did you cause with these guys?
Were you spotting this?
Well, no, I was apparently parading them around the track. So I was fortunate to have a spin in the Mazda Road to Indy parade car. So that was pretty fun. I at least got to turn 2 laps this weekend. So
we saw you out there.
stoked.
You pulled away from the field. You were already gone. I was like, Anthony's already racing out there. He's not even pacing well.
Probably the first race at Barber where Anthony has not been involved in an incident on the racetrack, at least side-by-side contact. But,
nah.
Anthony, you've done this before. Second race of the season, young drivers. So 2 years ago when you were running for John Comiskey, was your first year here. You had a different mindset. You were all full of energy trying to just get that. Every opening lap, you're trying to get more positions. Last year, of course, more mature. You've been there once before. Does this surprise you that we've seen some maybe a little over-anxious drivers here in the second race of this weekend?
No, not really. I mean, Barber is a track where it's quite hard to get some passing moves done, and so a lot of people realise how hard it is in the first race, and generally they go for it in the second race. So I think we've just seen that down into turn 7. A lot of people were sort of going for it, and I think that's why we've had a couple incidents there.
Tough one for the drivers involved. As we said, we'll recap. The 22 of Calvin Ming, the 37 of Andre Castro, the number 2 of Ricky Donison, the 33 of Bailey Mickler, and the 7 of Devin Wojcik. Trying to see if any cars are down on pit lane yet to potentially get repaired. I don't see anybody down here at this point.
Doesn't look like there's anybody pinning it.
Wojcik's not coming back. We know that. They haven't been able to get anything going with Andre Castro's off track as well. The Hamatra safety crew's still there. But again, Oliver Askew doing a fantastic job again at the start. Not only, of course, getting half a lap before we went full course yellow, but Michael, he got the job done again, was able to get the jet and get on the throttle early. And as Anthony discussed yesterday, that opportunity to be able to jump on the throttle early, time it, try to stack everybody up a little bit and get out there. And he rolled into turn number 1 with no challenge whatsoever.
I was a little surprised that there wasn't an incident between Kalen Frederick and Calvin Ming. Calvin was all underneath the rear wing of Frederick as they went down into turn number 1. And as they got through there cleanly, as they started to get stacked up, you get a couple of cars spinning. Then you get, I think, like you said, Anthony, there's people now going to take advantage of this, try to get as many positions as they can. We have the incident down with Dickerson down in.
I think it might have been Dickerson and VK potentially because they were essentially started side by side. They got together coming out of turn
They were 3
5.
wide down in turn number 5 going through turn number 6. So that's what threw Dickerson out. Then we get the caution, the incident down in turn 9. So clearly not the start that we wanted, and it's put a lot of good machines to the back of this field.
We'll see what happens. Dakota Dickerson going to start back there in the 18th position. This will put him now on the offensive to try to get himself back into the top 10. Looks like they're going to have to actually pick up the car of Castro. I thought that they may be able to get him going, but obviously some kind of a terminal damage to the car of Castro. They'll get that car behind the wall so we can go back to green, because otherwise I think this track fairly close to getting back in. They're going to bring in the car of Devin Wojcik. They got him on the hook. As you can see, they're going to bring him behind the wall here over by the museum. Oh, that's actually the car of Ming. So we've had 3 cars actually on the hook here as well.
Yeah, Ming finishing, or we see it on the hook, currently 20th.
And this will be the car of Ricky Donison.
Yep.
They haven't been able to grab Ricky either. Doing a good job getting the track cleaned up, but still a couple of cars, a little bit of carnage left out here on track. So again, Askew, Frederick, Thompson, VK, and Enders, your top 5 right now. Sowery, De La Vera, McGinnis, Agron, and Gavin now into the top 10. We are watching time kind of wind its way down here. Still a long way to go. Still over 21 minutes remaining in the race here. So ideally we'll go back to green fairly soon.
Interesting. Flynn Lazier, Chandler Horton starting at the rear of the field find themselves 13th and 14th after all of the chaos that happened on that
picking their way through the carnage.
They did a good job picking their way through the carnage.
Bobbing and weaving coming through.
They certainly did. Muhammad Ali flying like a butterfly, stinging like a bee.
Potential with the yellow flags that had come out there. We had a full course yellow come. Essentially, I want to say about 66% of the way through the field, down in turns number 7 and 8. Now we're potentially being told we could get some penalties for passing under the yellow. They are reviewing some drivers that may have passed under that full course yellow when it came out. So the order we gave you, the top 18 drivers, not set yet because race control going back over video. Askew, Frederick, Thompson, VK, and Enders. A little bit of a break in the action. Let's go talk to Anthony Martin here. And you ran USF2000 last year, a fantastic year-long battle with your teammates, Parker Thompson. You used the triple header at Mid-Ohio to be able to kind of stretch that lead and give you the cushion heading to the finale at Mazda Raceway Laguna Seca. You come into Pro Mazda. It's a shorter field this year. It's a shorter program, but the prizes are even more than they used to be last year. 2 wins out of the box at St. Petersburg. That must have taken a little bit of pressure off from the start of the season.
Yeah, it was really the perfect start for us at Cape Motorsport. To come away with 2 wins, the 2 fastest laps, and leading the laps for the most time was really the best situation. We're now 16 points ahead in the championship, and it's, the perfect way to start the season, and we're really looking forward towards Indianapolis.
Give me your thoughts on the race car itself. How do you like that Pro Mazda? Does it suit your style?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a different car to drive. It's very dancy car, as I call it. It's very alive, and there's a lot of work to basically keep it stable on the track. So, that in turn of driving and getting the car set up right is very difficult, but I love a challenge, and I think we've taken it to it quite well.
You've taken advantage of this Mazda Road to Indy program, obviously winning the USF2000 championship. We're joined by Anthony Martin here in the public address booth. Your mindset when you came to the States, the mindset of young drivers, has this program really opened the doors and created a need, a desire for young talent to come to the United States, this Mazda Road to Indy?
100%. You've basically just hit it on the head. We saw what the series was back in 2014, end of 2014, and we really wanted to be a part of it. And that's my family and the sponsors involved. They're like, hey, let's get myself over there. And, next thing I'm over here testing, and I'm a part of the Mazda Road to Indy. And, a couple of years later, I've won the scholarship, and, we've come out with a goal, and we've just won the championship, which is what we wanted. And it's really a big relief to everyone involved, and we couldn't be more than happy to get that scholarship.
When you were younger, was there another plan until this really came to fruition, this Mazda Road to Indy program?
Yeah, for sure. I really never looked at going overseas until basically 2014. I wanted to go into the Australian V8 Supercars series, and that was my aspiration, to get into that series. Obviously, things changed very quickly, and we found ourselves over here. A test opportunity arose with John Kaminsky Racing, and I was here testing, and it went really well, and I was able to compete in the championship the next year.
One of the things that he was able to show, I think you were so impressive with the consistency you had your first year. It was a one-car team with John Kaminsky, just you battling against the one-car team of Parker Thompson at JDC Motorsports for Rookie of the Year. What you were able to bring to the table was top 5 after top 5 after top 5. You weren't really able to ever crack. You were able to crack that top 3 because those guys were just so strong. But man, you put in just a consistent level of performance every week in and week out. And is that something that you maybe have had throughout your entire career?
100%. My dad has always told me, ever since I've been in the kart, that consistency wins. Whether it is consistency through the whole race in lap times or consistency through a whole season in racing, if you can be consistent and finish in the top 5, then you're guaranteed to finish quite well in the championship. And I think, I've been able to fulfill on that, throughout my racing days lately. And as we saw in 2015, being consistently in the top 5, I was able to come away with Rookie of the Year and finish 4th in the championship. So it really means a lot to be consistent in the year. And I strive to be consistent all the time when I'm out on the racetrack. And that's just one of those things that you have to do as a race car driver, and you have to be consistent hitting your marks and, going everywhere on the racetrack where you have to be. So that's just very important, and I learned that at a young age from my dad.
It was interesting. I remember when he first came over here, we talked about him. Like Robin said, you weren't able to crack and get on that podium, but I just remember your name, and I was like, man, just to come in and hop in those cars, what an amazing job that you had done. So it's so great to see you win the championship last year.
The funny thing was, somebody was asking about the brand new car, the PM18. We have a brand new Pro Mazda coming out next year, and they were asking whether you had a chance to drive it yet, the fact that you were running the Pro Mazda category this year. And I said, that's probably a car that he never wants to drive, because if he does the job right this year, he'll be in a Dallara IL15 next year. He'll never have to drive that Pro Mazda PM18.
Before we go back to green, ultimate goal for you, obviously the Verizon IndyCar Series?
Yeah, for sure. The moment we came over here and saw what the Mazda Road to Indy produces, IndyCar is what I want it to do, and that's where I want to be at the end of the day.
When you won all those races at Mid-Ohio last year, I know that Will Power came up and talked to you. You guys are essentially from the same hometown, same area in Australia. Has Will reached out and given you some support? Has he talked to you a little bit about how to approach this program?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he's definitely guided me in the right direction, and, he's an aspiration to me. I look up to him. Obviously, he's done the same thing. He came over and he did everything the same way. So I really do look up to him, and, hopefully develop the relationship a bit more.
What about the Kiwis? Do you like the Kiwis?
Yeah, I mean, there's always a bit of competition and rivalry between the Kiwis. Believe it or not, my mum's actually a Kiwi, so technically I'm half Kiwi, but...
He's a mix.
Yeah, I'm a mix between the two, I'm not
that
sure
a
how I feel about that.
Is it a Kazi? What do you call it? A mix of a Kiwi and an Aussie?
I'm not sure. I'll just stick with being an Aussie for now.
Okay, that's good. That's
All right,
good.
we'll keep the Australia tag on. You use that flag when we're raising it up when you win races. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go green this time by. We've got about, I want to say 14 and a half minutes. We're right about the halfway point. Oliver Askew leading Kalen Frederick, Parker Thompson, Renus VK, and Corey Enders. And Askew will roll them out here out of turn 17, and we are back at it here in USF 2000. Green, green, green.
Nice restart. Oliver Askew, 2-car advantage over Kalen Frederick down into turn number 1. Thompson looks to the inside, VK to the outside. That's the battle for third place.
Good battle there. Renus VK was all up on the gearbox of Thompson as they worked their way here to the green, and he follows them through the Alabama roller coaster as well. Obviously, opening laps is even in these single-file restarts a good chance to make that deep braking move. Look at the move by Moises De Oliveira trying to go to the outside of Sowery. He's got a good run coming out of the corner, side by side. Oh, onto the grass goes De Oliveira. Good battle up front, too.
Kalen Frederick went to the outside, dove back in on Oliver Askew. He'll take a look to the inside as well, unable to make the pass. But we got a battle for the lead.
Yeah, we had a couple outside runs on turn number 5. De Oliveira went deep on the brakes to go to the outside at Toby Sowery, and actually was able to get the car to rotate at the apex and beat him up the hill. But Sowery wasn't going to have any of it and kind of started forcing the issue. That pushed De Oliveira off track a bit. He was able to hold on to it. But again, good battling here as they just starting to settle in. We'll give you the top 10 when they come back around to let you know how everybody's shaking up. And in fact, we'll probably go through the entire field. Chris Wright rejoining the field back in 19th, as did Bailey Mickler. So they're back on track. Mickler down about 3 laps. But again, all about getting seat time in this USF 17. Here they come out of 17 once again. Oliver Askew trying to hold off a charging Kalen Frederick. Across the line, the gap was 3/10 last time. It is down. Yeah, still 3/10, but a new fast lap goes to Askew. Frederick second, Thompson third. VK and Enders, your top 5. Toby Sowery runs in 6th. Robert McGinnis, 7th. Moises De Oliveira, 8th. Agron and Gavin, 9th and 10th. Darren Keene up to 11th. Colin Kaminsky runs in 12th. Flynn Lazier in 13th. Chandler Horton, 14th. Gore in 15th. 16th, 17th, 18th, 19th, and 20th. Tomaselli, Dickerson, Cole, Wright, and Mickler.
Boy, Robert McGinnis trying to get on the inside of Toby Sowery, unable to do so, but McGinnis has a fast car. Caught up in that little melee that we had on the opening lap, so it's dropped a very quick car even further back in the field. So Robert McGinnis running 7th, but again, that Pelfrey car trying to make a move and get around the 31 of Sowery.
We'll obviously watch the battle up front, but again, looking for one of our championship challengers, Dakota Dickerson, to try to recover from the off that put him down into 18th position. I believe he's already into 16th, getting by Bruno Tomaselli. So again, Dickerson trying to do everything he can with the 12 minutes remain in this race. A chaos-filled opening lap as we had Rex down in turn number 3 and turn 5 and turn 9 as well, or 8 and 9. So a lot of chaos. But this has been the story we've seen this weekend. We've seen it in qualifying and Michael Young. We've seen it in the races. It is Oliver Askew, the rookie, against a 14-year-old freshman, Frederick. Good battle up front between both of these drivers, just under a half a second separating first and second.
And basically a rerun of yesterday, but Kalen Frederick hanging a little bit closer to Askew as we see Dakota Dickerson make a pass. I just glanced up and saw him make a pass down into turn number 1. I believe that was around Gore.
Dev Gore, correct.
Yep. But as you had said, Oliver Askew, Kalen Frederick, it's just a good battle. And Frederick has been 2 car lengths, 3 car lengths, but yesterday after Askew would check out, it was never an opportunity for Frederick to keep up, but doing a good job, I think, thus far in this race, at least keeping an eye on Askew and not letting him get too far away.
Really, at the last couple of laps, Frederick's just been about a 1/10 of a second behind. Askew trying to reset fast lap every time by. Bailey Mickler and Chris Wright having a battle at the tail of the field. That's those 2 Comiskey cars, John Comiskey racing cars. They both got involved in incidents at the start of the weekend. That team has not had any luck throughout this weekend at all. But Askew just keeps setting fast lap after fast lap. We're 8 laps in the books, of course, a handful of them coming under the full course yellow. Parker Thompson looking to have another consistent run. You look at the consistency again, Parker's trying to do that right now. He doesn't have the outright speed, the exclusive Autosport crew just kind of getting things dialed in here, but he's just knocking out these top 5s and top 3 finishes. That's key if you want to set yourself up for a championship at the end of the year.
Best battle on the circuit right now, Corey Enders, Toby Sowery, and Robert McGinnis. That's a battle for 5th, 6th, and 7th. They're within a couple of car lengths of each other, and every time McGinnis will get up to the gearbox of Sowery will catch up to Enders, but great battle there. Looks like Dakota Dickerson trying to get around Chandler Horton now.
Yeah, I think he'll probably get Horton either down coming through the Alabama roller coaster or on the brakes into turn number 5, rolled right up on him into turn number 1. And it actually will be good for Horton to get behind him and to see how deep you can actually go into a corner.
Boy, Robert McGinnis swung way wide. He was trying to get around to the outside of Sowery, unable to do so, but broke very, very late. And now right behind him, Isla Ogren tries to make a move around Moises de Oliveira, looks to the outside, will not have the line going into turn number 8. De Oliveira able to hold her off.
How about this run for Toby Sowery and this brand-new team, Bennick? As I had said yesterday, Bennick, one of the top cadet carts you can buy these days. They've got a fantastic team that puts a lot of kids up front in national cadet karting, and they have made the move here. And Sowery looking good as he's got about 4 car lengths now over McGinnis. That's for 6th position. Driver making his first trip here to Barber Motorsports Park. First time in a USF2000 car with a brand new team. But they are getting all stacked up behind Corey Enders. Enders in 5th, Sowery 6th, McGinnis and De Oliveira. There's a 4-car battle for the final position in the top 5.
Yeah, Moises de Oliveira holding up that Isla Agren machine. Isla coming out of turn number 17 right now. It's Agren, then Gavin, then Keene. The 4 of those cars nose to tail. Yeah, they come down into the Alabama roller coaster. And Isla Agren trying to get around that machine of Moises de Oliveira.
Sowery just a half a second behind Enders now as well. Good racing. Inside the top 5 and outside the top 5.
And De Oliveira starting 16th up to that 8th position. So, with all that melee, and obviously Isla was up there a lot further, a quicker car potentially, and she's trying to get around, dives down low into turn number 6, and once again, De Oliveira closes the door.
Interesting because that 6-driver battle kind of in front of Dakota Dickerson. If he was able to get up past any of those drivers and into the top 10, I think he would have to consider this recovery a success. Dickerson out of 14th. You don't want to have a run outside the top 10 if you're looking to win a championship here. Dickerson, the potential. Remember, he signed with Newman Walks Racing for this year, a 2-year deal. The plan is to put Dakota into Pro Mazda next year when that team expands into that second tier of the Mazda Road to Indy. And Dickerson has looked good, essentially leading the Newman Walks team thus far. Flynn Lazier is running with them this weekend up to 13th position. Of course, was able, as we said, to bob and weave through the opening lap chaos, but he's running pretty solidly right now, about 0.7 of a second behind Colin Kaminsky. But as this driver streaks by us here at start-finish, it is now a 2.2-second advantage for Oliver Askew.
The De Oliveira car, that number 12, stacking him up behind him. He's got 6-7 cars, and Dickerson now becoming part of that battle as well. So for Moises de Oliveira, he's got a lot of pressure, not only Agren, but Gavin, Keene, Kaminsky, Lazier, and then Dickerson.
Listen to this. Dickerson, 1.2 seconds faster than both De Oliveira and Gavin, a full second faster than Gavin, over a second faster than Keene, 9/10 quicker than Kaminsky. He's faster than all those guys. There's side-by-side racing. That is out of turn number 5. Keene on the inside. I want to say it's which driver on the outside. That's trying to figure out who did. That's Kaminsky.
It's Kaminsky.
Not Colin Kaminsky getting racing. Side-by-side over to turn number 8 and 9, Michael. Oh, coming down through that right, left, right combination. Great racing, and that's a battle for the 11th position. Colin Kaminsky getting real racy as he's able to get up alongside. A deep braking move, and, of course, trying to roll the center on the outside of that corner is not easy, Anthony.
Yeah, going too wide through there is definitely not advised. But, yeah, I mean, they were smart enough and they went single file through there. But it was definitely looking like they were going to go too wide.
Was that something you would ever do? Would you ever consider that even though you would not advise it?
If I was on the inside, maybe. If I was on the outside, I would probably pull out because it's not looking good for the guy that's on the
one
outside.
of the cars off into turn 17. Was that Luke Gavin?
Let's pick that number up as they come across. Indeed, the number 91 of Luke Gavin going off. You can see him give his head a little shake. Came off out of turn number 17. Michael Young picking it up, and he went right through one of the banners and just destroyed it coming through there. How far back did he fall? 14th position. And remember, he was running in that 10th spot, so Luke Gavin falls down to 14th position. That's going to put Keene, Kaminsky, Lazier, and Dickerson up. Side-by-side action again. That's, I believe, De La Vera battling it out with Keene now, as Keene's been able to get by Agron as well.
Keene got by Agron last time by, indeed. So that battle happening down at turn number 9.
Darren Keene, the young karting driver we've seen work his way up to the cadet ranks, running in the Rotax classes.
And that's probably with that Gavin off, that whole thing caused that little melee right there.
Shook everybody up, no doubt about it. And here we go. The battle again. Dickerson trying to work his way forward. Just about 5 minutes remaining in the session in this final race for USF 2000. Round number 4 of the 2017 Cooper Tires USF 2000 Championship, powered by Mazda. The Grand Prix of Alabama on track here now, and 5 minutes to go.
Well, Flynn Lazier has a eyeful, or mirrorful, I should say, of Dakota Dickerson as they make their way through the final portion of this course. Now Isla Agron starting to look to the inside of De La Vera. That battle coming out of turn number 17 as she runs down into turn number 1. That's McGinnis actually and Enders. McGinnis and Enders done into turn number 1. Island Agron still down there, so a nice pass by McGinnis.
It's DE Force and Team Pelfrey, and DE Force and Team Pelfrey.
Exactly.
So both of the Pelfrey drivers trying to get by the DE Force drivers, and they get, as we said, it was McGinnis actually by Enders. I don't think Agron quite had enough for De La Vera, but yeah, McGinnis now up into the 6th position. Here comes Dakota Dickerson as well. He's been able to get by his teammate Flynn Lazier. So Dickerson now into 12th. He's going to try to see if he can catch up to Colin Kaminsky, who's having a really solid run here today. Again, 3.5 minutes remaining.
So for Dakota Dickerson, 12th, pretty good. I think he still has an opportunity to get to Kaminsky, and the way we've seen some passing and those few offs we've had in these last couple of laps, may be able to get even more, considering how disastrous this could have been. Not bad to come back to 12th if this is the way he finishes.
The bottom line for Dakota is it's not a DNF. It's not a 20th finish. He was able to keep the car on the racetrack and work his way forward. And that's what you got to think about, because almost every driver is going to have that one big off, that one bad race on the season. Doesn't always happen, but if you're trying to win a championship, you got to make sure you make the most of every opportunity. 3 minutes remaining. Askew leads. Frederick second. Thompson now third. There's a roll under the line in front of us. Arenas VK trying to close up here on Parker Thompson. The 31 of Sowery all by himself in that 5th position. Great run for Toby. McGinnis now 6th. Enders 7th, getting closed on by De La Vera. Dickerson trying to close up to the tail of that group. As we said, he's been able to get by Lazier. He's now just a second behind Keene and was quicker by almost a full second last time by. Here's a battle here for third, final podium position. Michael up for grabs as VK looked to the inside, hard braking to turn number 5. So potentially some issues for Parker Thompson pushing hard, but you're getting pressed in the tail like that, Michael. That's when you just make that little mistake. Maybe a little too far, maybe a correction coming through turn number 1. He put 2 wheels off. That allowed Renas to get closer.
Kind of one of those situations, Anthony, when you have somebody in your mirrors, you have to keep an eye on them, but you can't let it get into your head, because then you end up playing defense as opposed to be continuing your good offensive run.
Yeah, for sure. As the person in front, you want to be focusing forward and looking at the road ahead. And if you're looking in your mirrors, generally 9 times out of 10, you're going to go slower and give the guy behind you a chance. So it's always very difficult. But and if you're the guy behind, the big plan is to fill up the guy in front's mirrors.
How often do you look in the mirror throughout a race if you know somebody's behind you?
To be honest, I probably lose count. But I mean, you sort of have a.
I thought he was
exactly.
I thought he was going to go. I never look in my rear view mirror.
But it's just one of those things. If it's there, you're going to have a bit of a glance at it, and that's what it is. And I think your peripherals probably look in there more than your actual eyes do.
We have ourselves a battle right now for 8th, 9th, 10th, and 11th. Folks, we're going to go white flag next time by. Dakota Dickerson trying to close up on this group here. That's De La Vera, Agron, Keene, and now Dickerson in 11th. He is closing up here. They are separated by about 2 seconds. Agron definitely trying to find a way by De La Vera. That's been a race-long battle, but Dickerson closes right up under braking to 5. See if he can't shake young Darren Keene a little bit. Dickerson definitely the quickest driver of that quartet, but they will see the white flag next time by. Let's take just a quick little opportunity to give some credit where credit is due, Michael. Oliver Askew doing it again. 3.3 seconds into the lead. Confidence, momentum, maturity, and poise is what we're seeing out of this guy right now.
Well, it's easy not to talk about him because once he gets a command of this race, he just starts to pull away. But Kalen Frederick has done a great job. Yesterday, I think it was 5-6 second lead. So Kalen's done a better job today. Better setup on the car. Conditions just a little bit different. But again, for Oliver Askew, he continues to impress as he makes the final turn out of turn number 17. White flag this time by.
Keeping an eye on this battle for the final positions inside the top 10. De La Vera, Agron, Keene, and Dickerson in the middle of a great battle. We're not done yet for third either as Renus VK continues to put the pressure on Parker Thompson. Here comes that battle here for the final positions in the top 10. Dickerson gets by Keene. So Dickerson now into the 10th spot. We talked about that being the one, but what does he got? Does he get two more? Agron and De La Vera now in the crosshairs for Dakota Dickerson in the Newman Walks Racing number 36. Dickerson putting on a show here now. Can he get 1 and 5? They'll work their way out. He's not quite close enough. In fact, Darren Keene coming back. Dickerson's going to have to go on the defensive. Keene's going to try to go to the inside on the brakes. And he does. Keene to the inside. Book it. What a pass. Dickerson trying to hold up again. Keene came right back at him. So it's back to the battle for 10th. Dickerson's going to try to roll up on Keene as they come out to turn number 8 and 9. Dickerson looks to the inside. He's going to get him as well. Dickerson, book it again. Dickerson to the inside. Great battles. We have a spinner. That could be Bailey Mickler, I believe, around over in turn number 5. But again, let's look at the leader, Oliver Askew. The checker flag will wave this time by.
Boy, for Dakota Dickerson, he almost had another off when Keene got underneath him. That's what happened to him
He's done
on
that
the
once
opening
before.
of the race.
Coming down the front straightaway here at Barber Motorsports Park. Back-to-back jacks in USF2000 for Oliver Askew, his third win of the 2017 season. He is victorious here on this track in Birmingham, Alabama. Askew wins over Frederick and Thompson. 3 different teams in the top 3. Actually, 5 teams in the top 5. Askew, Frederick, Thompson, VK, and Sowery. It's Kate Motorsports, Team Pelfrey, Exclusive Autosports, Pabst Racing, and Bennick all in the top 5. Congratulations to the guys from Bennick for their first top 5 finish. But, Michael, what can you say about Oliver Askew? Again, he just lays it down perfection here at Barber Motorsports Park.
And again, it's so very, very early in this season. But, Anthony, you see drivers like this come along once in a blue moon just to be able to hop into this car and just make it work. And you don't want to put too much pressure on this young man because, obviously, it's a long season. His is just on rung 1 of this Mazda Road to Indy program. But watching him drive, watching him qualify, it just looks to be like he's that something special that you see come by once or twice in a generation.
Yeah, 100%. And I'm fortunate enough to have worked with him a little bit. He's obviously my teammate. He's a part of the Cape Motorsport crew. And, just from watching him and the way he handles everything, it's very impressive because, as you say, you don't see that very often. And to see what we've just seen today, and I think we're going to see this more often in this race season.
Let me give you a quick top 10 here now before we head down to victory lane. Oliver Askew, 3.8 seconds, the winner over Kalen Frederick. Great run for Parker Thompson to complete the podium in 3rd. Renus VK in 4th and Toby Sowery 5th. What a run for him, his debut weekend here in the USF2000 Championship. Robert McGinnis in the 6th spot. Corey Enders in 7th. Isla Agra in 8th. Moises De La Vera in 9th. And Dakota Dickerson able to recover from that opening lap incident, 20th up to 10th. To cap off this particular race. Great weekend for USF2000 and Michael Young. I'm going to head to victory lane.
We thank you, Rob Howden, for your call. Anthony Martin, well done, my friend. It's great to see you as always. We'll see you down the road, and anytime you want to join us in the public address booth, we're happy to have you.
Thanks, mate. It's been great being up here.
We won't call you Kazi. You'll just be an Ozzy from now on.
Yeah, we'll stick with that.
And Anthony Martin joining us in the public address booth. We will celebrate with our top 3 finishers, Parker Thompson, Kalen Frederick, Oliver Askew. It's day number 2 of the Honda Indy Grand Prix of Alabama.
So you got.
Well, if the rain is that close, have a great night. I'll see you tomorrow.
All right, race fans, I need your attention. Inclement weather is in the area. Now, that means it could be, you know, you've heard probably if you were coming today that we could have some rain, some inclement weather. This is why we're giving you this warning. Please stay alert for additional updates. Now, Racing Action is going to continue, and we'll update you with any changes in the weather. But the weather is close enough that we are concerned, and we need you to be concerned as well. Your safety is very important to us. So please stay focused, stay listening. You've got that 93.1 radio. Put it on, listen to it, pay attention to us. We are going to keep you apprised of the weather as best as we can, but you don't want to be not be aware of what's out there and possible. So thank you. The weather's in the area. We don't have to take action right now, but you do have to be alert to the possibility. All right. That's not a fun announcement to make, but we do need you to be alert to all this. So let's talk a little bit, get back to racing. We're about to start. Tony's with us up here. We're going to go with the MX5, the Global MX5. What a great race this morning, Tony, and a lot of fun. And so we're getting ready for that coming up momentarily, a 45-minute race. I feel like we should get the race in, but then again, I'm not the expert weatherman. So let's get going. I do want to talk to you. One real quick announcement I want to make to you, and that is that AAA is on site. And if you have a problem with your car when you're going home or go out to your car, for your convenience, AAA Alabama is going to be on site for 1 hour after the final race to assist you with your vehicle needs. So they'll help you with batteries, tires, other mechanical problems, free of charge from AAA. For AAA assistance, you need to call this number, 256-603-4448. That's 256-603-4448. And AAA assistance will be there. Then they'll help you with any mechanical issues you've got. All right. So the yellow flag's up. Tony, tell us about what we're about to see.
Yes, sir, Rick. We are getting ready to try to outrun the weather here
Yes.
in Birmingham. It is race number 2, route number 2 of the 2017 season for the Battery Tender Global MX5 Cup presented by BF Goodrich. Let's take a quick look at
Yeah, off-track excursions. Nice words. And it seemed to be that the trouble we saw in that was turn number 1. As we're going down there.
Battery Tender Global MX5 Cup, Barber Motorsports Park, the venue. Race number 2 on this day. Hello, everyone. I'm Mark Janes. Happy to bring you this doubleheader this weekend. IndyCar Radio, very, very pleased and proud to be a part of this, along with the good folks at Mazda. Mo Murray joins us from Mazda Motorsports, along with Nick Yeoman in the booth. And Mo, a pretty spirited battle, race number 1 today. And when all was said and done, Patrick Gallagher to the victor goes to spoils, got to victory lane.
That's true. Great way to start the 2017 season. Spirited is a good way to put it. It was an exciting race. Patrick is a veteran. He's been in these cars quite a bit. He knows his way around. And he'll be a contender in this race too, as the cars assemble to get ready to come back to the green. We had 2 cars heavily damaged in the first race. Nicholas Ivancic will not be racing here, but Luke Oxner, the rookie who ran so strongly early in the first race, has repaired the car, and he's ready to go here in race 2.
Pace car is in. Nathaniel Sparks and Patrick Gallagher will lead the way, as we mentioned, joined in the broadcast booth by Nick Yeoman, and Nick called him off the final turn. We'll see him come to the green flag, and we'll see if Sparks can hold on to the lead this time. He set on the pole to start the first race, but couldn't hold it.
Already seeing a little movement further back throughout the pack, and we've got one car upside down right at the start of the race, about 3/4 of the way back to the pack. It is car number 26. That is Tim Probert from Houston, Texas, has gotten upside down and landed on the cage of that Mazda MX-5 here at Barber Motorsports Park. Obviously, a full course caution has gone into effect as the safety crews will try to get over there to that car 26 of Tim Probert. Again, from Houston, Texas, Mark, who has landed upside down.
Well, we're looking at Tim Probert moving around in the cockpit, and the roll cage on these cars obviously did its job there.
Absolutely. This is an FIA-certified roll cage, and in this case here, it's done its job. I have to tell you, this is highly unusual. I have never seen one of these cars get upside down. In fendered car racing, it's unusual. In open-wheel cars, of course, the wheels are more exposed and can cause cars to get upside down, but this is highly unusual. Here we'll take a look.
Boy, it was such a slow start. Everybody stacked up, and Tim Probert just got on the accelerator, anticipating, Mark. Of course, he was starting towards the back of the field. In fact, he started 29th, nearly shotgun on the field, so natural to assume for him to accelerate out of turn 17, and the other 28 cars would probably all the way be down into turn number 1. That was not the case. Things stacked up. We saw him again moving around in the race car, and he was trying to get himself out of that race car. Safer, though, Mark, to let the Homatro safety team, the brilliant safety crew that has worked with the Verizon IndyCar series and many other series for many years, to allow them to extricate him from that race car, because the last thing you want to do, unhook those belts and get trapped inside one of these race cars.
Yep, Homatro safety crew, as Nick said, is on the scene. The fourth member, I should say, of our broadcast crew is on pit road. Let's welcome in Jake Query. Jake?
Good afternoon to you, Mark. Good afternoon, Nick. Once again, good to be here calling this particular race for the Mazda MX-5 series. And joining me now, an interested spectator, as a matter of fact. He's the motorsports manager for BF Goodrich, Pete Calhoun. And so far, we haven't gotten underway for this particular session. Looks, and this is the important thing, like everybody's going to be okay. But let's talk about the tires, because here it is in this day itself, 2 completely different weather conditions. Now, all of a sudden, we have cloud cover, a little bit of breeze, maybe some precipitation. It was warmer earlier. How much did that test those BF Goodriches?
Well, you know, the program that BF Goodrich has built with Mazda over the last 8-9 seasons with the MX5 Cup has really allowed us to race in a lot of different conditions. Last year, in particular, development of the new ND chassis, Global MX5 Cup car. You know, we developed a tire specifically for this car, and we'll see what happens later in this race. As you said, inclement weather is approaching, and quickly, and now we have a full course yellow. But the tire performance has been exceptional all weekend long.
You know, whenever you're talking about competition within a tire, it seems like, and you tell me if I'm wrong here, but there would be a balance, because you obviously want to give a good, reliable tire for these cars. But when you have timed races at 45 minutes, you also want the strategy of the tires going off just a little bit. You want it to be safe, but you want the drivers to be challenged just a bit. Is there a balance there?
Yeah, I mean, there's always a balance, and there's a lot of different variables that come into play between different driving styles and different tracks and different track conditions. But one of the key attributes of BF Goodrich tires is their consistency. We want our tire to be consistent from green flag to checkered flag for that whole race duration. And being 45-minute sprint races, it really has allowed us to achieve that.
You know, oftentimes I get to a racetrack, Pete, and I think to myself, boy, it's awfully warm out here. And then I think about whether or not that's going to be slick. Bottom line is, I think people would be surprised. These tires are okay with that heat. They do better in it than we do, don't they?
Yeah, I mean, temperature, both ambient and track temps, do come into play with tire performance. And one of the challenges this weekend in particular, there's a number of different series racing at Barber Motorsports Park this weekend, and there's a number of different tire suppliers on site. Sometimes the compatibility with the rubber as well as the temperatures do come into play. So what we saw this morning when we raced at 10 a.m., some people will see some difference in how their car handles, later in this afternoon.
As somebody who has been an owner of not one but two different Mazda vehicles myself, I know about the safety in them. Unfortunately, that was tested, but everything was A-OK. Same that we're seeing here right now. For those that are listening and are driving around in their Mazda car on the passenger roads, how much of what goes on in this race translates and gets incorporated into somebody who's going to go in and buy those BF Goodrich tires for their car at home?
Yeah, that's another important ingredient of why we race as a company, and you hear it often from tire manufacturers, vehicle manufacturers, the track-to-street message, but there's no question that part of our philosophy is the trickle-down effect, that what we learn through competition, because it's a much more dynamic environment than in a laboratory and a test environment, that gradually trickles down to our consumer portfolio for products that the consumer can actually buy and put on their vehicle. Most recently, in the case of Mazda owners, we introduced our Comp 2 all-season tire, and it's an all-season tire for sport and sport compact cars, and it provides exceptional both dry and wet weather performance, and some of that technology did come out of competition.
Lastly, the other thing I wanted to ask too, in terms of the allotment, obviously this is not a series where guys are coming in and taking a fresh set of tires to go back out, but you do have practice and qualifying. What's the allotment that a team gets over the course of a weekend?
So the minimum tire allotment for teams is 2 sets per weekend. So they're double race weekends. As we said, we raced earlier this morning at 10 a.m. So that's the minimum, would be 8 tires per weekend. But 12 is usually the maximum depending on conditions. We did have a flurry of activity at our trailer about an hour ago as people are watching the radar to make sure they had fresh wets mounted and in their pit boxes here this afternoon. But 10 to 12 tires is usually the norm for a 2-race weekend.
Looks like we're going to get back to racing here shortly, so I'll let you get back to enjoying it, but appreciate the time and the involvement from BF Goodrich.
Appreciate it. And great partners like Mazda make it all possible.
Guys, I think that we're going to get back to racing and see those BF Goodriches turning at a little bit quicker pace, but interesting conversation again. Motorsports manager Pete Calhoun from BF Goodrich.
Several times now we've had a chance to look at what happened after it came off the final turn and headed toward the green flag, and bottom line is this. The green flag flew and some guys just didn't go.
Yeah, it looked like the front row were holding up, playing racer games as they do, and the pack behind them started to go, and unfortunately Tim Probert hit the back of another car. Tim, as you saw from the video feed, is out of the car and looks perfectly healthy. Tim's not a young man. He's not one of these young boy racers in this series. He's been around a long time. And he's also one of the nicest and best gentlemen we have in the class and in our series, and it's great to see him out of the car and walking around. And I can assure you, he will be in the paddock later on, telling great racing stories about his second race this afternoon.
Tim Probert, again, out of the car. Hamatro safety crew helped him with that, and they walked around, and he shook hands with every member of the Hamatro safety crew before he headed back to the infield. Caution on the course here at Barber Motorsports Park.
Okay, and here we are with the brand new 2016 Global Mazda MX5 Cup car. Let me show you a little bit about this vehicle that makes it unique compared to the MX5 road car. Up front, we've increased the cooling capacity in the radiator. The engine is completely stock. The 2-liter Skyactiv engine is sealed so that all competitors have identical power plants. Of course, we've modified the suspension, having a racing suspension. A little bit of differences in the brake package we'll talk about in just a second. Most importantly, safety equipment. The FIA-approved roll cage, the racing harnesses, the steering wheel, all those components are different for the race car. And as we move to the back of the car, we actually have our fire suppression system, battery tender, battery mounted in the back. And as we look at this suspension and brake package, we have the Multimatic damper that has 12 clicks of adjustment for all the competitors, spec spring rates, Brembo brake package that is fantastic on this MX5, and our rubber. BF Goodrich has been a partner with the series for its entire length. Pretty special car here at Mazda Raceway.
Welcome back. Caution on the course here at Barber Motorsports Park. And again, let's revisit that accident that brought out this caution. And field just didn't go, and just that accordion effect. And you were saying, Bo, you were a little surprised to see that car get up in the air. You said that typically is not something that happens in this series.
Very unusual in this series, and even across fendered car series where the tires are protected or not exposed, I should say, from contact with tires on another vehicle. There was quite a big speed differential when Tim hit the other car, so that he climbed up on the back of that car and it just popped him over. The cars are quite light. The production MX5 that this car is based on, we talked in the race earlier about the original 1989 Mazda Miata. It weighed something around 2,700 pounds, I think. When over time, through federal regulations about airbags and emissions equipment, et cetera, the car gained weight. And one of Mazda's challenges with this new car when they launched it was to get it back to its original weight while maintaining all the mandated, federally mandated equipment. And they were successful in doing that through what they call a gram strategy. So there are many, many little pieces of the car that gave up a little bit of weight, and it's very, very innovative when you have a chance to walk through the car with the guys who designed it and find out where all those little opportunities to save weight are. But they got this production car, this version of the Miata, the MX5 Miata, back to the original weight of the 1989 version, despite the fact that it now includes federally mandated equipment for safety or emissions or whatever it was.
And let's go back again. We mentioned FIA approval on that roll cage, but let's also talk about the specifications as it pertains to the seat that helps protect these drivers and the harness system.
So when you buy the cars, we talked earlier, you get everything except the driver's seat. Drivers come in all different shapes and sizes, so we want the driver to individually choose the seat. And the seat and the mounting system have to be sold together. They have to be sold as a unit. So each driver gets to choose their own seat. There's a 6-point safety harness in the car, and every precaution, every available safety system is included in the car, and that's has made them a very, very safe car, as we thankfully see Tim Probert hopping out of this car that got upside down. Thankfully, this wasn't a high-speed accident with a lot of energy in it. But still, managing to get this car upside down is not something we would look forward to or have seen very much of. But it looks like the car held up well, and Tim was able to with the help of this excellent Holmatro safety crew, able to get himself out of the car.
Now correct me if I'm wrong, but you said that with especially the rookie drivers, there are scenarios that they put those drivers through to prepare them for similar situations.
So one of the ways to earn your way into this series is to go through what we call our Club Racer Shootout, where we invite drivers who've won various grassroots championships, like the Teen Mazda Challenge Championships or runoffs, national championships, and we invite them to an event called our Club Racer Shootout. And in that Club Racer Shootout, we put drivers through a series of different tests, both on track and off track, that we want to see how quick they are, we want to see how consistent they are, we want to see what their engineering feedback is, if they truly understand what's going on with the car or the tires. One of the tests, the one you're referring to, Mark, is we'll at some point during that time we'll bring them into the garage, we'll put a hood over the helmet before the driver gets out of the car, and we'll block typical routes of egress. So we'll hold the door closed, or we'll put a tire or something on the roof of the car to simulate either the car is is against a wall, or the car is upside down or on its side, and then see how quickly these young drivers can get out of a car. It's one of the things that we believe young drivers should learn the first day they're in a car, not the first time they're stuck in the wall. And it's one of those things that's very important to us as driver safety. We believe that we've been given the opportunity to help groom these young men, and in Ashton's case, women, for their careers moving forward. And part of that is this feeling of almost a parental protection over them. And that's part of that Club Racer shootout process we go through.
30 minutes remaining in this second event today. MX5 and the face guard leading him through turn number 5. Preparing shortly to come into the shadows of that fabulous Barber Museum. And Sparks, Gallagher, Drennan, Foley, Ortiz, your top 5, Nick Yeoman.
Yeah, and the cleanup has been cleaned up here on the front straightaway, I should say. They got that car loaded on the back of a flatbed truck. Obviously, when they rolled it over onto all 4 tires, it was not easy to move with the heavy right front damage. That's where that part of the car for Tim Probert made the heavy hit, and that's what caused it to get upside down. So it was a long cleanup on the front straightaway, but thankfully we are set to go racing here, Mark, with 30 minutes to go. Nathaniel Sparks, the defending champion of the battery tender Global MX5 Cup presented by BF Goodrich Tires. He's your leader, and he's going to see the green flag here momentarily.
Nick, in addition to possible impending weather, the drivers have been issued a geese warning. Be advised that
we have seen a few out on the racetrack or buzzing by in some of the gravel pits. I have a feeling once the drivers go by those geese the first time, I don't think it's going to take a second lap for them to scatter away. They're going to want to move pretty shortly.
Patrick Gallagher, your winner in the first event today, took over the lead on lap number 4. He led 17 of the 20 laps contested. Nathaniel Sparks led 3 laps. We talked about Sparks and what a great qualifying session that he had yesterday. He was good enough to secure the pole for both of the events, Nick.
Yeah, and Patrick Gallagher, who won the race earlier today, mentioned that Sparky just made a mistake off of turn number 17. That allowed him to get a run, and that's the situation we are in as we're set to go racing once again here from Barber Motorsports Park. Nathaniel Sparks brings him out of turn number 17. They'll wait to see the green flag. It is a single file restart. Green flag is in the air. And once again, Mark, we are racing at Barber Motorsports Park. Sparks is going to hold the lead. The battle's going to be for second as Drennan's going to take a look to the inside of Gallagher and grab that second spot away.
He made that pass look easy, and he is trying to pull up on Sparks now. He's going to try to get a fender underneath him as they head through that Alabama roller coaster. He's right there all over your pole center. Meanwhile, about 5 positions back, they go side by side. They now work through that Charlotte's Web portion. That's 5 and 6. And he continues to lead, talking about Sparks.
How about Brian Ortiz? He'll slip to the inside of race 1 winner Patrick Gallagher. So move Ortiz up into the 3rd position as he is charging. And here comes Drennan. Drennan to the outside, Mark. They're going to drag race into turn number 8. He's on the outside. This is a tough part of the racetrack to make it work. Will they go side by side? They will. They'll bang tires. They'll slip through turn number 9, and Drennan's going to slip into the lead.
Just behind them, several cars getting off course, getting up over that curbing. Car number 11 issued a drive-through penalty for being out of line on the start. So the race control keeping an eye on a much cleaner restart, hoping for that. A couple of drivers getting out of sorts. Let's go to pit road and Jake Query.
Interesting that after the first race this morning, Gallagher had said the one thing he enjoyed was the fact that it was such clean racing between he and Mark Drennan. I don't think it was anything more than inadvertent contact because of the elevation change in turn number 9 and that car sliding. But as Nick had mentioned, it might have been clean, but it wasn't contact-free. Drennan got around now. Gallagher finds himself in that 2nd spot.
Yeah, Drennan finished in the runner-up spot, and Mo, let's face it, he drove a spirited race today. He just, I think, ran out of time. He made a strong run over the last 5 or 6 laps of this race.
And that's the best way to describe it. He had, as you recall, we had a 1-lap shootout when we came back to green at the end of the first race, and had it been a 2-lap shootout, the result might have been different. As long as I've known Drennan, every race he drives is a spirited race. He's a committed individual who wants to win races. All three, Ortiz is now into third place. I was going to say all three of the leading cars are what we call full season drivers. Robbie Foley may not complete the full season as he has other obligations in a different series, but Ortiz has now put himself up there in the mix. Ortiz from Puerto Rico and has several people from Mazda in Puerto Rico here with them this weekend as they consider adding this class to their slate of motorsports activities in Puerto Rico.
Top three gaining a bit of separation. You look back to Gallagher, who slipped the fourth. Cressy, Foley, and Lamb. Nick, they're working on him. That's the battle for 4th through 8th.
Yeah, Cressy's another one of those rookies that are battling for that $50,000 prize as he is trying to run down race 1 winner Patrick Gallagher, who has dropped back to the 4th position. But again, it is Mark Drennan, the leader in that golden black car. Thought maybe the speed that he showed Mark slipping from 3rd all the way up to 1st on the restart, he might be able to pull away from Nathaniel Sparks. That hasn't been the case. Sparks about 1 car length behind and about another car length back to Brian Ortiz as they make their way through turn 16 and now the left-hander of turn number 17.
Malcassian in the 11 ignored the drive-through penalty, so he was given the black flag. So he that time heeded the warning from race control, Nick Yeoman.
Yeah, looks like he just ducked onto pit lane here at Barber Motorsports Park. That pit entrance right at the entrance of turn number 16. Right now, though, Mark, looks like we've got about 5, 6, almost a 8-car breakaway at the front of the field. It's Drennan, Sparks, Ortiz, and Gallagher. Then you've got Cressy, Foley, Lamb, and Rieger, the top 8. As we see a little bit of debris there on the racetrack, Mark, as we see some battling throughout this field.
Debris on one side, some geese on the other. So that's all in a very precarious position. And again, single file through the first 5, but back around that 6th position, Foley and Lamb mixing it up, Nick.
Yeah, Foley was all over the back bumper of the winner from race 1, Patrick Gallagher. He's going to slip back in the 5th position. Drennan will lead him back down the hill, followed by Sparks and Ortiz, then Gallagher. And then, as you mentioned, Cressy's got that 5th position. The number 54 car, Foley, has moved into the 5th position, but some good battling throughout this pack, Mark.
So Drennan, Sparks, Ortiz, Gallagher is your top 4, rounding out the top 5. Cressy, then Foley, Lamb, Rieger, Stout, and Copeland the top 10. Oxter is 11th, Vickers, Faulkner, Palermo, and Martin the 3rd. Let's go back to pit road and Jake Query.
Over the winter, I decided to clean out one of my closets. It took me about 3 months to do so. My next guest, Glenn Long from Long Road Racing, took you 3 months to put together about 140 race cars. Now, that's what I call productive. Of course, talking about Long Road Racing and your involvement here, let folks know about what this race means to you and your company's involvement in watching it.
Oh, it's huge. The partnership with Mazda has been fantastic. Working with all the competitors, it's so enjoyable to work with all the parents and the kids that are starting to get involved with the series, all the way up through the people that have retired and are doing this as a lifelong dream. It's just a wonderful thing to be a part of.
So when the cars come over, these Mazdas come over, and essentially your job is to take them and build them into race cars, and then in doing so, make sure that they are even all the way across the board. From the time they first arrive to the time they end up on the racetrack, what's the process on your end in terms of what you are doing?
It physically takes about 2.5 weeks. We get the same exact car that you buy at the dealership. We strip out the interiors. We remove all the seam sealer inside of the car. We weld a roll cage, which is all pre-bent by one company, so that way every cage is exactly the same. We have a very, very strict quality assurance department that looks at each cage as completed. Once it gets approved, we then paint the entire interior of the car. We seal the engines, factory engines, no modifications. We make a motorsports transmission and we seal those. We seal the differential for the car. We put all that into the car, as well as a suspension package, which is dynamic dampers, raised wheels, and the BF Goodrich tires. And it's a package that's designed for the racer not to do development work on, but to work on their driving. So this is not an engineering series. This is truly a driver series. Everything in the car is specified.
Glenn Long is with Long Road Racing. He is the owner. He helps turn all of these from, of course, as we had talked about, as he did, to make sure that everything is done so that they are matching across the board. Over 100 of them that you've worked on each year. 2.5 years now you have been doing this as the sole if you will, transition, or I'll use that word, to getting these cars ready. In that time, over the course of doing it, how much have you had to change or modify, if you will, your approach? Or is it pretty much steady across the board year in and year out?
Well, when we first started, the development process was certainly unique. Taking a street car and turning it into a race car, there's a lot of engineering that went on to make that happen. We also needed a car with the flexibility that could run a rough track like Sebring to a glass smooth repaved track. We don't allow changes in springs or changes of the physical dampers. They can make adjustments to them, but they can't change them. So it was very important to us to have a package that allowed from entry-level drivers through professional drivers to be able to drive the car. Once we did that, it became kind of a production process for us, truly. At one point, we were building as many as 4 cars a week. So we have a very regimented process where every part is tagged that comes off the car. Every part that we add, we know the full pedigree of the part. So we have a large database for every car, every part that went on it. So it all becomes a matter of how do we ensure that the product is the same for everybody.
Lastly, I know you don't like to see accidents like we saw at the beginning of this race, but I think it speaks to the safety of not only the car, but what you're doing as well, the roll bars, everything else. It's got to be, I guess, a satisfying and a secure feeling to see a driver be able to walk away.
That's exactly right. Nobody ever wants to see that, but it warms your heart a little bit to know that all the drivers out there are safe. These cages meet FIA, SCCA, NASA, IMSA, and JAF specifications. So the proof is kind of in the rollover, I guess. But
this is your second career. You retired from the first. This was a hobby that became a passion, that became now a career for you, and I know that you didn't necessarily do that so that you could stand and talk to me, so I'll let you get back to watching racing now, all right?
Thank you so very much for the opportunity.
It is an excellent series here to watch as these Mazda MX-5s. Again, Glenn Long, from Long Road Racing, based in North Carolina, watching his babies battle for the lead right now out on track, Nick.
Yeah, they're going to head into turn number 8. Sparks to the outside, Drennan to the inside, and Sparks is going to get him, Mark. And not just that, they're slugging it out throughout the course of the field. Good battle for third as well, but how about Nathaniel Sparks, the defending champion of this series, has moved back out front.
Sparks, Drennan, Ortiz, Gallagher, Foley for the longest time. They, along with Cressy, Lamb, Rigger, Stout, all of those guys, the top 9 were single file for the longest time. And now, Nick, the front 2 have separated themselves a little bit. But from 3 on back to 8 or 9, they're really beating and banging on one another.
Yeah, it was a nice 9-car breakaway, and then now we're starting to see that cream rise to the top, and these faster drivers really start to lay down some rubber and pick their way around this very tricky 17-turn course. Sparks with a nice run out of turn number 17. He's going to gap Drennan by about a couple car lengths. Then you've got Gallagher sitting there in third. Foley's all over the back bumper of that car in the 4th position. And then the 5th place running Brian Ortiz marked to round out the top 5.
Quickly back to Jake Query.
You know, you guys were talking about the weather earlier. We talked about it, Pete, with those BF Goodrich tires. Just an update in that regard. There was talk of severe weather moving into the area that looked like it was going to be after the completion of this race. Of course, that's the advantage of a timed race. But there is one huge mass of a darker cloud that is over one side of this racetrack, and that happens to be as they are completing a lap. You can feel that the temperature has dropped just a little bit. The air is dry. There is not precipitation at this point, but clearly a cooler condition, Mark and Nick, than what we saw even 10 to 15 minutes ago. And as they work their way in here across the main line, that's where they right now are under a lot of cloud cover.
Drennan and Sparks, Nick, the battle continues.
They traded the lead one lap ago, and they'll trade it back the following lap. So Drennan makes a great move, outbraking Sparks into turn number 5, takes that lead back. Sparks got a nice run out of turn 5, Mark. Thought he might be able to pull that crossover move. Didn't have the horsepower advantage to get back by Drennan. But what this has done, Mark, those front 2 had checked out by about 6 or 7 car lengths. It's brought everybody right back. Patrick Gallagher has moved into the 3rd position, only 1 car length off of Sparks. And we've got 3 other cars right there in tow. Make it 4 cars, Mark, coming through turns 16 and 17. This battle for the lead is about to become a 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 car battle.
Interesting to watch the confidence build in terms of using the curbing by these young drivers. They're making these turns a little wider.
Oh, for sure. As you mentioned, there's a handful of rookies, 6 or 7 in this series this year, and Mo, these guys are very talented. The more track time they get, they're really going to start to lean on this racetrack.
They are. They're a very talented group of rookies in the class this year, as we do most years. And one of the great things about this class is these rookies get out on the racetrack with veterans, with people who've been around these cars for a long, long time. Unfortunately, earlier in the race, we saw Ara Malkassian have to attend to the pits for a black flag. If my math is correct, since the birth of the series, there's been this is the 114th MX5 Cup race, and Ara has participated in 112 of those. So
cool.
That kind of experience on the racetrack with these young rookie drivers, it's a learning environment that isn't available anywhere else.
Sparks making another run. He's going to look to the outside as they get through 6 and 7. They'll bounce off the curbing to the left side, now get to the bottom of the racetrack. Gallagher is the interested spectator in that single file line, although we can't rule out Foley, Nick. He sits right there, P4.
No, and Foley has been awful racy all weekend long. Robbie Foley from Randolph, New Jersey, sits in that fourth place right now, and he's kind of been watching throughout the course of race 1 and the course of race 2. He's been staring at the back bumpers of these 3 cars ahead of him, and he's looked awful racy. Now's his opportunity, though, Mark, as we've ticked down to just under 16 minutes to go in this race. It's still Mark Drennan out front, but again, he's got 6 very hungry MX-5s right behind him out of turn 17.
Interesting note about Robbie Foley. I talked with him about a half hour before this race about his race earlier today, and he said he felt that the hot temperatures were hurting his car. He hadn't set it up exactly right. So if Jake is correct and say the temperatures are dropping, the ambient temperatures dropping around the racetrack, this is going to play into Robbie Foley's hand.
Through Lamb, the top 7 now separating themselves. Looks like Stout and Rigger having trouble keeping pace now.
Yeah, that's and you're going to have that throughout the course of the race, but just amazing to see the front 7. We saw a little separation a couple laps ago, and boy, just snap your fingers, and they're all over each other once again. Here they come through turn number 5. Drennan with a nice advantage. This is where Sparks and Drennan have been able to battle. Good battle shaping up, though, for the 6th position between Cressy and Lamb, and it looks like Cressy, the rookie, is going to grab that spot, move into the 6th position.
Yep, we see the leaders go single file now as they race their way back toward turn number 7. Sparks, Gallagher setting there, lying in wait, hoping to be able to make a move. Nothing doing yet. They stay single file now as they clear the Motorsports Museum and go single file. They're snaking their way back uphill. We have a car going a little wide, getting off course, going to lose a couple of positions. That's Lamb, and he's been pushing plenty hard.
Yeah, he's been running in that top 7 group quite a bit, so that's got to be frustrating as he's going to lose 4 or 5 positions, and that 7-car breakaway now becomes just a 6-car breakaway. Watching, Mark, we have the advantage of a multi-screen monitor. We're seeing a lot of battles throughout the pack, too, going side by side. But all eyes watching those 6 drivers up front, everyone chasing after Mark Drennan, looking to go to victory lane here at Barber Motorsports Park as we're under 14 minutes.
Gallagher is the one that seems to be pushing the hardest right now, P3, Nick. He really wants that 2nd spot that Sparks possesses.
And Patrick Gallagher, the driver that went to victory lane earlier today, the young man from Thornville, Ohio, driving for McCumbee McLeller Racing. So he's been very hungry, went to victory lane already once. He'd love to get that weekend sweep here in Birmingham, Alabama, Mark, but he's got a couple spots that he's got to gain if he wants to get around Sparks and Drennan and take this win.
Yeah, Foley and Ortiz are back there too. And again, we're focusing a lot of attention on the front runners, but there's a pretty good battle right now. That's the battle back there for 5th. That's between Ortiz and Cressy.
Well, it looks like now we see the 32 of Jensen trying to hold off a car as they exit turn number 4. That's the 06 of Patrick Wilmot. So that's further back in the field. That's what I'm talking about, Mark. That's a battle for way back in 16th, but you can just see that all of these drivers love this track time. There's going to be different, skill levels throughout the course of the field. You're going to have that in any form of motorsports, but you're always going to find at least one that you can run side by side with.
Getting to that point, Bo, where we find out who's taking really good care of those BF Goodrich tires.
Right. Even in a 45-minute race, which by relative terms is short, but as Pete Calhoun said, the tires they are consumable and they will wear out during the race. The veterans at the front, we're led at the front by 3 veterans now. they know how to manage these tires. Patrick Wilmot was on screen here just a minute ago. He won the Battery Tender Hard Charger Award from this morning's race. That's an award we give to both the driver and crew chief for the most cars passed in the race. And we'll have to wait and see who gets that award for the second race.
Gallagher tried to make a strong run down the main straightaway. Nick thought he was going to come off that final turn and grab that second spot, but he'll be forced to settle for third as they get to turn number 1. He looks at his mirrors and sees Foley coming.
Yeah, that's really the first time we've seen throughout the course of race 1 and race 2 someone try to attempt to pass through turn 17. That's a tough spot to try to get around somebody because it's at the end of a rhythm section. And those are oftentimes single file parts of the racetrack. But a 4-car breakaways, they head down to turn number 5. It's Drennan. Sparks trying to defend that third position. Gallagher's really going to throw it in hard there, Mark, through turn number 5. Foley's going to chase after him, but still everyone chasing after that golden black Mazda MX5 of Drennan.
I think Foley's hanging around just to see what these front 3 are going to do. I think he has a fast race car, but he knows that the guys in front of him are being just a little bit aggressive, Nick. He may be looking for opportunity to knock him.
Yeah, and you can understand that because there are a lot of places where you can make a mistake here at this 17-turn road course. We see them start to snake their way through the S's. We call it the back straightaway. It's the furthest part away from the racetrack as they'll race in front of a lot of the race fans that are still here on the hill underneath the trees here at Barber Motorsports Park. This is one of those parts of the racetrack where it's awful tough to pass, but you can set a guy up, Mark, if they make a mistake.
And, Mo, we've been watching Sparks and Gallagher, and I know they're mindful of what's in front of them. They're driving those rearview mirrors a little bit too.
They do. I'm not sure that Gallagher drives too much in his rearview mirror. He's an aggressive forward-facing driver, and he'll be doing everything in his power to chase down Sparky and Matt Drennan in front of him. All 4 of the top 4 guys here are recent race winners in these cars. I mean, during the past season. This is the first weekend of this season, and then they're being chased by these 2 rookies, Matt Cresci and Ortiz, who are having a great battle by themselves back there, and now they're joined by a 7th car in this train.
Yeah, that appears to be Robert Stout, the driver from Palm Springs, California. So he's giving that car a good run, Mark, as they make their way down to turn number 5.
Well, they set up for turn number 5, Nick, and all of a sudden now we see that clock down below 10 minutes, and we see that battle go into turn number 5.
Well, they are slugging it out. Sparks took a look to the inside of Drennan, was not able to make the pass. Now Foley, who was running in 4th, he's got his hands full, Mark, as Brian Ortiz jumps to the outside. Ortiz in that white and orange car trying to clear him into turn number 8.
Yeah, not going to have the preferred line through there. They do bump and bang on one another a little bit. They do put that curbing to work, and all of a sudden we see a single file battle as they head back up the hill. Now we've got a little bit of separation among the front 3, Nick, and the other 4 cars in that 7-car freight crate. They're now forced to battle out almost 2 by 2.
And we saw the downside of attempting to make a pass for Ortiz. He then lost the spot to Cresci. So, boy, you want to be aggressive here as we're down to 9 minutes to go here at Barber Motorsports Park. But if you put one of these race cars, Mark, in a line, a non-preferred line, trying to make a pass, with as tight as these front 7 are running, odds are you're going to get passed if you're not able to complete that pass. Out of turn number 7, here comes Mark Drennan once again. He has been dominant here over the last 4 or 5 laps, holding off that pack. But, boy, he's got a lot of cars with Sparks, followed by Gallagher, Foley, Cresci, and Ortiz. Add in Stout as well, Mark, as that front 7 heads to turn 1.
Drennan is hoping they continue to mix it up. He goes through turn number 1 now. He sees that advantage shrink a little bit. It was about a car length and a half as he worked his way off of turn number 1 and headed down the hill. Now he comes back up through 4, heads toward 5. It appears as though, Nick, that car of Drennan appears to be a little faster off the turns, but he breaks. I think the guys behind him are able to break a little later than him and close up on approach.
Yeah, and again, it's one thing, Mo, to try to get around one of these guys when you're trying to make a pass, but when you got a car right behind you and you're trying to defend, puts a lot of these drivers in a box, and it's certainly a great learning experience for a lot of these guys.
Sure does, and one note I'll make for our viewers on MazdaLive.com or on Mazda Motorsports Facebook page, you'll see each one of these cars has a black windshield, battery tender windshield visor, with the exception of Patrick Gallagher's car. It has a red windshield visor. That designates him as the points leader, courtesy of this morning's race. And each race, as we get through the season, you'll be able to identify both the points leader by a red windshield banner or the rookie points leader by a green windshield banner as the season progresses.
Top three continue to mix it up, but Gallagher wants to try to get back to the top step on the podium, Nick. He's made a couple of runs, continues to want that second spot.
Yeah, he is really, really pushing Nathaniel Sparks here through turns 16 and 17. That's allowed Mark Drennan to gap this bunch by about 4 or 5 car lengths. If anything, we've seen all day long, this race has been like a rubber band, and the leader's not able to get away. Drennan, though, does have a nice advantage into turn number 1, under 7 minutes to go here at Barber Motorsports Park. These cars mark turn lap times right now at about 1:42, 1:43, so with 7 minutes to go, we're probably looking at about 4, maybe 3 laps to go here at Barber.
Gallagher hoping Sparks washes up through that Alabama roller coaster, but he's able to hold it to the bottom of the racetrack and pull away a little bit. Now it looks like he wants to try to make a run on Drennan. They set up for turn number 5. He's going to stay high, hopes that car washes out wide. He has some room to the bottom. Nothing doing yet as they head towards turn number 7. They're really tightening up, Nick, now almost single file through 6 cars.
And boy, I think Drennan saw the run that Sparks was getting down to turn number 5 and just slowly moved that MX5 to the left side of the racetrack to defend that position. Sparks was not able to get to the inside and thus able to hold them off. But again, it's just so much fun to watch these cars snake around this racetrack. They're sick of being stuck in those spots, I'll guarantee you, Mark, because behind Drennan there are some awful fast race cars. The defending champ, Nathaniel Sparks, all over the back of that golden black machine.
Nathaniel Sparks wants to go side by side. Drennan shuts the door on him again. That's 1,100-foot back straightaway that they just tackled. Gallagher sits there lying in wait as they work their way through turns 10, 11, and 12. We see the leader, Drennan, start to pull away a little bit. Has about a car length advantage, but we'll see that disappear. Shortly, they'll move back to the straightaway again with the best battle right now, the battle for second between Sparks and Gallagher, and Drennan saying, go ahead and mix it up, boys.
Yeah, Gallagher is moving left and right, trying to find a way around the defending champ of this series, Nathaniel Sparks, just not able to show him a fender to get up alongside him, but still, as they snake their way through turns 1 and 2, everyone looking at Drennan in that golden black MX5. Sparks again sits in that second position, then Gallagher, then Foley. Great run by Cressy, the rookie. A great run by Stout as well, sitting in the 6th position as they make their way to the top of the hill and head for turn number 5.
Oh, if the goal is to put it in the hands of the driver, those responsible for the series have to be happy with races like this.
Yeah, that's the Mazda way. That we believe that driving matters, and we build cars for people who believe that driving matters. And in this case, when all the cars are the same in a series like this, driving truly does matter. And driving experience and racecraft learned over a couple of years in these cars matters, as you can see by the level of experience that's at the front. And this is going to come down to some pretty close racing here at the end. They're all close enough yet that this result is not by any means decided.
Boy, Robbie Foley had a small window of opportunity, Nick. He tried to pounce on it, but Gallagher just shut the door on it.
Well, and that started with Gallagher taking a late charge to turn number 5 to try to grab that second spot from Sparks, and didn't get a good run. Foley was able to get a monster run, had to jump to the outside though. And Mark, at this racetrack at Barber Motorsports Park, running out of turn number 5, you can get runs on guys, but boy, things tighten. It funnels up so much going into turn number 8. You really absolutely have to take that corner single file. Here they come though, Mark, out of turn number 17, 3.5 minutes to go. And for Mark Drennan, he's probably about 2 laps away from scoring a victory.
I just don't think Drennan's the guy that's really feeling the pressure, Mo, because he's where you want to be, and that's out front.
Yeah, he's in the cat seat. I think Sparky is the guy in the high pressure seat, because as Nick has pointed out, not only is he trying to find a way around Drennan, but he's trying desperately to keep Patrick Gallagher behind him, and that's a tough position to be in. These cars there's no advantage in the cars. We have a back marker in front of them now. That might mix it up a little bit, but with probably just a couple of laps left, this is going to come down to the wire.
Now that back marker is going to make himself some friends for sure and do all that he can to get out of the way. Some of them caught that 31 machine of Gavignano, and Nick, he did all they could. They caught him on almost a hairpin coming off of turn number 5, but he did all he could to stay out of the way of those racing for the lead.
Yeah, I mean, the reality on these road courses is there's just not a lot of room to get out of the way. I mean, look, there's not a lot of room for these guys to battle for the 6th position as Ortiz and Cressy go side by side, but as you mentioned, that lap car did a nice job of getting out of the way for the leaders at least, so they can battle it out here over the last 2 minutes and 22 seconds.
Yeah, Ortiz has that 7th spot, wants to hold on to it for sure. And again, as Nick mentioned, just a couple of minutes left, and we see time starting to wind down now. And the question is, does anybody have anything for Drennan?
Oh boy, Gallagher took a nice look to the inside of Sparks. Sparks had to stand on the throttle to defend, and he's not going to be able to hold off Gallagher. So race 1 winner Patrick Gallagher, Mark, has moved into the 2nd spot with under 2 minutes to go. He's going to set his sights now on the leader Mark Drennan here at Barber.
I'm not sure Sparks is done with him, though. He's going to have to pedal it plenty fast, Mo, because Sparks wants to get that spot back.
And no sooner did Sparks pull into his wheel tracks than Robbie Foley lined up right behind him, and they're going to be pushing and shoving all the way to the finish here. Great result, or great run so far. Hopefully he can take this to the finish for Robert Stout. He had a disappointing first race because of a technical issue, so to see him, another of our rookies, running as well as he is in this race, and there's the pass for the lead. Gallagher has gone down inside of Matt Drennan.
Boy, they're going to drag race, Mark, out of turn number 5. Gallagher's going to end up on the outside, and now he'll do the smart thing, duck back in line. That got awful tight there through turn number 5.
It continues to stay tight, and Sparks is right there. He's not going away quietly either. Those front 4, Nick, throw the proverbial blanket over them as they exit turn number 8.
Got a local yellow in turn number 5. It is now clear. We've got lap cars moving to the left and the right to try to let these leaders battle it out as this 3 or 4 car breakaway. Still about 5 or 6 other drivers with a chance to win. We're going to see the white flag next time. Mark Drennan getting pressured about as much as he's been all day long. Gallagher looking to the inside, to the outside as they snake their way through the south end of the racetrack, Mark. Here they come to the final carousel. They're going to see the white flag. Mark Drennan's done a great job holding off these hungry Tigers behind him. He's going to have to do it for one more lap. Can Gallagher or Sparks find a way around Drennan here on the final lap?
Again, here comes a lapper. Hopefully that will catch him on the straightaway, and that driver will get to the bottom of the racetrack and let them pass by. He's going to stay to the high side. They'll all go to the inside. That might prevent them from going 2 or 3 wide. It does. So white flag is out. Drennan, Gallagher, Sparks, and Foley go into turn number 1.
And throw Stout in there as well as those 5 leaders make their way through turn number 2. Stout's going to look to the inside of Foley. He's going to wrestle that 4th spot away. So again, a great run for Stout. That battle's not done, Mark, but it's going to allow the front 3 to check out into turn number 5.
Stout, Foley going side by side, setting up for turn number 5, and now we see a 3-way battle for the lead. Trying to hold him off is Drennan. Gallagher right there, and so is Sparks as they head toward turn number 7.
Gallagher will complete the pass. Sparks will bang wheels with Drennan, but that's going to allow Gallagher to move into the lead and clear those 2nd and 3rd place running cars. Here they set up for turn number 8, Mark. Can Gallagher hold off Drennan and Sparks?
And again, those front 3 separated themselves for a while, but now we're back to a 5-car battle, and they're beating and banging now as they exit that Barber Motorsports Park Museum with Drennan P1.
Further back, how about Ortiz? He's gotten around Stout. You're just never out of it if you're in the top 10 here in the battery tender Global MX5 Cup. Here on the final lap, Gallagher's going to have to defend Drennan and Sparks, Mark. Just a couple corners to go. 3-car breakaway for the win.
Gallagher sees his mirrors full of both of those cars. He works his way now through the 11-12 complex, setting up for turn number 13. Nick Yeoman will take the front 3 home.
Patrick Gallagher through turn 16. Now through the left-hander of turn 17. He's going to pull off the weekend sweep here at Barber Motorsports Park out of turn 17. Patrick Gallagher will win race 1. He'll grab win in race number 2 as well as Drennan comes home in 2nd. 3rd will go to Nathaniel Sparks. Foley has to settle for 4th. Ortiz comes home in 5th, and Stout is 6th. Mark, what a weekend for Patrick Gallagher as he picks up a pair of wins here in the battery tender Global MX5 Cup.
Robert ended up in the gravel trap. He was running well off the pace back in the 29th position. They'll have to go retrieve him. And Mo, let's face it, as a 51 is off as well. No better indication of what this series is all about than the last 4 or 5 laps of that race.
Well, you said at the introduction that Patrick Gallagher led 3 laps of this morning's race, and if my math is correct, he led exactly 1 lap of this race.
Yeah.
But he led the one that counts. He led the last lap and led Matt Drennan and Nathaniel Sparks home and he takes a double victory on the weekend. What a great weekend for the Macomb McAleer team, and for a series veteran and a really good guy in Patrick Gallagher.
To save the opening of this race, in which we had a car get upside down, to be perfectly honest with you. A pretty impressive weekend, especially considering how full this field is of rookies that may not have a lot of seat time.
Yep, we started the weekend with 31 cars. We have slightly less than that now because we had a couple get banged up in this morning's race. We had one non-starter from this morning's race and a couple more in this race. But we now have about 8 weeks, I think, until we race at Indianapolis Motor Speedway, the iconic and storied Indianapolis Motor Speedway, for rounds 3 and 4 of this series. We'll be there in the middle of June. And Patrick Gallagher will take that red battery tender windshield banner into Indianapolis as the series points leader, coming off a double win this weekend.
You mentioned next up trip to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Let's go again and give folks, while we wait on him to get to victory lane, to talk to Jake Query real quickly. Let's go ahead and give the folks an idea what the rest of the schedule looks like.
So we go to, it's a very, very good schedule, very interesting schedule. We go to some of the iconic racetracks in the country, in North America, I should say. We go to Indianapolis, and then the following weekend we go to the beautiful setting at Road America in Wisconsin. It rivals Barber Motorsports Park here as a national park type environment. We then go to the streets of Toronto with the Verizon IndyCar Series. These cars on a street circuit with walls and curbs and all of that fun that goes along with that make for very, very entertaining racing. And then we go to Watkins Glen, another great iconic road course. These cars raced at Watkins Glen last year and put on a great performance. And then we finished the season. We finished the point season at Mazda Raceway, Laguna Seca in Monterey, California. Our home circuit, Mazda's spiritual home, and a great place to finish our point season in the middle of September. And then the middle of October, we go back to Mazda Raceway for what we call the Global Final, where we'll pick the best of the North American drivers in the series, and we'll match them with, or we'll put them in the field against drivers from Japan, Europe, Australia, and a couple of other countries, in an all-star event, and we'll crown a global champion of MX5 Cup. And we're able to do that because of the parity in the cars we talked about, that all the cars globally are the same. And that's what allows us to look to an event like that.
How about if people want to find out more about the series? Where can they find you on the internet, social media, things of that nature?
So MazdaMotorsports.com is our website, or Mazda MX5, MX-5Cup.com is the series website. And both of those are great places to find out more information about this great series.
Jake Query, you're in victory lane.
That red stripe that sits on the windshield reading battery tender is going to stay red for another outing for Patrick Gallagher, because he's going to stay the points leader, no question about that. You told me earlier that it was clean racing down the stretch. This one was a little more white-knuckle. Take me through the pass to get yourself back up towards the front.
Well, I started out on the start. I saw the black 5 car come up the inside of me, and he was going to hit me in the door, so I let him go, long race. And that long yellow came out, and I was kind of worried, how much time we were going to have. We go green again, and the 4 car did the same thing in the hairpin. And I knew it would be only a matter of time before they made some mistakes. I got in third there and kind of held it. They said 10 to go, and I put my head down and got by him. I got to think.
So was that the first chance you had to pass him, or were you simply waiting to pounce?
I'll be honest, it was a risky move. I was wanting to win the race. So I didn't want to make that move every lap. And I beat him up over the hill and got him. But the Mazda MX-5 was great. Howard concrete pumping, mod space, Spartan cargo trailer, battery tender Mazda. Couldn't do without any of those folks. So thank you to all.
We're about to get wet with some rain. The sky's starting to open up, and Patrick's about to get wet with some champagne. The celebration for the second time today here at Barber Motorsports Park.
Thank you, Jake. Well done. That's going to do it for us. Again, Gallagher, the winner here today, Mazda MX-5. It's been a pleasure to be a part of this, and we look forward to seeing everyone when we get to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway next time all the folks are with us. For now, for the whole gang, this is Mark James saying so long from Barber Motorsports Park.